so they can get all of the sound here. Yes. So I'm just gonna ask you exactly the same. How are things going? And then I'm going to try and pass it on to you.
All right. Okay. So I think we're almost ready. Everyone is here, so I hope that things will turn out good. And we need to try and find something to maybe put some light over here. Ronnie, kun jij een keer zien op die camera of dat oké is? Want ik kijk naar haar. Dus ik zie jou... sta ik een beetje op beeld? En ik bedoel... Of zou het beter zijn dat de geïnterviewde... Ja. Ja. Ah ja, oké.
2.
All right, good morning everyone and welcome at the Siege at the Core. Today we will finally find out who will be the champion of the Core. We are here at a very beautiful venue in Brussels at Quartier Papier, and the players are actually getting an introduction right now in the room next to us. So we are here already, Nick, to have a little chat before the event, see what to expect. You can hear the applause in the room next to us.
Yeah, they are getting started. So first of all, hello everybody at home. Nice that you're joining us, perhaps on the live stream, but perhaps on the recording. I'm happy, Lazo. We have a full day of sorcery for us. We have normally 5 rounds of constructed, and then we will move to a top 8, 3 final rounds. I couldn't be more excited. We have worked so hard to get here.
Yes.
We have a lot in store. So basically, we are just going to talk you through all of this, what it is that we are going to do today, and then we will start in the first round in, I would say, like 20 minutes or something. So, what is it that we were up to?
So we have a lot of stuff planned, of course, for the people here at the venue, but also for you at home. We have quite a packed live stream today. Here in the venue we have 3 artists joining us, which are Vincent Pomperi, Severin Pinot, and an altar artist who has provided us with 4 amazing prizes as well, Pietro De Ciro. This will be a full day live stream, meaning that we have we will broadcast a feature table game every round, and right before that, Nick, we will dive into the decks of the players who will actually be featured on the feature table.
Correct.
So we have a lot to look forward to, I think.
And actually, that was one of the first already difficult points. So we decided to do the stream. And of course, we will talk about the deck list. So that also means, actually, Lazo, that all the decks are available for everybody.
Yeah.
And that got some response from some players, because as we all know, there is a called Feast for Crows, which actually lets you search for a certain card. So if you have the deck list, it is a guaranteed 100% hit, of course. But it is a decision. We do the live stream, we show everything online. So if we show it online, we have to share it with everybody, because basically everybody can watch this stream. And also, we prefer strategy over luck. So it is just a choice, but I prefer that you actually, with full knowledge, know what you're betting within, and keep the luck level down. So it is a choice, and I will see how that.
Yeah, I think it's a good choice. I've heard some players who mentioned that they really had that in mind, that they have built a deck that's quite resistant to this. So hopefully this will not bother the players too much. And if they do feel that they are being how do you say targeted by this card, then yeah, it's a good learning for next time, because we want to share a lot with you as well at home. So we have the deck lists available for everyone. If you're interested in seeing what is going on here at the Siege, you can already have a peek on our Discord. This might be a good moment to plug our Discord as well. We are on Discord at Sorcerers at the Core. You can find us also via our website, sorcerersatthecore.com. And there we will share the deck lists. There will be some other interesting stuff that we'll share during the stream. So just sign up if you haven't already, and we hope to talk to you there as well during this day and also after the event. Good. So, Nick, we have quite a long day ahead of us. The structure of the tournament, as you said, we'll be playing 5 games Swiss. Then we have the finals going up, and we have 45 players who are battling for this great prize, this great title of Champion of the Core. But what are the other prizes that we actually have in store for them?
The great prizes, so we have many. So perhaps we can switch and show it. So as you mentioned, we have Pietro De Ciro, which also we will have an interview with him, so to get to know him a little bit better. He's an awesome guy. So if we could switch to the amazing altars that he made, here you are. So we actually decided to have, because we are the Sorcerers at the core, to give a core to one of the 4 top players. So the deal is the winner, he can choose one out of these 4, and then the second, and so forth and so on. Which one would you choose, Lazo?
Well, I've been contemplating. I really fell in love with the aquamarine core, and it's still gorgeous. But I'm really warming up for the amethyst core as well. But if I'm really honest, I just want to grab them all. Maybe if they disappear out of the prize pool, that might have happened. No one will know.
So they are actual cores. You can play with them. I think they look amazing. I think we're
really
so
love them,
lucky
yeah.
to have him. Also for the people, also shout out to Mike from his art house. So Pietro has been featured on there as well, so he's an upcoming talent for sure. So very happy to have him here. And for the people that are in Brussels, you can approach him and get some side stuff. Voila. So that is one of the big prizes for the top 4. And then we continue. So these are the extras. So these are a wooden token, element tokens. These are a very nice extra that you can use, I don't know, to put your glass on or just as decoration element. So we have them in all the 4, as you can see here, and I think they look very pretty.
Yeah, and we have 20 of them, if I'm not mistaken. So
Even more.
Even more.
So normally
a lot of
everybody should get
players
something.
will get to take one home. So if you're really loving to play with like fire decks or something, you might want to grab one of those. That's a very, very fun little extra, I think, we threw in there. And we should mention Ewout. He's a community manager, community member here at Sorcerers at the Core. He also runs the events at a Belgian store here for sorcery. And we're just very thankful for the time and effort that he put into this.
Yeah,
It's
so
awesome
the store
to
is
see.
called the Kolonisten in Turnhout. They also contributed a champion card, which is in the prize pool.
Yep.
So very thanks to them. What else do we have, Lazo?
So I'm gonna butcher her name a bit, but Elvira Pavlikovska, I think, is.
I'm
the
so
right-
happy that I passed this one to you.
No, it's she's an amazing artist, of course, for sorcery, and she provided us with 10 art prints of her Dead Store art. So 10 lucky players will be able to go home with that. Looking forward to it, and a little extra on the top. They are all signed by her, so this is a very nice one to have. Again, I'll be very jealous of the players who go home with this.
It was so tough to not keep them for us all, but of course we are the community. We are all here to share, and also like all the stuff we get from the people around us, surrounding us, that build this amazing community, which the sorcery community clearly is. So yeah, it's beautiful. Personally, I love this art. I wish it was a real card, but so here you have it. We have 10 lucky people.
Yeah. So, in addition, the top 8 will get vouchers for Premier Card grading. So actually here at the venue, Heiner from Premier Card Grading is here. So even if you are not a winner, you can ask him to get this exclusive Siege at the Core grade, and he's putting up an action on his website as well. And of course the champion will get to play around with 50 euros of card grading budget, which is already quite some. So yeah, you can get some cards graded.
Yeah, and so just to mention, it's premiergrading.eu. You also have the .com version, which is in America, so they are franchises of a big grading company. They provide top quality, and honestly, what I really like of them, they have multiple options to actually get the slab on your card. So you have the option. So normally the slabs, they are big, right, with the laser engraved thing, but there is an alternative version actually that is smaller, so you can still play with them. They are not that thick, so you can actually use them. For instance, if you like, you have a foil avatar, it's quite expensive, you can have the alternate version and you can still play with him. And so I thought that was a really nice extra, because the other ones are really to just store in your closet, which is also nice, of course. So that is a really nice extra. So check them out, premiergrading.eu. We're not done yet, also.
No, we have a lot of prizes. So there's that champion card that you mentioned, and we are back. So the champion card donated by the columniste in Turnout. Thanks a lot for that, by the way. It's actually yesterday was the first time that I held this card in my hand, and it's gorgeous with a foiling on it.
Yeah, it's quite rare because you have to be a champion to get it.
Of course.
And
I'm not a
unfortunately, this is one I miss in my collections. God damn it.
Maybe next time.
But yeah, we are here by choice because we love to do this and support the community. Well, a champion card, this will only go, of course, to the first one.
The champion will get the champion card.
Another first prize, but actually for the 4 first ones, we have and I talking about butchering names, actually, do you know?
I'm glad I don't have to say this.
Honestly,
I think it's called Vandrashek, but I'm not
Correct.
sure. They provided some bottles of wine for us. The white wine is a Riesling, I saw.
Yeah.
So if you're into a bit more of a sweet wine, that's probably the one for you. But this bottle that we're looking at right now is the red wine, and
the
apparently
first prize,
red
the
is
Pinot
the
Noir.
champion wine.
Yeah.
So there you go.
With the date of today. So amazing. Thank you for this. I heard for people that won in Oscar in Germany that the wine is actually very good. So a bit jealous also. Then we will have Art Prince by our own Vincent and Severin. I would say own, but it's Paris, so it's so they
Not
make
too
the
far
journey
away.
here.
It's not too far away.
And they will arrive also here in the early afternoon. They will be available all afternoon to sign cards, talk to them, interact with them. That's what they do and love to do also. I'm a big Vincent Pompetti fan, as you know. It's also the key visual that we have that you see here in the background, which, by the way, will also be auctions. The auction is open. It is also done by Mike from the art.
Yes. From Collector Art House.
Collector Art House, indeed. So it is currently online there, so you can go and bid. I think the current bid sits at €600, which is, I think, still quite
It's a
cheap.
steal. It's a steal.
For
I'm expecting it to go up a bit because it's a gorgeous piece of art, and there are a lot of details in there.
Yeah.
A lot of references to
Yeah.
existing cards already in the game, but also Vincent trusted me in telling that there are also some extra details for people who love his other work, his comic books and stuff like that, because there are a lot of references to some of his other pieces as well. So it's a very, very nice piece of art.
yeah. Then, of course, this could not happen without Curiosa, with the whole Sorcery team. So a big shout out and big thanks to our friends there, Eric, Simon, Chase, and the whole team with Jesse. We met them recently in Essen. They're super nice guys, and of course they support us. So in short, this will mean that a lot of players today will have the chance to get their hands on an alpha booster, which again I really would like to rip some open, because I started in beta. I don't know when you start.
I started playing after you, so I'm definitely in beta.
So yeah, alpha was not that easy to get by in Europe, or you have to pay the price.
Yeah.
I hope that people can still hear us, because for me
Not
at
sure.
least.
I guess
Okay.
we better just keep
Okay,
talking.
I don't know. Yeah, we're definitely back. So thanks to Curiosa for all the support to make this great game, to build the community, and to share these prizes with us. Ta-da!
This is the big one, the one that kicked it all off.
This is where it all started, actually. So we are Sorcerers at the core. My name is Nick. This is Lazo, but we have a third partner in crime, and his name is Christophe van Hamme. He is actually the owner of this building and Akia Gaming. He was the first distributor in Belgium and Europe. Actually, he was also one of the first to back the game on Kickstarter in the early days. Which means that he sold alpha boxes very cheap at MSRP price. But so this is how it started. Christophe came to us and he said, "Hey guys, I have something new. I bought the license and rights for the Ian Miller play art, because I love it. The River of Flame, we have it. We can do whatever we want with it, and I want to print a playmat." And we said, "Wow, that is so amazing. We should do something with this prize." And ta-da!
Here we are.
Here we are.
6 months later, we set up this event, and I think yeah, just you're gonna get to see a lot of this playmat during the day because it will actually be on the feature table, and the top 4 players will go home with one of these mats themselves.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a wonderful prize.
Also, they are for sale here today in Brussels. And if there are any leftovers, they will go online probably next week on the IKEAgaming.be webshop, where you will be able to buy them for a very good price.
I have to say, and the quality of this mat is very high.
The quality of this mat I have never seen. It's like really very nicely put, and it even has like a little life counter on the side. So well, I think it's gorgeous. I need only one, but I would like to have 15 of them. But I'll be generous and share.
Yes, yes. Well, I think it's probably the prettiest of the prizes that we have at the ready right now. But of course, maybe the most important prize is just being the champion of the core, because that also lands you a spot at next year's Siege at the Core event. So yeah, I think those are very nice prizes. Thanks a lot for everyone who provided these to us. Now, if you are at home and you're not playing for these prizes, we want to make this a fun show for you as well. So if some interesting stuff for you lined up, as I mentioned, we have some feature matches to commentate. 5 minutes before every feature match, we will go through the decks that will be playing there, and then we have some interesting stuff coming up as well in between these matches. So we have interviews, pre-recorded interviews with 3 people at the ready. So we have an interview with Vincent Pompetti, we have an interview with Pietro De Ciro, and I think this is a very interesting interview. Very happy that he sat down with us. Erik Olofsson from Erik's Curiosa, the founder and the owner of the company, took the time to sit down with us. Well, actually with Christophe as well, to have a little chat. So stay tuned. These interviews will be revealed and broadcasted throughout the day, and we will also put them live after the event on our YouTube channel. Next to that, we also have someone else here who will help us run this live stream. She's not in this room here, but she's a very popular and very familiar face to many sorcery fans, because Sophie from Cardboard Guide is actually on the floor right now, and she's taking a pulse at the atmosphere there, and she will be doing some quick post-game interviews here and there during the live stream. So thanks a lot, Sophie, already for your participation here. You will be seeing a lot of her today as well.
Oh. So, Lazo, I'm looking at the sorcerytcg.com play network, and unfortunately some people could not make it today. I heard there were some issues with planes being delayed, etc. So I'm still waiting a bit on the update, but so it seems that we are around 40 contestants, so we actually lose some people. I'm also waiting until they start the activity, so we can actually find the players that will be going on the live stream. But before we do that, I really want to give a big shout out to our main sponsor, which is IKEAgaming.be. Christophe, so he not only shared this amazing venue that I don't know if you saw the videos, but this place is huge. We have so much room. We have on the 3rd floor the main event, but on the 4th floor there is a social area with a lot of space. People can play games there. They can do side events. We have a shop with beta boosters, Arthur Legend boosters, all kinds of playmats, and yeah, a lot of things to do. We have amazing restaurants. We have catering from one of my favorite restaurants, so that I know that the food is good. And we have then of course our artists who will be joining us to interact with. There's also this stream on the 4th floor, so players can also watch it actively. So I think hope we can give them their money's worth, but I don't think that should be an issue. All right, so we are just waiting until the activity can start. But perhaps we can already talk about the deck distribution for this day.
Yeah, so of course we have the full deck lists of everyone participating here. And we asked them up right before the event, so yesterday, and we know which avatars um, will be played today. There are no big surprises there. Well, maybe one very big surprise.
Yeah, perhaps we can switch to the deck list overview. Thank you. And this is the distribution.
Yeah.
Is there something that perhaps you might notice?
Well, what stands out very much, and I'm not sure if everyone sees this very well on the stream, is that we have 18 sorcerers in the building. Well, we have more sorcerers in the building, but the avatar will be used, 18 times in this constructed tournament, which is good for 41.9% of the players going with sorcerers. And next to that, a new avatar. But one that we already knew was quite popular, quite powerful. Archimago is the runner-up as the most popular avatar in the game. 14% of players will be playing with it. But I think the biggest surprise here is that we see no avatars of air.
That is crazy. Honestly, I thought Archimago would be bigger, but no avatar of air is amazing. So I don't know if it's due to a lot of testing, because Avatar of Air is still so dominant. He also still won. So I was really a bit surprised by this. Also, you can guarantee I'm rooting for that one Templar that has the courage and guts to come here with the Templar deck. I'm stoked to see it for sure. But so the other noteworthy things are 3 battle mages. We have 2 dead speakers, 3 druids also. Very curious how they interact. But yeah, we all know Fury Road. It is the deck, the go-to deck, I think. It's aggressive, but I also see some counters. So this has been heavily tested against. So good luck to all the Fury Roads. I would expect some in the top 8, more or less. But yeah, very curious. I think Archimago has been very dominant also. Yeah. And I see some meta decks in between that will try to counter all of them actually.
Yeah, I have to say the glimpse that we had of the deck lists, they gave us a good impression of what to expect, and some people really, I think, went out of their way to create some interesting counters to these popular decks. Yep. So yeah, I'm very curious to see how far they get in the tournament.
If you can put the focus back on us, thank you. So I will have a look if the tournament has started. The seating is there. So let me quickly have a look who Christophe van Hamme, and the funny thing is that there are actually 2 Christophers in the building, and here we go. So he is playing against Joris on table, on the feature table. So let me quickly have a look to find the deck, and that is the one. And talking about, okay, and I have found it. So we can now switch back. Voila. So here we have our first deck list, and this one is of our own Christophe. We thought it's nice to put him literally in the spotlight. We put him on stream, and the deck is apparently called Legio in Equestis.
I'm glad you say this name.
Honestly, I only did 2 years of Latin. It was not my strong suit, but I know like IKEA Gaming, it's also a reference to this. But so, what do we see here? It is an Elementalist deck.
The only Elementalist deck, I
yeah.
think.
So this was no, I think there's another one.
Yeah, could be.
Yep. So there is the Elementalist was strongly tested against Archimago. I think that is probably the toughest matchup, but it should excel for the Fury Road. So I'm really looking forward to it. I see Rolling Borders, the Isolt, which thinks that is a combo deck, but actually it's a lot of big guys with the Giantesses. The Morgana is super strong. We have the Phalanxes here, which I think is strong aggressively. The Raiders, so I'm really looking forward how this will work with the Black Knights. So a lot of creatures here, which should be a good counter. So the feature table is Christophe van Hamme, and so it's table 20 that is going to go to the feature table, and his opponent is Joris. So if we have a look at Joris's deck, he is a sorcerer. I see trinkets here, I see Vile Imps, War Horses, the Dragonets, the Kobolds, so this is just go, go, go.
It seems like a very familiar recipe here.
Yeah.
He's going for that charge, he's going for that aggressive deck type. So it should be an interesting matchup immediately for the Elementalist, I think.
Yeah, so it is also with air, so you have a lot of also just go burn. But interesting to me is the vampires also for the life gain. And honestly, in my opinion, if you can trigger this once to really get an extra 4 life, this is so devastating, especially against other aggressive decks. For the rest, we see all the usual suspects, right? Fireballs, lightning bolts, the grapple shot, of course. I think one of the most dominant cards that was printed from the start. Infiltrate is back apparently, and we see also 2 whirling blades, which if not expected, can be very devastated. So the players are getting ready. We are looking forward to this, and so I think. What do you think? Do you have any preference?
Well, well, we know how aggro goes in the current meta, and as I said, I'm very, very curious to see how this Elementalist deck holds up against it. I know Christoph has been worried a bit about aggro decks in the meta currently.
No, he was like aggro decks couldn't care less. So let's see. Anyway, the round apparently has started, so we can switch over to our feature table, and there it is. And so you see that amazing playmat already.
There it is.
And so I also have to get ready. Voila. I see that the lives are at 22. So if they should of course be at 20, but I'm sure that they will notice this themselves. So we see on the top the Elementalist, so Christoph is on top, and then we have Joris on the bottom.
There we go, technical support. Putting Christoph at 24 life for that moment.
Yeah. Perhaps they made a deal. So honestly, I learned a lot about technical setups and stuff. So for instance, our playmat, to get that on our table in the correct angle, apparently it's not that easy. But I see all the 20 squares, and yeah, I'm just so happy that we are here and that we can get this first round started.
So there we go, out comes the Sorcerer. So now we're waiting.
Yeah.
I'm wondering who's on the play here.
Drew?
He's not joining us.
He's not joining us. But Drew, if you're watching, like really shout out to everybody in America. Like everything that we've been doing, we have been inspired by you, and I really can say, Drew, like with your March of the Mortals, when we saw it or when I saw it, it's like this is what we want to do, and so here we are today. This is our moment. But thanks to the support. Also, we have 4 judges from America who are or from across the world who are actively supporting us. So if we have a judge call ruling that we don't know, we can ask them and they will reply instantly. So I think that's amazing, that the dedication that people have. And some of our players also went to Sorcery Con, and we actually have one of the strongest players, or 2 of them, which are also here today. I hope you can see them on screen. But let's now switch to the game. I think they are now mulligan. And yeah, we did a little bit of casting, but normally we were always to see the cards in hand. Now it is a little bit different, so we will have to
see
be a bit.
Glimpse there of Joris's hand.
Yeah, and I see Christoph contemplating whether he actually mulligans a vampire.
So therefore mulligan for Joris.
I will do my very best to show some cards during the stream.
seems that Christoph will kick this one off.
Alright, the first land has entered.
So there's an impenetrable copse and your regular desert.
So the cops, it protects you from projectiles, so it's always good to have it on your avatar. You never know what's coming your way. And we see a very first giantess entering the battlefield.
Still sleeping though, but it would be funny if she actually got woken up by the opponent's cards. He plays the desert. There we go. We have town in play. Exceptional minions cost 1 less to cost on this site.
And of course, the giantess, we all know that it's one of the biggest beta cards. It's a big dude, 5 power, but she's sleeping. But there's so many ways to wake her up that you actually have to pretend as she is just awake, because that is normally what happens. Yeah. Alright. Okay, so they're taking the time, and we see the very first Black Knight, I think. That is the one. I think. And let me quickly show it also. So the Black Knight was casted very quickly. It is a 5/3 and it's quite strong. And there we see a beacon will generate extra mana.
And so he already gets this extra mana from the 2 minions on the enemy side nearby.
But here we see a Vile Imp in combination with the kobolds. The Vile Imp shoots 2 damage, and the kobolds at the end of the turn will shoot another 2 damage,
And
killing
goes
that
Knight.
Black Knight. Kobolds, a very strong card. When I first saw this, I thought, what is this? But it actually never does any damage, and unfortunately I have to fix this.
I remember the first time that I played Kobolds. It was at one of our limited events that we do every month here at the Kia Gaming, and I had to say I was a bit afraid of using this card because of the ability of hitting itself if there's nothing nearby to hit, or nothing adjacent to hit, I should say.
Okay.
The Giantess will attack now, 'cause she's woken up. She's woken up by the desert, and the Warhorse will trade for the kobolds, and that's 2 minions gone for Joris.
Yeah, so the Warhorse, it's a 2 power charge minion. For me, it is not the same as a Vile Imp, but it's so aggressive, and it can actually carry an ally, which can be manipulated in many ways. It can also pick up your avatar and push it in a certain way. Also against Bridge Troll, which says if you enter here alone, the Warhorse can actually carry something else, so nullifying the effect. I think Warhorse is very strong, of course, and you see it in all the red decks.
Yeah, it's a very popular card. I think probably one of the most popular ones that we see in Arthurian Legends.
So the Giantess has been awakened. She's on the move, and I see both players thinking hard. I hope they don't hurt themselves.
But is not sure what to do next. I'm not very clear on what's in his hand. What he's
It's
currently
also another
playing.
kobold. So the desert dealt 1 damage to the Dragonets, and then at the end of the
The
turn
kobolds will
he
take him
will
out.
shoot it down. But of course, if you place it next to a giant, then you're probably not long for this life anymore. On the other hand, it's also about damage, so curious how this will continue further. In the meantime, we're still optimizing a bit our technical setup, but I think everything is going well. So how it stands now, I would guess that Joris should be the more aggressive deck out of the two. With the Sorcerer, at the moment he's behind, but of course there is no coincidence why we have so many decks today playing the Sorcerer, because we all know the Sorcerer draws at a certain moment 2 cards a turn and it will just overtake you. The Giantess has decided to start hitting the avatar at the other side of the realm, which makes it a bit vertible, but it's of course a conscious decision of Christophe to go there. And so first blood of the tournament has been drawn.
Yeah, there we go. That's 5 damage. And another Black Knight.
I don't know if you got any games in with Fury Road or any of the more aggressive style decks. So in short, I would say Fury Road is the basis, like you have a lot of charge minions. Then I saw a counter reaction who built an even more aggressive deck in red. And then I think there is the control part, which is more like Archimago and that speaker. And I recently also saw that something is coming in between, like with Earth, a lot of big minions to try to control the aggressive decks, and on the other side have so much power against the control decks to potentially finish them off quite quickly. So I'm really curious which of these decks will continue. Another Black Knight has entered, and yeah, the pressure is on Christophe, but I'm just wondering, what if it stabilizes? What if the big threats are gone? If that happens, how can he stay put with drawing 2 cards a turn?
Comes a Siege Giant.
Siege Giants.
Grapple shot. Him into the Giantess. And then the Kobolds will move to strike. I'm not sure if this.
So the Siege Giant was played.
It was played this turn with a grapple shot, so it should be untapped.
Yeah, so 4 damage done to the Giantess, and then the Kobolds again at the end just kills it. The Siege Giant is far away. I don't know, actually it's just one side away. So Joris is saying I just want to control, I just will stop you and remove your threats. Honestly, they hit quite hard, so he really has to find a solution. But well played. Like 1, 2, 3, 4. How did he get to his 7 mana? Yeah, I cannot with the shimmer. I cannot see that side. I guess it's a tower.
I think it's a tower.
Okay. And so, of course, the Black Knight attacks, and he decides to sacrifice his Sea Giant, because otherwise he would just lose the Kobold. So now they just traded 1 for 1, which is, of course, okay in Sorcery. As in most card games, if you can get the upper hand by having more cards, so if you can trade 1 card for 2 of your opponents, you actually are doing a good deal. Of course, with the Sorcerer it's a bit different because it draws so many cards, so there you can decide to sacrifice a bit more.
Now, I do feel that Joris has sacrificed quite some minions so far, so I'm not sure how he's feeling about that.
Yeah, but I think if we look at the hand sizes, I still see one card in Christoph's hand, and yours I can't see, but also one
Also
card.
one, but he'll have the card advantage, of course, if it keeps going.
Yeah, and so I think Christoph just decided to just go all in, full out, put everything on the table, and hope. So he's also placing them on the same square, which was always in sorcery a bit.
That's a tricky one. I've been bitten so many times by that.
Yeah, I think it's like one of the first lessons you learn by playing. Like you build a nice stack, and then suddenly some major
Wow.
event happens, and you lose everything.
And especially now limited with the burning hands.
Ah,
Oh wow.
or like last week during the draft, which we also casted, we saw one of the most insane snowballs, taking 5 minions and an avatar,
was
dealing
fun.
6. That was fun. The funny thing was that the opponent also had a snowball in hand, but yeah, everything was cleared already, so I think his snowball was not that big. But you're right, there's a lot of interaction, or I would say in this environment with Chaos Twister around, always yeah, a bit tricky to put everything on the same side.
It's always a trap, yeah.
Okay, and I think the sorcerer is going to start doing its thing. I think he just drew his second card.
Now it comes a
And
vampire.
yeah. And so
for
this
that
is
life gain.
very consciously also. I think he just wants to trade it, wants to sack it and just gain for life and
Yeah.
trade. And he knows that he will just start overtaking the game.
And Christoph top decking now,
Yep.
which of course is the downside of not playing with a sorcerer.
Yes.
And he has a long think. We know Christoph is a long thinker when it comes to playing sorcery. Unfortunately today we don't have that much time in each round. We only have 50 minutes of play.
Well, you say only, actually that is more. Normally
It's enough.
it is
It
enough.
should be enough.
No, but I mean, like the general rules is 45 minutes for a round. When we play limited, that can be challenging.
Yeah.
With constructed, it's a little bit different because there's a lot of aggressive decks. But even here, it is not because you might think, oh, it's aggressive, it's easier, and of course it is true, it is a little bit easier. But in sorcery, there are always so many things to think about. There's also so many cards that can interact in a certain or different way. So if you really want to play perfectly and think of all the lines that are potentially there, then it's very normal that you need the time to come to the right conclusion and make the right play. And as any TCG player game, one play or one specific scenario can really make the difference between winning or losing. So that's why it's always, even if it's obvious what your play should be, it is just a good reflex to use the time that you have and just think it through.
Yeah. So Christoph doesn't seem very happy
No.
at the moment. He drew a side, he put it back because he wants his avatar to be able to tap, I guess. To
He's
move.
moving. And so he's attacking the kobolds, taking 2 damage, and then with the dragonets he will just kill it. Yeah. So this is what I really mean. Like, this is an option that I didn't see from the beginning, but take your time and use what you have on the board, which is a dragonite, and combine to get rid of that very annoying kobold. And then we have a, is that the castle?
That's a castle hound, yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe cast to any elite or unique site, and it dies if it leaves a summoning site, which is a very big downside. Of course, if you can use this haunt as a blocker, which will probably be the case here. You have a 4-power minion at the ready.
Yeah. And so it's very funny. I don't know if you had it, but when I was doing my first boosters open with our Arthurian Legend and I looked at this, I was like, wow, this is not an amazing card. This is not what I want because, and this is where I thought wrongly. I can only cast it on an elite or unique site, but of course you can actually cast it to any site that is yours. And if it's your opponent's site, you can actually also cast it on their elite or unique site. So that makes it a big difference. So I think primarily it is used aggressively to just we all play unique sides. So if on with a tower on turn 2 you get this on one of your sides and it starts bashing, that goes very quick and very difficult. But in this case, if you can play it defensively, it's a good blocker.
And I think, am I mistaken, is it a foil?
That one is a foil. So we see one of also Air's staple cards, the Hippogriff.
And Joris explaining that he actually casts it from his town so that it can be cast for 1 mana less. And then it'll shoot a Heat Ray for that 2 additional damage. Now he's just trying to put some tempo in it.
Yep.
Which would seem the right thing to do for him, since he has a very aggressive style deck.
Yeah, the scores speak for themselves, right? Christophe is at 9, so sorry people at home, so the top one is Christophe, but he's shown on the bottom left. So he's currently at 9 lives in the defending position. And Joris still sits at a very comfortable 19 lives.
So he's going to try to return that pressure.
Yeah.
See if he can actually turn the tables there a bit.
Also the Hound, so if I look and see correctly...
Ooh, that's a nice one to have.
That's
we have the Unicorn. Or as you might call it, the original Lugbo cat.
Indeed, I was just want to say, like, I now think in cat terms. Look at what you've done to us, Curiosa team.
Well, just the only thing you have to
cats.
know is 3 mana, 4 power, 2 threshold.
Indeed. It's been around for a long time in beta. It is one of the also the stable cards of Earth. And of course it will deal with the hippogriffs, but as we all know also the hippogriffs have airborne, so they can fly diagonally, so it can actually fly to area number 3 to start hitting there. And
Which probably is what will happen now. Oh, we
Yeah.
have a Philosopher's Stone coming out,
Yeah.
which is a bit late in the game, I think.
True. And I was going to say about the Hound, so because you can only cast it on unique or elite sites. If I look at your site, he doesn't have that. He does not control, and I think that's also the reason why Christophe decided to just put it on the table, because
defensively,
he,
yeah. So he's putting Christophe in a very rough spot there.
And now we see an
Will
infiltrate.
infiltrate the Dragonets.
Yeah. And I find it very funny because infiltrate it has come around full circle. It was one of the strongest cards in the beginning. We saw it everywhere, but then people really start to play anti the stealth, because if the minion loses stealth, you will also lose the control. So then it was so common that actually infiltrate was boarded out because it was just too dangerous. But now with Arthur Legends, with all the new cards and all the new sites, also with the deck list becoming bigger, I think infiltrate is back actually. And infiltrate, just to be able to steal a minion, that is just insanely strong. Also the fact that it is actually hidden, stealthed, it's a big added advantage. Only if you can use it once. Normally you will start doing this once your opponent is at death's door, and it doesn't matter. Or you just trade off with a minion of the opponent, and then that in itself is a 1 infiltrate for 2 of your opponent minions, which is very, very tough to deal with.
And I have to say, I recently had it happen that the infiltrate was used on a Merlin from my side,
Mhm.
which wasn't very fun because
Ouch.
now the opponent got to draw cards instead of me.
And did he get to draw the cards from your deck or from the opponent, from his deck?
That's actually a good question. We played it and he took it from his own deck.
No, of course, it's from his own deck.
No, I think that's a fine question to ask, but yeah, that really hurt. Fortunately enough, the player didn't have that many spells to play, so that
Yeah.
was good.
We see a phalanx hitting the board. What do you think about that card?
I've underestimated that card a lot in the past. It can only move forward, which is very annoying. But of course, once it's on the enemy's side, yeah, I mean, it can start hitting locally as well. So that's great.
Honestly, I think you only underestimate phalanx once because once
Yeah.
you play against it, you know how hard they hit.
I remember one draft, and I ended up playing so badly that draft because I let that one go, and that was like the only high power hitter that entire draft pool. And yeah, I mean, I've beaten myself up over it so many times. So at the meantime, there's another giant coming out.
So what we see here that Christophe understood, like, hey, this is a race. He's behind in cards, so he's just going full offensive, which is good. Yeah, so he's gaining speed. Joris is now at 12. And you see him already moving his avatar to a corner because I think he already starts to expect that a certain
He's in
moment he
defensive
will
mode
go.
now.
So I think he wants to be defensive on the opponent's side, so at least he can just go all in, go for it. But having a siege giant in that position, it's
That's tricky.
scary.
And looking at the hand of Joris, which we can see a bit over there, he has quite some strong spells to finish up the game.
So the funny thing is that I'm thinking that it's now Joris' turn and he has control over the Dragonets. But I think now, actually, the Dragonets, they shoot. And I
Yeah.
think they...
So
but he
actually,
can
they
choose
deal
the
damage and
direction.
they lose stealth.
Yeah, but I think he can just choose the direction, so it would not be smart to shoot at his own siege giant. So I think that should work. So let me quickly show the
It's
Dragonets.
a bit unfortunate that we have this glare on the which side is that? Can't even count it.
Yeah,
But I think that's still the unicorn over there.
yeah, that's a unicorn on a tower. And we can ask, perhaps we can adjust it a little bit.
Yeah, we'll try to tweak the stream throughout
Yeah.
the day to make sure that the viewing experience is as best as possible. There's a Vile Imp.
And it's not just a Vile Imp, that was a
That's
Frazetta
a
Alpha
real
Vile Imp.
Frazetta Imp. Wow. I mean, it's one of the most beautiful cards in the game, I think.
Yeah, really?
To be honest, I love this artwork. Yes.
Okay. And you have one?
I don't,
Alright.
unfortunately. Every time I see it, it's like, oh, I mean, sure, the new Vile Imp is also a nice card, but this one, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, all the Frazetta arts are amazing. They did an amazing job also. And that Sorcerer, the new one.
Yeah.
I don't have it here, but
It's crazy.
It's also
It's crazy
so
to
beautiful.
see it. Yeah.
Okay, so the hippogriffs have been killed. Yeah, that hound, that is painful, right? He doesn't
Yeah, now
do
it's
anything.
just sitting there.
And Christophe is on 3 lives. And if he knows, like if he goes to death's door, there are Vile Imps, there are kobolds. Okay, we already seen 2 kobolds. So there are a lot of cards that can just finish the job, and that
Yeah.
is also the whole idea of Joris' deck. So yeah, at a certain moment you can think what you want, you can play strategically the best, but if your card pool has been depleted, it is what it is. But we're still going.
Yeah.
It's still hitting for 5, so it's 7-3. The gap has closed a lot, and that's what I mean. Like, Christophe is a very good player.
He knows what to do.
At
That's for
Sorcerers
sure.
at the core, we also organize monthly events, so he won a few of them. So happy to see here that it's not completely one-sided.
So in Christophe's situation, what would you do? Would you move the avatar back now?
No, I think his prime focus is really to kill yours as quickly as possible. So if I can and could, I would really just take the risk because you know that eventually you will just not make it.
Right.
So I think just go literally head first into it. Try to hit as hard as you can.
And I think he's trying to.
Here we have that
Ooh.
whirling blades.
And so he played the Dragonettes for very cheap as well, by the way. Because he played them on the town, and he already had the Philostone out.
Yeah.
So that's a 1 mana drop.
Yeah.
And then that Whirling Blades.
Yeah, so the
So
whirling
that's
blades
door.
says an ally might take 2 steps and then strike each enemy along their path. So the dragon is 3 power minion. So the very first goal is just to put Christoph at death's door, which he did. And then I think the hound also takes another 3 damage, and then with the ping
the dragon,
he
yeah.
wants to kill it, but actually the ping goes on the elementalist, I think. But the elementalist is at death's door, so it's immune to damage. So here we
This
actually
turn,
need a judge
fortunately, yeah.
because that I don't know, but I think it still lives.
But then it's very unfortunate to have that phalanx there.
Yeah, but I
'Cause it
expect
cannot
the
move back.
elementalist will move. But I think Christoph is at death's door, so it now depends just on the cards in Yori's hands. The deck was built just to kill you, so I expect that we have just 1 round or 1 turn.
Have you ever
left.
experienced decks that weren't created to kill you?
True, true, but I hope you understand my meaning.
I
That
know
some
what you
people
mean,
want
yeah.
to
That's
squeeze
a
you
funny way to
and
put it.
just torture you as long as
Yeah.
possible.
I mean, this it really shows the effectiveness of these aggressive type decks.
Mm.
It's and credit of course to Joris as well, because he played it very well.
Yeah.
I should say.
Yeah, everything was played correctly. It's really like you really start pushing as quickly as possible, and you keep on pushing,
Yeah.
drawing more cards until actually what we has seen here, right? I think the game would have been completely different if Joris would have had a unique or an elite side,
Yeah.
because then the hunt. Can you imagine? So it's now at 7, but that is an extra 4 power minion for how many turns? 3, 4, 5. So meaning Joris would have had to deal with this, and the board state would be really different. But that is part of the game. It's also perhaps a conscious choice of Joris to really just play. But I cannot imagine that he does not have any unique or elite side in his deck. We probably can check the deck list. But that is how it comes out.
Actually, just pulling it up, he really doesn't have a lot. He has a Valley of the Light in there.
Okay,
Um,
and that's it.
I think that's it. Yeah. Oh, the Pillar of Ceres. That's a unique.
Yeah.
Mirror Realm,
All right.
and that will be. Oh no, also a Joyous Guard.
Okay, so he has.
He has
some,
a few.
so
He just didn't pull them, which in this case is very fortunate for him, I guess. So let's see. I think it's still Christopher's turn. Having a good long think. Can I get out of this situation?
So perhaps.
Still applying pressure.
Perhaps because we didn't mention it in the beginning, but of course a very important card from Arthur Legends is this town, which says except their minions cost 1 less to cast, and that's why you saw second turn that giantess popping up, not
Yeah.
2 mana, but with the discount. And there we have it. I don't know. Can't
I think
see.
it just didn't have any blockers up there.
Yeah. So
Which is very
the
unfortunate.
game has ended.
Yes.
Thank you both players for this first match. I think this shows also the level that we have here today. These were 2 good players with decks that definitely they tested and no. So stream can go back to us. Well, here we
we are.
Voila, this is what we were setting out to do. Have some sorcery games. So, what do you think of this
It
first
was
round?
a very, very nice first game, I have to say. To be honest, I'm a bit surprised. I thought the Elementalist would deal well with the aggressive deck style of Joris. But yeah, there you go. You just have to draw the right cards at the right time. I think also, as mentioned, Joris is very fortunate not to have played one of his unique sites, or the Castle Hound would have been another big threat he had to deal with. But other than that, I think he played everything well. He did all the right moves.
For sure.
He knew when to sacrifice his minions at the right time, and still keep applying this pressure. And of course, having that card draw with the sorcerer really helped him out there.
For sure. And I also want to say, like, all the decks that we have today, they're all strong decks. And
For sure.
sometimes I hear somebody say, like, oh, Fiorot tested, no chance. But that means that I have certain cards or situations in my deck that counter that very efficiently.
Yeah.
But of course, these are cards. They are shuffled 50 cards. If you do not draw them, yeah, then I mean the other deck, a Fiorot deck, it is a powerful deck and it will just overrun you if you cannot deal it. So, and that is also what I like in sorcery, like. And that is actually also what Curiosa said with going to the 50-30 rules. They don't want to have like only 3 tier A deck lists and that dominate everything, but there is enough variance so we can actually have good games like we just saw. So, what do you think, Lasse? I think we can have a quick chat with Joris, who won the match.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe if I'm not sure if Sophie's already in her interview corner, which we set up for these post-game interviews. If you can switch over to that, then that would be perfect.
The first time, so we have some mic issues.
We're not hearing Sophie.
But if people hear us, then we should mimic them. Like, hey, Joris, how was it?
Oh, it was good. It was a very nice deck. Didn't expect to win this one, but I did. It's a very fun game. I wouldn't
Oh,
pretend
that's
to
a
know
very
what you're
good
saying.
analysis, Joris. But so, and here we are.
There
again.
we are. Here we go.
It's
again.
our first time, guys. Technical setup, everything was tested thoroughly. We were here very late, actually, to do all of this. So give us a moment. Stay with us. We'll sort this out. Anyway, Lazo, I should have a look at the schedule because this was quite a quick match. So we do have a lot of time. So for the people at home, players have 50 minutes for a round, which is quite a lot. But then, of course, some decks will go into overtime.
Yeah.
So we would expect 5 to 10 minutes there. So actually, we are looking at 60-minute rounds. We also need a little bit to have a short break and decide for the next features table. So I would say around is around 60
Is the
to
sound
70
working
minutes.
now? Sound
But
on?
we have other content.
We are
ready.
just going to check if the sound.
The first
Is it on right
interview,
now?
I don't know if we will have time
Maybe,
right now
maybe not.
after the interview with Sophie.
We'll see.
But what would that first one be?
Otherwise, we'll just
So
hang out
the
for a
first
bit
I
and just
think
wait
we're
for the
switching
sound
back
check.
to Sophie.
The sound is working now. Okay, let's do it from the top. Now we've practiced. We're going to do the real round. Perfect. So I was just asking what your name was and what avatar and the deck that you've been playing in the feature match that people just watched.
So, I'm Joris Sils. I've been playing the Sorcerer. Just won the first match with a very new deck, actually. So, I've been playing the Curiosa favorite aggro deck, or like a variation of it. Basically, I've been playing that deck for the past 2 months, and it didn't really work for me. Or it did work until last week, and then I started to see some gaps, which was, there are a lot of minions in the deck, but they're not very strong. So when my opponent would play something like a power 4 or power 5 minion, I didn't have any solutions. And that was a big problem for me. So me and my good friend Jens over there sat together this week, actually on Thursday evening, and then we saw out to look for solutions. and we came to an air fire deck, which has also some charge minions, grapple shot, which does strike damage, and then you can do again. So it turned out to be much more aggressive than anticipated. And now I do have the solutions for the big minions, as you saw back there. That turn 2 or 3 giantess had me sweating. So, but yeah, I found the solution, and well, it turned out to be a good match. But Christoph is a worthy opponent, and I loved playing against him.
So just a bit about your where you're from and what store are you playing in, and is there any regular activity in the store?
So I'm from Nijlle, Belgium, which is around 45 minutes from here. I actually always play once a month here at Aquila, so me and Christoph know each other very well. But I haven't actually won not a single time from him, so this is the very first time. So good timing, great first start. But yeah, we're here once a month. We do the draft at Aquila Gaming, and yeah, that's where I get my experience from. So yeah, I'm actually a very new player as well. So I started playing in January. I found the love for card games from my associate Jente, and yeah, we went to a local game store in our area, and that's where they recommended the pre-con decks, and that's how yeah, I got into the rabbit hole of the of sorcery.
So just the last question, what is your favorite card in your deck? The favorite one.
The favorite card, I would say the hippogriffs right now, because they are very versatile, have the charge and airborne, and that's what made a huge difference in the deck. Again, today they saved my butt, so yeah, that's probably my favorite card.
Again, thank you so much for the interview, and best of luck for the rest of today. And we will return a bit later to the live stream. Bye, guys.
Well, that's new.
Cool.
Thank you so much.
Look at that map.
Hello everyone, I am joined here by Pietro De Ciro, and I do sincerely hope that I'm pronouncing that name correctly.
Almost correctly.
Almost. Okay, what's the right
It has
pronunciation?
The zero. It has the accent at the end of it.
Zero. All right.
Yes.
Cool. So you're one of the altar artists for Sorcery Contested Realm. You've also been very kind to provide us with 4 amazing prizes for the Siege at the Core. You've been kind of making a name for yourself in the community as well. Your Dead Speaker set was also featured on Collector Art House with Mike. So how are you experiencing your rise to fame here a bit?
The rise to fame, that's a bit of a stretch, but it's going great. I've been having a lot of feedback. You know, especially I use mainly Instagram, but then I do have to. There's a lot of communities mainly active on Discord and Facebook, so you kind of have to double into that as well. But yeah, I've been chatting a lot with people, and I've been having some, let's say, regular fans that keep coming back, and we chat. And actually, with a lot of them, I will be meeting in at the core, so that's gonna be nice, to put in faces to people instead of just a random tag name with no pictures of faces. But yeah, it's going great. People appreciate my work, and so that's always rewarding.
Yeah. It's I have to say I'm a big fan of your work as well. It really stands out. Maybe let's just take a step back first, because I imagine sorcery is more of a hobby to you. So tell us a bit more about yourself. Who are you? Where are you from? And what do you do in your daily life?
So I'm from Florence. I was born just around, not in Florence, but in a city nearby. But I grew up here. I've been doing so many things. So first of all, I'm a visual artist. I have a practice of work which is very different from what I do for sorcery work for altars. My work is mainly like more abstract, and I do sculpture. I do also some videos. but that goes for exhibition stuff like that. But then I always had sketchbook with monster and stupid whatever was coming to mind. I don't know what is it, some sort of just sketching around. So having sorcery was a way to kind of channel that into some more in-depth project. And then also I do run a gallery in Florence, a contemporary gallery. It's a family business. We opened it a few years back. So I've been doing many things. I also did dabble a little bit with video games. I was developing a video game with some friends. So I was doing like 3D modeling, stuff like that. Then that kind of went sideways.
So you're a professional artist. That's kind
Yes,
of, and it goes very broadly. A man of many talents.
You have to do a little bit of everything. In Italy, it's very difficult to earn a living with that. So you always need to have some side things. So sometimes I teach in American school, not right now, but last year the whole year was teaching drawing in an American school. In Florence, there's a lot of them. And then, you have to do some graphic design, stuff like that, just to kind of get by, because, earning a living by selling a canvas, a picture, it's especially, well, right now in the world, but also in Italy, the art market is kind of taking a dump. But then I see sorcery, what's happening in sorcery, and it's just very beautiful, because everything, like in the art world, it's kind of going down a lot market-wise. But then you see this community of people that comes together for a game and then elevate the art. And that's just beautiful.
I think that's kind of what sets sorcery apart. It really
does.
It elevates the artwork, as you say, and it's the first time that I noticed a game receiving so much praise for the artwork itself, and the artists actually getting like the credit that they deserve for it.
It's like usually like this with games, the art is it's serving the purpose of the game. Is not really at a certain point, and so there's never really the right value to it. And then there is going through digital ages, there is this kind of going down of quality, or of quality is not probably the right word, but there is a flatness of it, right? Everything needs to fit a certain standard, a certain quality, a certain style. And but then you see sorcery, the art direction of it, and it's just wild. You have everything, like you have some more watercolory painting, then you have more hyper realistic, then you have what's her name, the new one, I don't remember the name.
I'm not sure what the name is.
Let me pull it out. and she's just why, like, if you would think about designing a game, that's not the type of artwork that you would think about to start. And the fact that that exists in sorcery, it's just amazing to me. It's very wild. There is a little bit of something for everyone, I feel.
So coming back then to your own style, and of course you're praising all of the artists in sorcery for being able to express that style themselves. You have a very distinct style in all of your artworks as well, I have to say. So how did you land upon it? Are there any influences that you have to mention there, or is it just your mind works this way that you say this suits this game best, or how does it work for you?
I don't know. It's developing a style. It's a process. It's a process that takes years, and I'm always trying new things, because that's the way you by experimentation you develop and you find your own. But artists are like sponges. We absorb everything around us, and we do have kind of a wardrobe of images in our brain, and then you kind of take from that. I have a very wild and vivid imagination, so it's just fun for me to create and imagine weird scene.
Right.
And yeah, so like the development of my style, I think it comes from what I started study at the beginning, because like I'm like my main medium was always printmaking. So there's a lot of like mark making, a lot of development of the image through sign and not through painting. Painting, it came of course afterwards, because you needed sometimes to add color afterwards. But probably it like through drawing, through like doing a lot of marks and creating three-dimensionality through that's probably was a very influential part for developing my own style.
Yeah. Of all the cards that you've done for sorcery so far, do you have any particular favorites yourself?
Well, I have two over here that are going probably next week to Mike. It's a Arthurian Legend card. That's the two courts. And then I recently did also the Druid with, Townie and the bear and the sleeping. That was quite fun to do.
Yeah, I just, as a concept, that card is amazing. So doing an altar for it, I can imagine is
really
also very cool.
Avatar.
Yeah. Actually, it's probably my favorite from the new set so far. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that as well.
Yeah, I've been playing a little bit with Druid as well. Recently with Witch, so I have two tournaments, one today and one on Sunday. So, but I will probably bring in the Witch, I think.
You're an avid player, I take it. How is the sorcery community where you live?
I have to say I'm very lucky because I'm in Tuscany. It's the biggest community in Italy. We have two stores. They're not in Florence, but they're nearby. So I like tonight I'm going to Sesto. It's what, 20 minutes by train. Then of course it's night, so I have to come back, by bike. But it's quite close. And the other one is in Pratos. It's just a tiny bit further away, but it's very active community. So you can always find someone to play. And I think this Sunday at Maze we're gonna be. It's a big event, so people. They're coming from all Italy. We're gonna be something about 30, 35, something like that. Which for us it's huge.
So the sorcery sets are very thematic. Like now with Arthurian Legends, there are many creative ideas for the future. Which theme would you love to see a set about?
So there was like quite early on like rumors for like a Roman kind of Roman Empire set that would be really cool, because that's something that you never see in games, in card games. But then of course like the theme of like Cthulhu, Lovecraftian. It's I like to draw sea creatures, so for me that's just interesting to see.
Amazing.
Yeah, that would be amazing to see. And so yeah, these two, it would be really interesting to see.
Maybe just one final question to wrap things up. You've created these 4 amazing cores, and the idea is that the top 4 of the finalists in the event will get to choose one of those cores. So if you had to choose one of those 4, which one are you going for?
I guess the fire one. There will be.
Yeah,
but water was the second choice.
Thank you so much for taking the time to sitting down with me. Of course, this was pre-recorded, but I'm looking forward to seeing you at the siege itself and sitting down with you and playing a game of sorcery. I'll go Druid, you go Witch. We'll see what comes out on top.
We'll see. I'm actually that speaker player, so it's gonna be well enough into Arthurian Legend for me to bring that's a new death speaker, because I actually built one already, but I didn't have enough time to play around with it. But it's there's so much combo potential right now. I can instantly draw my whole deck and decide when to stop, which is
Okay.
really cool.
It sounds a bit broken, but okay.
Well, you have to manage to do it. It's not like insta, like you need a lot of cards,
Right.
but there is actually like multiple option to do that. And so with like kind of same cards, so you're gonna draw them eventually. And if they let you go through that stage, then it's gonna be a problem, of course.
All right. Good. Looking forward to seeing it in action then. Right.
Yeah.
Pedro, thank you so much for your time, and
Well, thank you.
see you at the siege.
Wow,
So-
that was
There we are.
amazing.
Yeah, it's a very, very fun interview with Pietro, who, of course, is one of the artists who is here at the moment live at the Siege at the Core. We have a couple of minutes left before we kick off the next round. Maybe it's a good moment to introduce the very first sorcery puzzle. So as I mentioned at the start of the stream, one of our community members, Johan or Il Picour, I'm not sure how to pronounce his username on Discord.
Still not after a year.
Still not after a year. He's actually one of our German friends who couldn't be here today, unfortunately, but he took the time and made a big effort to create some interesting sorcery puzzles. So these puzzles, they are board situations with a little bit of an explanation next to it. And then it's up to you to figure out, okay, how do I get out of this situation? How does red win? How does blue win? So this is a very fun concept. If you're interested in these results, or if you want to see the bigger image of the puzzle itself, you can see those in our Discord chat. We have the puzzles also there. So join our Discord. I think I also included a QR code if you haven't joined up yet on the puzzle side. So
Yeah,
let's
and
have a look at the puzzle then.
Also, you can also go to the sorcerersatthecore.com website where you find the link to our Discord. There is a specific channel called Puzzles. You cannot miss it. All the puzzles that you will see on stream today will be there. And of course, you can it's spoiler proof, so you can just add your own solution and then check with others to see if you find it. Most of them are real life situations, so I love puzzles. I really think they're awesome.
I do so as well.
So you can always go there. That's it. Round one completed.
Good. Let's see this first puzzle. I will see you back in, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I
5
think round
minutes, I
start
think.
like in 10 minutes.
Yeah,
I
okay.
think we'll start
We'll
again.
add a countdown
See you in a
timer.
moment.
So see you then.
And we're back.
Yes. So after that first round, I'm looking forward to seeing what we have coming up here for the second round. We have our new feature table. Well, they're setting up at the feature table right now, but we already know who the players will be. So, Nick, can you show us the decks maybe?
Sure.
If we can get the screen switched to the deck lists, that would be great.
So this one is called BM
BM.
Constructed. And actually, this is one of the community members who has been with us from the very start, Christophe, also Christophe, the other Christophe. Yeah, so the feature table is number 1. Sorry, so Christophe, BM Constructed, and so basically this is a Geomancer, sorry, this is the Battle Mage deck. Sorry, I was confused. So this is Max's deck. It's a Battle Mage deck with including water. So I see an Atlantean Fate, and this is one that has become more famous, I think, with SorceryCon. He won that side event where we see spells like Shrink to the big creatures become small, hit, draw, etc. With the cats, with the blue knights, the bats, and it just to go as quickly as possible. Of course, as we all know, the artifacts are important, especially like the Screaming Skull, to really eat all tokens and whatever and go super quickly. Ring of Morgan is, I think, something you need to have a good excuse to not put it in any deck.
Yeah, it's almost not right now.
So that is a Battle Mage on the one side played by Max, and then on the other hand, a very fun deck. It's not fun. I mean, what's in it is
I
definitely
think we
not
have a
fun.
debut very much.
Indeed. Because our good friend Christophe, so this is the other Christophe Rietvelde, he built a 60-40 deck.
Yeah.
To my big surprise.
So we know that Alex Curiosa wants to expand deck sizes, which are now 50 spellbook cards and 30 Atlas cards. But they want to even increase that to 60-40. And Christophe van Rietvelde, he is actually the first player to debut this on the stream in a tournament setting. So this is awesome to see.
Honestly, this deck, so we have kept Kettletop, Leprechauns, and Let's to draw the lands, but then you have so many hard-hitting minions. You have the Phalanxes, you have the Butchers, you have the 4 Amazon Warriors, but then we go to 3 Wyverns, 3 Fomorians, to Titans, to Conquering Wars, and a midline army. And this all supported with Mixed Terras and the new 4 Waters of Paradise, which actually gives you 4 mana, which is quite amazing. So I'm really curious if it works, because minion removal is minion removal, so it doesn't matter how big they are apart from the Midnight Army.
Yeah.
But so yeah, very curious how Battle Mage deal with it. But of course, as said, with things like Shrink, etc., I'm really curious.
Yeah, I have to say, of course, the large deck size is a very exciting one to see. But I mean, I'm a bit scared looking at these minions. It's pretty scary to see these heavy hitters. Of course, if you have like a dead dealer against you or something like that, then well,
yeah,
I'd be crying a little bit. But we see, of course, he's playing a Geomancer. He has quite a lot of options in his deck to get that mana gain in there. So yeah, I'm very interested to see how this will play out, especially against a Battle Mage. Of course, as a Battle Mage, you have a lot of hitting power yourself. But yeah, I mean, even as a Battle Mage with 3 attacking power, it's yeah, not that easy to deal with something like a Conqueror Worm, Titan, stuff like that.
Indeed. So yeah, I'm ready. So I see that the players are getting ready. We had this small issue where the players were reversed, so I do not know if that was solved. So I get the message that has been solved, so we can start transitioning over to the game boards.
Our beautiful River of Flame playmat, I'd say.
Again, it's powered by IKEA Gaming. It was his idea that we have it, and it will be available in the shop as of next week.
Yeah, indeed. Look at that. I love the sweater that Max is wearing there. It's very Christmassy.
Ooh.
So I love that vibe. We're setting up. We're still shuffling the decks.
But is that a fox or
I
is that
think
a
it's
bull?
a fox. I think it's a fox.
Okay. So is that is playing with water? Can we expect a fox in the deck?
Will there be a slime fox? Well, we can actually check. We know this because we have the deck lists right
true.
in front of us. I'm not spotting any foxes. I do see
Boo.
some cats though.
Boo.
There is a big thing of cats and dogs. I'm not sure what the story is with cats and foxes, unfortunately.
Okay. I'm also getting ready, Lazo, and I'm really excited to see this matchup. But why wait? So the fox.
Sly fox.
Honestly, the first time I had this minion against me during the very first draft at Spiel, this thing dealt 8 damage to me.
It's a scary thing.
But it's like then you know why things are in. Okay, they say that I have to change my headset, so I'll do that in a moment. But I'll finish my thought. So the fox, if you can equip it with, for instance, a sword and it hits for 3 everywhere, then it's not that funny. But of course, we have to learn to appreciate cards like Burning Hands because now we understand the necessity to be able to deal with this kind of threats. So
yeah, for sure.
getting ready.
Because removing a fox from the game is very hard, of course. Foxes, every end of the turn, they regain stealth, meaning, of course, that they can't be targeted by stuff like missiles. You can't attack them. And they get to perform unblocked attacks the next turn that they actually choose to swing for a sight, for example. So this can be very annoying damage. It can be like just a little ping damage that one power. It's not a lot, and I have to say I fell into the same trap the first time. I think I actually had it in my box in Essen when we did like the full box Arthurian Legends sealed event. And I was just like, a 1 power minion, I'll just put that away. I'm not playing with that stuff. But of course, there are no deserts to clear out that stuff in Arthurian Legends. So actually, it's a very, very good one to play.
Sorry that we just go on a rant about this fox, but literally last week, so at Sorcerers at the Core, we do a weekly draft on Tuesday online. Come hang with us, or if you want to draft with us. It's a lot of fun. But I had an opponent who actually drafted 6 of these things.
6 foxes.
Yeah, and I drew a screenshot because I kid you not, on turn 2, there were 3 foxes on the battlefield.
No way.
Yeah. And I had 1 card in my whole deck that could deal with it, which was a snowball, and I actually drew it, and I was very lucky to actually win the game because I did the calculation. Yes, they are small, but they're so fast.
Yeah.
And the issue with stealth is you cannot block it, so it is unblockable damage, and normally it's okay because the stealth goes away, but with the foxes it just comes back. So basically you cannot target it and you cannot block it.
That's a very scary thing to see. And of course, top decking that snowball, that really helps. But yeah, it's very hard to remove these little critters. It's very hard.
You have a favorite card, Lazo?
Oof, that's a very good question.
Like of Arthurian Legends, just
in Arthurian Legends?
Yeah.
Oof, that's even a harder question.
Or any, it's okay.
Well, I think the ring is very fun. Actually, I'm just gonna go with Druid as an avatar.
Okay.
I really love the playstyle that comes with it, and like the variations. You have like you start off casting Townie every time you play a site, which of course also is a spellcaster. That's also very handy. And then if you say, okay, now I want to flip the table, you just literally flip over the card, bring out a big mean bear called Bruin, and every step someone takes around you nearby, you just ping that damage through that. So
and that damage is quite annoying, but as we all know, with any druid deck, in combination with the Drums of Doom, which makes everything have lethal, that is like, if
it's
you cannot
painful.
solve it,
Yes.
my god, I played against it a
Definitely.
few times, it is just obnoxious. So let me show that, and I hope we have 3 druids, I think, today.
We have a few, yeah.
So
indeed.
I hope to see and catch one on stream. So that is the Drums of Drums of Doom, damage dealt to minions nearby is lethal. So if that druid positions itself somewhere in the middle, all 9 are dangerous to enter. But the game has started, so Lazlo, take it away.
All right, so we already have 2 sides on the board. We see going with a very traditional start for a Earth-based deck with the Simple Village, or I'm not sure which particular
One
variation
of the villages.
it is.
But Christophe decided...
Not to play...
Yeah, but you don't see it, but so he actually cast a Mix Terra, which is currently not on stream visible. So perhaps we can ask somebody to put it visibly on the avatar.
And there we have one of the knights. I'm blanking on which one it is specifically. It's the Blue Knight, which of course has a lance token. And the first time that we see a lance in play, I think, today.
Mm.
So it's a very fun mechanic that they added in the Arthurian Legends set. Of course, the first attack with a lance gives you first strike, deals 1 extra damage, and then the lance breaks and is removed from the game.
Yeah, the lance is a key mechanic out of Arthurian Legends. It fits the team completely. First I was skeptical, but actually it's well balanced, I would say.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay, so we have...
So I'm wondering why there is a card flipped on the board right now.
That is a good question.
Oh, it's a rubble. I see. Because of the Geomancer's ability.
Of course, yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. And there, the Battle Mage going for a more slow approach. First building to the side. It's also interesting to see Maxi put out a, I think that's a floodplain, allowing him to flood, of course, an adjacent side. But for Christophe, actually, sort of a start that you would like to see, bringing out that Leprechaun, giving him even more mana gain very early in the game, which he will need for those very big creatures that he's building up towards.
But the game plan is simple, right? Build up your mana as quickly as possible, and that just dump the biggest thing on the board. And because you have to realize, of course, this is tested against Sorcerer. The big thing really has to compensate for the drawing of the cards. Of course, against the Battle Mage, it is different. Just out of a gut feeling, I'm just a bit scared for the Battle Mage, although I know it has solutions. So yeah. And of course, the Battle Mage, it has its own ability. So if he's able to actually kill minions...
Ooh, out comes the Wyvern.
Wow. And
Very
this is
quick in
turn
this
3?
game. So that Mixed Terra goes out of the game. He sacks it to put some very high pressure very early on in this game.
So, Wyvern is not something you see that early normally. It is there, and that is exactly what is meant to happen. Like, put the pressure, hit fast and hit hard. So, I don't know if a sweater, although very nice, is a good answer to
It's
this.
not distracting enough, I think. He needs some more shouty Christmas sweater, maybe, to distract the player against him.
I don't know how fast you can go from sweater to sweating. I don't know. Anyway, the Wyvern is there, the duck is doing his thing, but of course a mix was sacrificed. So 2 cards to put the thing in play. And you see now, like with the Falconer, Falconer is an amazing card. It's 2 mana for normally 3 power, because the bats, as you see them, are there. But there are also 2 blockers. So if the idea is to cast huge and go fast, but you have a lot of small things to block, the effect is a bit nullified. Of course, the big dudes keep on being big dudes, but yeah. So, no, I'm curious. Honestly, I have no I don't know how this will go. Normally I have a feeling like, yeah, but this is new to me, so I like it. That's what we're set to do. Well, so I think we have the rebel has been replaced.
So just to reiterate, to put the Wyvern on the board, the Mixed Terra, which of course is in the hand of the Sorcerer, which wasn't in the view previously, is in the graveyard right now. So he won't be able to play with it anymore. Unless he has a way of pulling it again out of the graveyard, which would be crazy. There's a lot of discussion going on. Out comes another site.
So
Stuff.
for people perhaps new to the game, the Geomancer is actually a very fast avatar. So what it does, it plays, like Christoph is doing right now, a rebel on board. You may do this when you cast one of your Earth sites. There's a lot of Earth in the deck. And that is also why he is not casting his sites next to his avatar, because you may only place that rebel next to your avatar. So if you play the Geomancer correctly, that means you start the game with 3 sites. If you play that correctly, like Christoph is doing, it means that you place 3 rebels, which means that with your opening hand, you can just go easily in the first 6 turns to 6 mana without having to draw any sites. Of course, when you play the leprechauns, where you draw even more sites, or the surveyors, you don't need to draw any sites. You just can draw spell, 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 and that is also a little bit the compensation towards Sorcerer. So sorry that I make a lot of references to Sorcerers, but I truly believe that the Sorcerer, it is also the game Sorcery, so it makes complete sense that the base avatar is the Sorcerer, but that is the one to beat. The drawing of the 2 cards a turn has to be compensated in some way or form.
Yeah. So the Wyvern will attack. I think the Wyvern is attacking the Blue Knight, but it was blocked by the Highland Falconer.
Okay, so yeah, sacrificing. So he could actually have chosen to multi-block, I think.
I think so, yeah.
But so
if the Wyvern actually attacked the Blue Knight, if he blocked with the bats and the Falconer, this big threat would be out of the game.
And so
we do have a polymorph here, which means the Wyvern is now turned into a 0 power frog, which is very fortunate. And then we have the Leprechaun removed by the Blue Knight, and it allows, of course, Christoph to draw a site.
But on the other hand, of course, so here we see why the double block didn't happen, because he knew that he wanted to transform it into a frog token. Not only, because also the frog token, if you kill it with your Battle Mage, he is able to draw a card.
Yeah.
And that is, of course, how the Battle Mage gains its advantage.
I have to say, compared to the previous game, which went pretty fast because of the aggressive style of deck, this game is a bit more moderately paced. So if you're new to Sorcery, you might think, hey, no one else has taken damage yet. But this is very fine. You see a lot of creatures on the board as well, so...
So funny. So I get a question like, "Hey, is this normal that the life totals are still so high?" So it would perhaps seem that it is just balancing out, but I can guarantee you they are balancing. So they are just pushing and pulling, removing one and trading, until one player will get the how do you say this, he will be ahead, and then the damage will start trickling in, and then it will go actually very fast, I think. All right, I still let Christoph has so many cards still in hand.
There's a lot of contemplation going on here.
Mm-hmm.
I do have to say, we didn't say anything about the Briar Patch, which was placed there with Christophe. It's not an ideal placement. That's of course one of the downsides of playing an avatar like the Geomancer, which lets you basically top deck that site. So maybe that's a site you would have wanted to play a bit more forward in the game.
True, but it's also just an extra, right? And remember, if you have to play 40 sites,
Yeah.
then you need to be able to also fill them with something.
Ooh, out comes a cat also.
Oh.
By the way,
Yeah.
which I hadn't noticed earlier.
Yeah, honestly, I'm getting a bit concerned with the amount of cards that Christophe has in hand, and unless I miss it, I don't think he played anything. So of course, he really needs to start advancing on the boards, and so he put the land surveyor to again go and fetch a land, but I think he has more than enough.
I think it's also sort of the downside with his big hitters. They are all very high mana cost, and he does not have that cost covered yet because he has 6 sites now, which should be allowing him to play quite some minions. But if you have a big deck and you draw all of those very large, very expensive cards, then you have to wait until you get up to that 7, maybe even 8 mana point. And that's probably also the downside of such a large deck size, is the consistency isn't always there.
True. And I was also a little bit surprised that the land surveyor was placed there, because now the battle mage was also able to kill it and again draw a card.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's beginning to see quite one-sided. Is there any removal, like big removal, in Christophe's deck?
So let's have a look. Now he does have a Valor in the deck, which he might be able to pull out. He also has some healing there, but I don't see a lot of removal. He does have Buries and Cave-ins.
So apparently
we are already at that door. So that's kind of to the point of what we said earlier. It can take a long while before that first blow hits, and then players get to dealing damage quite quickly. So all Max would need right now is to hit that final point of damage. And I see Christophe explaining, I think, the issues that he's having right now.
Yeah. I think he really had an unfortunate draw because he had so much in hand.
Yeah.
So I think truly he just
he had his heavy hitters.
all,
I'm pretty sure he had his heavy hitters there, and he just couldn't play them yet. And now, of course, he is on the defensive, so he will not be wanting to place sites. He wants to move away from the threats. So this will delay him one more time to get those heavy hitters out there.
Okay, yeah, unfortunately, like even Christophe is surrounded with minions, so even if we could start playing cards, I think I don't think there's any way out of this one. So, and we see Max already feeling
ready.
it. I think yeah, you
He's
see
ready
it
to
like,
finish this
come
one up.
on.
I think
do
so,
this.
yeah.
Okay, so the shirt, it did its thing.
It did its thing.
Sure.
It threw Christophe off his game, I'd say.
Yep.
Well, no, we don't know that. Of course, maybe Christophe has other issues than what we're seeing here right now.
And there we see it. We have again a whirling blades, which will just walk around and dealing damage.
That's the second time this game we have a whirling blades.
And there we see it.
There we go.
The
That's
handshake.
game. The gentleman's handshake.
Yeah.
And out we go.
Look what he has.
So yeah, he has those high cost mana, high
But
mana cost cards, and yeah, that's a pity.
but it's a pity. But on the other hand, that is also the deck, right? You
It's his
choose.
choice to play these. So yeah, that's probably the biggest weakness of his deck. and pair that, of course, with the large deck size, which gives you a bit less consistency.
Yeah.
It's very hard. And I'm wondering, would you dare to build a deck of this size already with the card pool that you have right now?
Well, there sure, and I know that actually some players online, if I look at stream, they also already build 60-40 decks because they just know that it's going there. And also, if you play competitively, etc., or a lot, then it's not that easy to make that switch to a bigger deck size. But on the other hand, it was not announced yet. So the stream can come back to us if you want to. Because look at the beauty. But so coming back to this game, Laszlo, I'm a bit disappointed if I may be
I had
frank.
higher expectations of this. To be
Oh
honest.
man, I was
That's
just
unfortunate.
looking forward to see Fomorian after Fomorian and midline army hitting the battlefield.
But it shows if you can't cover the cost, then it's nice to have these cards in your deck. But you just if you can't play them, then yeah, the game is over relatively quickly. And that battle mage is designed to start hitting very fast once he's up to speed. So yeah, there we go. That's it's a bit unfortunate. I think it would have been harder for the battle mage to fight this deck.
Honestly, I think if it was correctly, he would have had a tough time. That's what I'm guessing, because I didn't play this matchup. But honestly, I think if I would be Max and I would look at this deck list that I have to play against,
I'd be
like,
scared.
oh my god,
I'd be very scared.
So yeah, and we must also say that Christophe opted to sacrifice his mixed Terra to cost the Wyvern, which
Very
cost
early on.
6,
Yes.
and he actually went to 6 mana, so he could have chosen actually to play just his Wyvern on turn 6, and then if he would have had, for instance, a Formorn or a midline army or Conqueror, he could have played that one on 5 with the mix.
Yeah.
So, but of course, I don't know what his hand was. He knows the deck. Christophe is a very good and strong player. He always,
sure.
I think he actually has the most consistent score of all the players I know. He's always like just below the top, like third or fourth. Always,
sort of best
I
of
think.
the rest guy. Yeah,
Indeed. And he's also amazing personality.
Yeah, for sure. It's a bit unfortunate, I think, this this particular game, but I do have to say I'm expecting him to have some wins as well today. I see there's a lot of potential in this deck. But maybe the move to go that aggressive with like the early game Wyvern, I'm not sure if his deck is tuned to that sort of play. I'm guessing he just wants to ram that mana quickly and not necessarily bring out the big guys very early on in the game.
I don't know.
It's it's an interesting one. I'm very curious to see how he does for the rest of the tournament. I'm rooting for him, sort of, but I also think Max, looking at his deck, it's a very good one. Maybe what are your thoughts on the Whirling Blades? Because this is the second time today that we see it in play and that we see it actually closing the deal.
Whirling Blades, so without a doubt, the effect is insane. Sorcery is grid-based, so anything that manipulates movement in some way or form is always strong, because it's what's on the board is perfect information. You know how they move, and they only move with one step. So some things out of the blue, it does multiple steps. That's already a given. Even cards like the tactical card, tactical move with artillery, even that one I played, that's awesome. But this card also does damage along its path. So the bigger the minion, the more damage. So with this, I see games completely devastated and wrecked by these cards. Like this one card, like if you in draft, for instance, with an Amazon, where if you combine this, it can have the potential to kill 3 other minions and then still hit the avatar. So that would mean that it's near to a 1, 2, 3 card, which is that is a game-changing card.
It's
so
very powerful.
the only downside for Whirling Blades is the cost. it has a 2 threshold, but okay, in constructed that's not an issue, and it's 5. But also, like, if you put this in your deck, you know what you're doing, right? So you have the room for it. So it is really not a coincidence that we see it. Also, what I always found very funny, that's how I learned about it, is with the Grim Reaper. Is Grim Reaper? Am I saying the right card name?
I'm not sure. Yeah,
The Grim Reaper, yeah. I cannot show it on here, but so basically it removes all the minions that it hits. So if you can cast the Grim Reaper for 2 and then an extra 5 for the Whirling Blades, then out of the blue it really can take out all the minions. So I've seen decks who actually had to remove like 9 key minions from their deck, like Avatar of Air, and so that's how I. It's a chuckle. It's chuckle as long as you don't get it against you. So voilà, Whirling Blades is a great card, and as you see here, and you need finishes also anyway. So you like to have that one for sure.
For sure.
Okay, so that was a very quick round. We still have a lot of things planned. So let me.
I think actually
check.
Sophie is setting up with Max for a quick interview. I'm not sure how much time they still need to get ready for that.
No. I think we can pass it over to Sophie if she's ready.
All right, so we're here right now. We are ready for the interview. So let's see what Max has to say after this game.
Just going to be asking Max a bit about his deck and the avatar. So what avatar were you playing and what was the deck that you were playing?
I'm running Battle Mage for now, and the main deck idea behind that is drawing a Scalding Tarn or like getting card advantage through killing minions, so making use of the Battle Mage ability, using shrink abilities to like make powerful enemies very small, like 2-foot soldiers or 4 tokens, and then to generate card advantage over that and try to get some minions out for overall pressure, have some charge minions in that, have some very mana efficient minions in the deck. And of course, you gotta go with grapple shots and in order to finish out your enemy.
So when did you construct the deck? And it is a deck that you have been playing for a long time, or is it something that you made especially for this event?
I've played Battle Mage for like whole beta constructed, so yeah, I had like different versions running, so I kind of got inspired by the guy who won Gen Con, I think, as SorceryCon, I mean, and but I tweaked it a lot because I'm, for example, not running Manarchs, I'm not running Course, because I had the feeling I always drew into Course on turn 5 and 4, and I don't want to run out of gas, so I usually run like a Peastone and the Ring, and but of course I also have a few cards, especially for certain matchups, because I expect a lot of Archimagos to show up and do very well. That's why I put Thunderstorms in there, just to like put enemy Archimagos in threat range without really risking my own life. But that's like a deck I practiced like for the last few months, and which is not really specifically built for this event, but overall constructed.
Cool. So we just had Ethereum Legends come out, and there's been a chance to play with it and just get a feel for the set. Could you say anything about, have you included some cards from Ethereum Legends in the deck? And what is your favorite card from Ethereum Legends?
That's a good question. Personally, in my deck, Pond is very good because I run the cats, the Luckbot cats, and the hippogriffs. Since it ignores thresholds, it's like a super good turn 2, turn 3 card, which accelerates the deck a lot. Actually, when I put my deck together yesterday, I was thinking about why not run Excalibur. I really think that's something I should work for in the next few weeks and try to see if 4-colored Battle Mage is something I can work with. But I'm not sure, but I feel like, overall Pond and the Luckbot Cat is like my favorite combination for now, and my favorite cards from Ethereum Legends gameplay-wise.
Cool. I have the exact same combination. One of my decks. I'm really enjoying it. So the last and final question: if Eric came up to you tomorrow and said, "Max, you get to decide what is the flavor of the next set," what would the flavor of the next set be?
That's a very good question. I mean, we know the flavor, the next set, but the set after, I figured, I feel like something about ancient Rome. I really like ancient Rome stuff, and overall, or maybe Greek mythology, or like overall mythology, different regions, even from Scandinavian mythologies. Like that was something I would really enjoy, and I feel like would add a lot of flavor. And I think the artists that are currently used by Eric Skiosa would really fit into themes like this. Yeah.
Thank you so much, and we will be back later with another interview from the feature match. Bye, guys.
Right, yes, and we are back. So we actually, what Sophie said is not entirely true, because the very next interview that we will see her again in action will be with one of our own team, Nick, Christophe. We've talked about him before. We've actually seen him play on the feature table. The very first match, unfortunately, that was a loss for him. But of course, as one of the driving factors of the sorcery community here in Europe, we wanted also to give him the floor to talk a bit more about the game, talk a bit more about how he loves the game. And yeah, we're really looking forward to actually, because for me, I joined Sorcerers at the Core a little bit later on than you guys did. You started it together with Christophe. So I'm actually not very familiar with the story with Sorcery as well. So I'm looking forward to it.
Very interesting, actually, but I hope we'll hear it from him. So yeah, after the interview, probably we will also go out for a break here. It is lunchtime in Europe, and I start to feel a bit hungry, so that's good. And also, I'm really curious about those puzzles because I solved 2 already of them, so I still need to go through them. So if I have still some time, so I hope at the stream you already had a moment to search, find the solution, and you can find it on our Discord to interact and find the solution. So we go back to an interview with Christophe from IKEA Gaming. Is the main sponsor here. Of course, I really want to shout out to all the other sponsors, also like Premier Card Grading. Everybody's here. Thank you all to make this a successful day.
Yeah, for sure. It's we're very fortunate to have, especially this very nice prize pool that we have today. And we couldn't have done it without all of the support from the sorcery community itself, and of course the sponsors that came forward out of it. Actually, you mentioned the live stream. Of course, we will be showing these puzzles on the live stream, and I see some interaction there as well when you go in the chat. So make sure to also follow us on Discord, where you can maybe have a bit more of an in-depth discussion on the puzzles. It's very nice to see that people from all around the world are joining us, whatever your time zone is. I know the Central European time isn't always as compatible with a lot of regions where sorcery is played more actively. Namely, in the US, there are a lot of time zones that are very compatible, I feel, with the early hour that we started today. But thank you if you're joining us. It's very nice to see people from all over the world actually joining in to join the conversation.
And good that you mentioned this, because also on our the Discord, we see more and more Americans joining the Discord. So if ever you want to work with us, volunteer, we are looking for moderators to moderate more the US side when I'm asleep, and you probably as well. So if you have any interest, always do shout out. Normally I respond quite fast. And all of you guys are welcome. We love America, and we love Europe and Asia, because sorcery, it's about a global thing, and it's great. Okay, let's have a quick look. I don't know if Sophie and Christophe are ready. Yeah, then there we go.
Just have a break until they're ready to go. Okay. Yes, we are here with one of the organizers for Siege at the Core, and It's an amazing event so far. A ton of people coming, and people are excited to play games. So, could you just introduce yourself and tell us a bit about what you have been doing to organize?
I'm Chris. I'm from Aquila Gaming, which is a hobby project of mine, so a game store. And well, we've been wanting to organize this event. We're organizing drafts regularly, and it especially under the guidance of Nick, who is really passionate. And yeah, we wanted to do a bigger event, so we started planning like I think 6 to 8 months ago, and now here we are. It's really turning out really nice, and I'm happy to have so many passionate players for the game.
So I was at Aquila Gaming yesterday. That is a really, really cool game store. So if you are ever out here, you need to go by and visit. So when did the game store start, and when did you get into sorcery?
The game store started about must be 3 years ago, and as I said, it's like a side hobby project of mine. So it's not really open all the time. It's more like a hang around for friends, and we organize events regularly. So at least once a month, the draft event, which are always really nice. And the sorcery, we got into the Kickstarter quite early, so we are one of the innkeepers, and really glad we did it. So we're enjoying it. So very nice.
So the innkeepers, in case you don't know, is some of the original backers. If you were a store, you could back the Kickstarter. So you must have been interested. So I would love to hear, was it the art? Was it the gameplay? Was it the grid? What sort of caught your attention?
At the time, I didn't know the gameplay very well, so it was just based on the Kickstarter project and what we saw there. So it was what did get us into it. At least the art, the old school feeling, the really nice cards and the atmosphere it brought. That was the trigger. So the gameplay at that time we didn't really know.
So you've also been playing today. I've seen you play. We saw you on a feature match. What kind of deck did you build? And is it something that you've been playing for a long time, or is it something you built for this event?
Good question. Well, it's not me who built it actually. So credits to my best mate Ruben, who is a great deck builder. I had an Enchantress deck, which I really loved, but the problem is it's just not up to the current meta. So it's too slow. And although I really like it, I changed to this deck, which is Elementalist, with some heavy creatures. It didn't come out as I hoped it would in the first game, and I had a strong opponent. So, but yeah, I'm kind of hoping for a better draw and better matchup the next game.
So, when you have been playing, are you also playing draft in your store? Are you playing with the guys? Are you drafting? Yeah, okay, cool. And the organization, you said that you've been planning this for a really, really long time. So, what was your focus in planning this event? Was it like being really competitive? Was it getting people together? What was like the philosophy behind the event?
Well, the goal is really to expand the player base, so that's the main drive. We didn't know at that time if it was going to be a draft or constructed. It was going to be competitive. That's clear, because that's who we are. We want to be a competitive aspect of it. But the goal is really to get more people to play, to expand the player pool, and that we can more easily find people to play with, get bigger draft events on a regular basis, and also to inspire other nearby shops to help them with products, which is not always so easy. And then, to get more players. That's our goal.
And you also said that it's you organizing. You have Laszlo organizing as well, and also Nick is organizing it, especially Nick, yeah. And you're doing like all of this to grow the game, of course. What did you want to see in the future for the game? What do you think would help grow it on a like day-to-day basis?
Well, I think the best thing for the game and to get more players would be to get the local game stores behind it, so that they would really push it. because that's the place where people will socialize and hang out and then also see the game and want to play it. So I think the goal is to get these guys incentivized by getting them competitive priced product and not just the online resellers who have to be there and it's good that they're there, but yeah, I would really push to get the local game stores on board and to help these guys.
So we are in this amazing event. It used to be an old paper factory. It is, ish, maybe? Yeah, part of it. And it's a beautiful event place. And you also created some space for artists. So today, Pietro is here, Silverine is coming, Vincent Pompetti is coming. Can you name me some favorite pieces of art of theirs or some of your favorite cards in the game?
Well, my favorites would be the avatars from Séverine Pinault, which are the alpha avatars, which are beautiful, of course. Well, most of her pieces are beautiful. The Philosopher's Stone, it's really the style that speaks to me. So beautiful, absolutely. Also Vincent, who made a painting especially for the event as our how shall I say it, feature image, which is really nice. It will be on auctions also today. So I hope he gets a good price for it, because it's we thank him a lot for doing that. Oh, what can I say else? Yeah, that's about it, I think.
Amazing. So speaking of this auction, there is going to be an opportunity to bid on this original piece of art that he created specifically for this event. So where can people go to find out more about the auction? I think they're going to be at Collector Art House. You're doing a collaboration with him. And we can clearly see it behind us as well. So we have a ton of different sort of things incorporated into it. Do you think that this event is something that you're going to do going forward as well?
We'll have to to reflect after the event and see where we're going. But I think it's going smoothly and that people are enjoying themselves. So if we can, we will certainly go ahead with it. Absolutely.
So I'm just going to ask you a final question, because I asked Max before to say, what kind of set would you love for them to do, maybe for in the future? Do you have a certain theme, mythology, anything that you would like to see as a full set from Sorcery Contested Realm?
Oh, as someone who loves the Roman times, it would be with Aquila, which is the Legion banner. It would be a Roman set. That would be my with some fantasy aspects, maybe some gods, Roman gods, a pantheon in it. That would be my favorite, my pick. Yes.
Again, Christophe, thank you so much. It has been a pleasure talking, and I hope Iris Curiosa heard it. Both Max and Christophe said Roman mythology, Roman gods. Let's hope that it is the set coming in the future. Guys, we will be back later with more feature matches, more interviews. Stay tuned.
Roman times. That sounds lovely, indeed.
I can picture it already. It's like, instead of it's just a rock, it's just a knife. Right? And you can have the thing on the head. I don't know how you say it in English, but
yeah. So would Julius Caesar be one of the avatars then?
yeah, of course. It is to dominate all. I don't know what it would be actually.
Yeah.
The Senate.
The Senate. Yeah. There's a lot of interesting things. Also, like the Roman gods and the mythology stuff. I think there's a lot of potential there. So I'm following Christophe there. I think it's a very good idea.
Yeah.
Right. So we here, as mentioned before, we are kind of winding down to go into our lunch break. So this will be one of the longer breaks of the day. We fortunately have some content ready for you during this break, namely these puzzles that are provided to us by Ilpicur. So feel free to hang around. Also, go check out the Discord. If you haven't already, it's a very nice community over there. We have the puzzles on there as well. You can discuss some cards. And maybe even if you're getting a little bit bored during the break, maybe you can even break out that tabletop simulator to do like a quick game at home. Just ping looking for game in our looking for game channel, and maybe you'll find someone who is willing to play with you.
And actually, also, if you are newer players and don't have a big community around us, yourself, the Discord is actually a very good way to connect. I think all the players here are on the Discord and many more actually. We also offer the online league, which is actually like a very easy to step into, because you get 6 random digital boosters and you can make that deck. For me, like, I learned Sorcery by playing the pre-con decks, which are nice, but after a couple of games you want to do something else, and then I think an online league, getting those 6 boosters, it's good to learn how to build a deck. It's good to learn how to appreciate card value,
For sure.
which synergies
Yes.
work, etc.
Yes.
So we offer this. It always runs from the first of the month until the last of the month. It is free if you have Tabletop Simulator. Tabletop Simulator is a one-time purchase of around €20 or $25, I think. And then basically you can play Sorcery for free for the rest.
And I have to say that for me, this I mean, I've mentioned this before in some interviews we did before this event, but Sorcery for me is the very first TCG that I'm really into. Apart from maybe playing around with some Yu-Gi-Oh cards and Pokemon cards when I was in school, and just having that ability to play online with people like you, people like some players that are here at the tournament as well. I've learned so much, and we also have learn to play sessions on the Discord. Nick is one of the people who is one of the teachers, I should say, to learn to play the game. And I have to say that really helps a lot. And just seeing these cards on the board, interacting with them, you might get a good idea of a card, and then just find out that, okay, no, it actually works a lot different once it's interacting with other cards. And just getting those hours in of playing the game, getting better at it. It's good to test decks for tournaments like this. It's good to just learn the game in a very simple way, and it's all free apart from that tabletop simulator purchase. So I'd say head over to our Discord, or just not even specifically our Discord, like just any Sorcery Discord. There are a lot of people always open for games, and it's just fun to find people online. And I know that can be scary, finding people online to play with.
Yeah, but and it's good that you mentioned this because actually in the most of Europe's countries there is a Discord. So there's a German Discord, there's a UK Discord, there is a big Italian Facebook group and a Discord that they recently launched. There is the one in France. So they really exist. So you can connect in your local language with any of these. And I think we all share and support each other. So it's really to give people the opportunity to just learn. And I must also say, for newer players, in the beginning, it is really to learn the game Sorcery.
You're gonna suck. I'd say. Basically.
Suck. You will have to get your games in, which means you will probably lose a lot, especially if you start playing against more experienced players. But that is just how you learn.
If you're playing in the Belgian community, I have to say there are a lot of high-level players here, and I've been getting my ass beat left and right. But the fun thing is there are more and more new players here as well, which sort of met are at my level, so that's fun to see.
Yeah, but I must say, this is not specific for Sorcery. I think any strategic card game that you will play, I mean, there is that learning curve, and
for sure
you have on the one hand the cards, but then you have the interaction between all the cards, and that is what we currently see today on stream. Well, that's it, I guess. I'm a bit hungry, so I think we'll just get out.
Yeah, so we will take a break. We will be back in roughly 1 hour from now. Once we know the start of the next round, we will put a timer also on the stream as well.
Yeah.
So keep an eye out on the stream, even if you're doing something else like getting your own lunch, or maybe just getting out for some fresh air, or anything, just playing another game of Sorcery at home. Just keep an eye on the stream, and we will notify you when the next round will start with the timer on the screen.
Yeah, see you in a bit.
And we're back for the second half of our Sorcery Contested Realm Tournament, Siege at the Core. We already had 2 very amazing and interesting rounds of gameplay last hours. Oh, I'm still a bit dizzy from the lunch. So yeah, Nick, let's dive into our next feature match. What are the decks we are
So
dive into?
as it goes with a Swiss round, we have winners that play against winners. So in our third round, we have Nick on the one side, and we have Marco on the other side. Give me just a moment that I don't mess this up. So, okay, yeah. So we can switch to the decks. So on the one side we see Marco, who plays an Archimago. It's called Archi Control. And if we can, there it is. But we see yeah, that is the one, Archi Control. So Archimago, all the rings and all the rubies and whatever, the orb to double spells, the Highland Princess to, before I would say go fetch a Philosopher's Stone, today it is go fetch a Ring of Morrigan. We have Merlin, Morgan Le Fay, these are killer cards of course. We have the Root Spiders for the control, Grandmaster Wizards to take the extra cards and the advantage. The idea is to stall, blow everything up, start to gain card advantage, and in the end you kill them with, for instance, a Craterize, a Major Explosion, and because it is an Archimago, you will be able to cost them 2 times because you can of course play them from the cemetery. On the other side we have Nick. So I'm rooting for Nick because my name is Nick and he's Nick, so that goes without saying. So here we have a Siege at the Core Druid mid-range deck. And this is actually a Druid, so I'm very happy that we have one of the 3, and also that it's actually 2-0 in the tournament.
Yeah, exactly. It's the first time we're seeing a Druid today, so I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, so the shenanigans are when he flips, I haven't seen, oh! I don't see any
No
Drums of Doom. Okay, so this version is with water, so I see also big minions here. It is a Nelly Long Arms, and apparently it will also deal damage by pulling minions across things that hurt, like the Briar Patches, which also deal 1 damage. So it's a combination between controlling the board and just hitting hard. So honestly, I haven't seen this matchup yet. I haven't played Druid myself, so I'm very curious to discover it together with you. How was the break? How was the atmosphere, Lazo?
It was very nice. So we haven't really talked about how this venue is structured. So we have the tournament floor here, where we are sitting, and then there's 1 floor above us where the artists are sitting. There's a shop over there, and of course there's also the place where people can get their lunch in. And I have to say, people were very excited, and there was a lot of delighted conversation going on. A lot of people who are discussing, of course, the games of the previous hours, and yeah, I mean, I'm very excited. It's nice to feel this atmosphere. It's a very good vibe up there, and I'm actually also excited about this matchup because we finally get to see 2 of the new avatars, which were released with the Arthurian Legends set, and it's actually the first time we also see the Archimago in action, which is the 2nd most popular avatar we're seeing in the pool today. So, all right, good.
Okay, so the round has started, so I propose we just switch. The players are getting ready. So we see Marco with the Archimago on the bottom, and we see Nick on the top in red. So you Twitch people from chat, so we do listen, we do read your comments, so we added the names here. So thanks to remind us and keep us on our toes, so it will probably be a bit more easy to follow. So yeah, we're very excited about this game.
So Nick, it's actually funny because this is the first time that I see someone else have your name written the exact same way as your name is written.
Yeah, so everybody calls me like Nick, N-I-C-K.
Yeah.
So if people ask me what is your name, I like N-I-E-K. That's how I pronounce it. And they're like, huh, really? So they think that I made a mistake. And actually, Nick is more common in the Netherlands. And
I can
tada,
imagine. There we
our
go.
Nick on screen is actually from the Netherlands.
Yep. And of course playing a druid, which in my book is a very good idea.
Mm-hmm. Tell us about Tawny. You see it there lying on the board. What does it do? What does the card do? Actually, I don't know if I can just show it here.
Yeah, so Tawny is a token character, so you cannot cast it as a regular minion, but it more or less tends to act like a regular minion. So every time when you play a site as a druid, you get to put Tawny on top of it. Of course, if Tawny is not already in the game, because once it's in the game, you cannot put a second Tawny on there. So the key idea of Tawny is that it's an extra minion on the board, but it cannot defend, but it actually also is a spellcaster. So if you want a bit more control of where you cast your spells from, you have an airborne minion on the board that actually gets to cast spells, which can be very interesting and very dangerous,
Wow.
of course.
They both drew exactly the same number.
This
Ties are
high
not allowed at Siege at the Core.
We
We
do
have
not allow
rulings. We follow Sorcery Con. You cannot tie, so they keep on.
It looks
going.
like Nick will go first.
Is that like a mental victory if you win a die roll?
I have to say, I'm not good at winning die rolls, so
Okay, you wouldn't
if I
know.
win one, I'm always happy.
Actually, it's the running gag in my community because when I just draw the die and I always say like even you starts,
Right.
so you don't have to throw it. But the thing is like I always lose it. So and they say like, why will you not change it up? But like that is like being random. But
Yeah.
I don't have luck on my side apparently. Okay, so we are getting ready. I see people start to mulligan.
I do think luck is on the side of Marco though, because I see the Orb of Balrit. I'm not sure if I'm
Ooh.
pronouncing it correctly, but it's in his opening hand. This is of course a key card to have in an Archimega deck because it lets you duplicate every spell that you cast, or I should say every magic spell that you cast nearby of that orb.
And there goes Tawny. But it's good that you mentioned this because the ARP it's so powerful, especially for such a spell
For
magic
sure.
heavy deck.
Yeah.
But then the question also, like all of these changes has forced people to just understand, like if you cannot deal with certain artifacts, like the Ring of Morgan, you just die.
Yeah.
And so before we had like the common sense searching for one dispel, but now we see actually multiple dispels or disenchants just to be able to deal with multiple of these threats. Okay.
So Nick is starting his control game pretty good because he puts down a foil prize patch. I think he's just showing off a bit. Ooh, and that's an interesting site. You cannot enter it
That
from
is,
the top
the
unless
bridge.
you're airborne. I'm blanking on the name though.
Yeah, it's called the Perilous Bridge.
Yes.
I'll show it in a moment. So yeah, this is one of the big cards that we see. If you play any form of control, you really want to have those ones in your deck because they really block people. Units cannot traverse the site's top border on the ground, and it just you can play two of them. But of course, Tawny doesn't care.
Yeah, and it just hits for one. There
Yep.
we go. That's what Tawny does.
And we also see a Pillar of Xyros, one of the most beautiful cards I think from the beta sets.
A bit unfortunate that he has to play it now. I
Correct.
guess.
But on the other hand, you are playing against a control deck, so the actual life gain doesn't matter that much here because Archimego will get the overhead somewhere and then he will just blast you out by 2 Craterizes, etc. So that's why it doesn't matter, because sometimes you might want to draw extra land just to keep your pillar in hand. Against the minion deck I would always do this, but now I completely understand that he just goes for it. He also has the Leprechaun to start drawing other sides, so
Yeah.
it is good.
I have to mention because once again these cards are a bit off stream. But Marco is lucky enough to have the Amethyst Core and the Ring of Morgan already in his hand of his avatar. He puts them off on the side, which is a common placement, because otherwise these cards tend to get a bit in the way on the playboard. But of course, our stream, we have some limitations there, so unfortunately they are a bit out of the view of you, the viewer at home. Although you do see a half of an Amethyst Core there, and next to that there's a Ring of Morgan.
Okay. So it's true. So for Akimagi, it's of course very important to know which spells are in the graveyards. We can see a bit more, so we'll try to keep you updated. And okay, so they are cast on the avatar, they are in place. So wow, talking about some money value, because I think those are foils.
Wow.
Yep. So does, I don't know, does Mark a full foil deck?
I don't think so. I think the
don't think
first
the
side he
bridge
played
is,
wasn't
oh.
foil. I'm not sure actually.
Okay, so what are we doing? Yeah, it goes a bit.
And
oh,
there's the orb.
wow. What do you think of that play?
Huh. It's. I'm not sure if that's a good placement of the orb. Of course, it's very near to the Archimago, which is what you want. But putting it one side forward might be a bit smarter, in my opinion.
Yeah, the thing is, like, if you put it forward, then of course the other spellcasters can move forward, and they can
That's
also
true.
use the abilities. So I don't understand that he wants to keep it near. But of course, putting all three together, like if you then have a dispel or disenchant that removes all of them, it's quite painful. And so I was wondering, like, do you already play this one and be vulnerable? Because I would always expect that at least some form of removal is present. But I haven't played enough Archimago to actually know, like, do you already... Because, of course, if it sticks even for one turn, any spell that you start casting, you double its effect. So if you can do that once, twice, that is already a big gain. So yeah, I'm, as you on the stream, I'm here to learn. So looking forward how Marco plays this. I will actually ask that they also keep track of the spells.
So out comes a Koi Nixie. This is another interesting card. So once in your turn, Koi Nixie may force target nearby enemy to take a step towards her. So this is very crucial if you play like a control deck that is built around dealing damage by making minions go through certain sites or certain types of areas.
Something was played and taken back. How would you approach this? Like, can a player take something back in a tournament setting? How would you?
Well, usually I don't really mind. But that's, I mean, I'm also pretty new to card games, so I'm very familiar with the fact that mistakes can be made.
Sure. So you're telling me if you're in the finals and this happens, you're like, well, sure.
Yeah, finals might be different.
Okay.
I haven't been fortunate enough to be in that position though.
So here's the...
Actually, he's moving the orb, which I'm not sure if that's possible because that's a monument. I think that one has to stay put where he placed it.
You can actually ask our judges. So again, shout out to our American judges who are standby to help us with all these difficult ruling questions. And I'll just ask the question.
Now, of course, we also have a judge here on the floor, and we want to maybe give a big shout out to him as well. His name is Nicholas.
And so it was ruled by, so the orb cannot be moved.
Okay, so the orb has to move one step back. There we go.
Okay, that has been corrected.
So as I was saying, we have a judge here on site as well. His name is Nicholas. And this is actually his first sorcery event that he judges. He is very experienced in judging other card games. He's very big into Flesh and Blood as well, and he also did some judging for Magic. And he really took on the task of being the best judge he possibly can be for sorcery as well. And I have to say, he has a vast knowledge of the game on a relatively short time span, I have to say.
Yeah, but you feel it, right? He has the experience of all the others. Like, he was really into all the nitty gritty, like where I trail off, and it's like, yeah, I'll ask a judge, basically. So he really got into it. I think over the last month he learned so much about all the complex things that the sorcery combination provides. For instance, like, can you carry an orb or does it stay? So
So we see the Archimago is being blinked back towards the first site.
Yeah. So blink, I presume we all know it from the beta, who just says to teleport to a location. It is nearby, and you draw a card. So they're very strong to have that movement.
I'm actually not sure why he did that move though.
Sorry. I think so. The Archimago, he just wants to add spells to his graveyard. So a spell like Blink, it lets you draw a card, so it's actually filling your cemetery as much as possible. In this case, I don't know, I think it was his first spell, so with the orb it actually doubles. So you actually gain a card, so actually you draw an extra card by playing this, which is... so, and if you don't have anything else to do, then yes, spend the mana, of course. You really want to fill the graveyard.
And now he shoots fire bolts, which will also do double damage, I think. Although he does not take the double damage. Unless he's shooting it at a different target the second time around. I'm not sure what the last thing was that he played there. I can't quite see it through the glare. But the Coin Nixie is out of the game. Well, I should say, is in the graveyard. Nothing is permanent yet.
Indeed. So we just asked to replace the cards because it's so important for the game, so we can actually see them.
Yeah, so the problem with a streaming setup like this, of course, is that you only have a very limited space where you can show off all the cards. Because usually players, like, they put things next to the board because you don't want these things to get in the way.
Indeed.
And that's what's happening here as well. And with an avatar like Archimago, it's actually an added issue.
Oh. Sorry to interrupt you, Lazar, but so we see a pyre plate, and a pyre is very important. It's one of the new cards from RTO Legends, and I'll just show it on stream. So basically it says Genesis banish up to 3 cards from one cemetery. Of course, playing against an Archimago who wants to have spells in his discard, because for each 3 spells he has an extra spell by choice. It goes without saying that the pyre is very strong.
And in this case, it actually brought the graveyard of the Archimago down to only 1 spell.
Now, what I find interesting, because I played my pyres to remove, and you get that feeling of advantage, but I had it sometimes that I still couldn't break through, and then in the end a big crater ice would hit my head 2 times and I would die. So what I started doing is like to keep 1 pyre until the end, because I knew that the crater ice is coming at a certain moment, and then I had the fortune perhaps by that play to actually win a game that I would otherwise have lost. Of course, I don't know, like if I would have played it earlier and I would have removed 3 other cards, how that would turn out, but still it felt like, there is really a strategic element to this. Of course, if you draw your second, you can play the other one as fast as possible. And there's also on the other way around a saying that if the moment that you have 3 spells in your graveyard, you might start to think of like, shall I
use
already
these?
cast this? Because if the other one has a pirate, then you end up in this situation. Good, but the scores are 17 to 18. A lot of things are happening. Yeah, I like this matchup.
So the leprechaun also did 1 damage to Marco in the meantime.
Yeah.
We see a Captain Baldassir in hand.
Wow,
of Nick.
that is amazing because I always pronounce it as Captain Bald Ass Hair.
God.
I thought
I
that
wouldn't
was-
pronounce it like that.
I thought it was a running joke that the sorcery team had, but perhaps it's just me. Anyway,
It could be though. It's a bit unfortunate we already had our interview with Eric.
yes, next time.
He might enlighten us on that.
For people, the Captain Baldassir is a bomb. It's really the card. It has to go because once it starts attacking a unit or a site, you can actually draw 3 spells and you play one of them. And the effect of it is just crazy. If you can do it once, it often already has such a big impact on the opponent. But if you can do it twice, it's potentially game breaking.
Yeah.
Yeah. So looking forward to what a potential answer would be. There is a ringing hand, but yeah, casting 3 spells is not that easy yet. So we'll see. But he's playing without any hesitation. Although
We do get a look at Marco's hand a little bit. I see a root spider in there as well.
and is that is that an overflow? I'm not sure. Perhaps you can have a quick look at the deck.
Right, and it appears that Nick forgot to put out a tawny earlier on, so he's doing it right now.
Sure.
Which makes sense. You want that little bird in the game as long as often as you can.
So there is indeed a lava flow in the deck. And so it is possible strong enough.
Ooh.
Wow.
I see also a feast for crows there.
Yeah, but that's a browse that is cost. So browse let you look at your top 7 cards, which is a lot. It also costs 1 mana. So if you need a solution, you can. And I saw a infiltrate already, so that would be quite funny actually. But
I think he pulled out the feast for crows here.
Yeah, Feast of Crows. It is so powerful.
Yeah, although I'm not sure why he would play it now. I don't see any particular
Reason?
spells that are an issue right now for him.
So they are looking also at the Avalon, and I think because Browse is 3 Earth thresholds, but of course Avalon provides mana and threshold for everyone, so it is just very friendly to share. Although that's probably not the main motivation.
Out comes the root spider to disable that leprechaun, so that can't really ping.
But if there's no answer to our captain, then I would say, "Oh, captain, my captain, we are in for a treat."
There it is.
And well played. I thought of this, so he put it on the Lancevier, so it's now a 50-50, and this will.
It is
mean a lot.
50-50, but he gets to cast it twice because of the orb,
I
doesn't he?
didn't think of that, because the browse happens, and normally.
Right, no, with the browse he pulled through 2 spells. Yeah, no.
Yeah. So it can
I was
only
thinking.
be happen once. So at a lightning bolt, it was a 50-50 because it's random. But this.
He took out the wrong one.
And
I'd
honestly,
say.
if you now start reading the cards, you are in trouble.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is a risky play, because I think I would have chosen the infiltrates.
Hmm.
Yeah. Anyway,
I think he was looking for some direct removal, but I mean, he doesn't have any ways of taking the randomness out of the game.
anyway, so I think he had the choice. He had options, but he chose to have the Feast for Crows. We all know how crazy impactful it can be.
It's a
So
good card.
it is
for sure.
a decision. It's like a professional, well-weighted decision, and so he said, "Okay, I'll take it over the potential not having that captain dying." So, voila, and now we will see what will weigh more into the extension of this game. And there he goes. Three cards. I like the way that the players are communicating. It is better to keep the drawing, etc., at the opponents. It's like I also don't like if people start messing with my life code. So let just communicate it. And so now I think that one was already not chosen. So let me quickly pull it up again. Our good old Captain. How do you say it? Baldassar? I'm just so used to it now.
Bald SR.
Yeah, yeah. And so it is also, of course, that the other ones are discarded. So against the Nakimago, you actually want to have stuff in your graveyard. So I hope it doesn't
Yeah,
come back to
might,
hide
it might
him,
bite him
but
in the ass there. Ooh, out comes the Morgana Le Fay,
Ooh.
which of course is another interesting one. She has stealth, and she gets to hold 3 spells in her own hands. And the player can opt to play those spells. But if Morgana dies, these spells also go immediately to graveyard.
Yes, but dying is not that easy because, of course, she is stealthed.
Stealthed, indeed.
So there we have her. And of course, he is a 3-power hitter.
Yep.
We would think like a threshold, probably if you also, with Merlin, 3 of each is a lot. But with cards like Avalon, it is not that difficult to get on the board. But sometimes people fall over. If you don't hit your threshold, it can really be annoying. But okay, so we have the captain, we have Morgana, so a lot of cards being
A lot of things happening here. I have to say, I recently played an Archimago build with a Morgana, and I opted to take her out after the game.
Really?
Yeah, because the threshold is just very hard. She has a 3 fire threshold, and if you're not leaning heavily on fire, it's very hard to get there, I have to say.
True, it is not just oh, let's this is a good card, let's just also try to fit it in my deck. It really has to fit the team, which here clearly it is. But on the other hand, what do you get for it? Like spells that say draw 3 cards. It's been going on for decades. That is very strong. We all know this. So having a Morgana, not only drawing 3 cards, but actually also still being a minion, which is perhaps its weak point, but still you have the minion. And that is also why it is, of course, cast to the side, so to protect her as long as possible.
Yeah, I have to say, because I switched her out for a Grandmaster Wizard, which is like a more sure thing when it comes to extra cards.
Sure.
But of course, once she's played her spells, she can still be a 3-power minion, which isn't too bad. There is a Led Astray, so the Archimago is moving 1 step. So Nick is brewing up some shenanigans, I should say.
Have you been led astray before already?
I'm fortunate enough not to have been pestered by that card yet.
So the thing is, it is the target is the location, but still, which should be able to move. Oh, I see
what's
that
going
our
on here.
judges are sending us stuff, but I leave that to the judge on the floor.
There is a Poison Nova.
Yeah, so he's taking out these 3 cards.
And he's going to Poison Nova. Who is he going to poison? No, I'm not sure.
Yeah, so what is happening is that the Poison Nova was cast from the Cemetery, and one is cast from the Townie, killing the Morgana, and then the Orb is copying that the Nova, and thus the Balthazar was also killed. So yeah, that is the danger of an Orb. I mean, Archimago in itself is already so strong because all these spells are so impactful. But if you then have something in your backyard just doubling everything, it is just the card advantage is massive, as we've seen here. Like with one spell, like Poison Nova is strong, but be able to just double it, yeah, it's such a big advantage. Yeah, so what a big setback, actually.
Yeah, I have to say, we are being treated to a very big game, I should say. We had 2 fairly quick games in the first 2 rounds. And now both players back at 20. And I think they're quite evenly matched so far.
Yeah, although this is what the Archimago does. It's like he will control, and gradually his graveyard cemetery is building up until you will start losing control. And it's actually a feeling that you get, like you're just then drawing 1 card a turn, and the Archimago, the more it goes, the more options he has. And then at a certain moment, as we are now approaching, you will become in that Creatorize zone, because once you have it, especially if the orb is still on the table, Creatorize does 10 damage, and when it's doubled, you actually get 20 damage, so meaning you will go to death's door instantly.
Yeah. I see here on the stream that Chase joined the chat, so hi Chase. And he rightfully points out, yeah, but there are 2 funeral pyres in the game. So the Archimago has been set back quite a bit. And you have to say, I think he's struggling a bit there. He isn't really building up his graveyard the way he would like to.
That is true.
This
but
might be a point for the Druid there.
that is true, but yeah, I think that in the end, the Archimago really wins with his heavy spells. So yeah, it is a choice. Will you play the pyres to just slow the game down, or do you keep it for the big ones? But in this case, if you do not get rid of the orb, then the Creatorize will just deal its 20 damage, and nothing you can do about it.
But out comes the Creatorize though. Here we are.
Here we are. And so we will see that nice big life total swing. Unless he makes other
There we go.
decisions, like, hey, that town is really annoying, I would be very surprised. But he now only has 1 spell in his graveyards. But because it's doubling, he will
I
just
mean, it's
go
fine.
to death's door.
I wouldn't mind having that in my graveyard.
Yeah. So you were talking about quick games?
Well, yeah, it seems like a because earlier on, actually the second game, someone from behind the scenes was saying like this game is taking a bit longer than the first one. Players are long at full health, and then just I think it was 2 or 3 turns, and then we had a death's door. So things can go very fast in this game, and I might have jinxed the game here a bit for Nick by saying that.
Oh, but
let's see what's going on. Nick is contemplating his next move.
Okay, so it didn't go to the door, so I hope I'm not making a fool out of myself. Okay, so apparently he is at 3 lives, so perhaps other choices were made. But that gives more time for us.
We still have a game to enjoy.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, in the chat, people are saying that Archimego is sitting on quite some value there. And if you look at like the cost of these cards, yeah, and I see that ring also is a signed one. So, yeah, you can add that to the value pile.
Yeah. So the Druid has switched and the Archimego just doesn't care, he just comes up, so he takes a little bit of damage. But now a avatar who carrying a ring, which means like every spell you play, you will ping. You will also gain life, but that's beside the question. I think the bear is there, so
Yeah.
why is Bruin?
Bruin is I think it's just more a necessity to just flip to do that damage.
So Bruin actually it takes damage from the avatar, so you have to get rid of it, and he cost Poison Nova just to get rid of Bruin, and then the 1 damage from the ring I think will go. But then he cost an Arcane Barrage, which is then the other big damage dealer.
And there's that door for the Druid.
Yeah. And you know, and that was already the case in beta. Once your opponent says, I will move my avatar in your direction,
you know something's up.
You're in trouble. And so, yeah, you see it more and more now with the ring. It's very normal that it goes on the avatar, and
For
the ring
sure.
is just a finisher in itself. And there we have it.
And there we have a gentleman's handshake, and that's game. Very well played by Marco. And again, prove that the Archimego is quite a powerful avatar.
Yeah, I think so. I want to thank you, Marco and Nick, for bringing us this game, because I think Marco, you feel it. He is very experienced with the deck. You saw that,
Yeah,
because
for sure.
with the orb, etc., and the placements, it's not that easy. And so I want to thank him, because this is how I know that a classical Archimego deck functions.
Mm-hmm.
It really needs to build up, and even the build up is quite strong. And then you see him just casting good cards like the Blink and drawing. And of course, when you have the orb and the plan changes. And again, this is such a great example to see if you cannot get rid of any of these big artifacts or relics or monuments in this case, you really are in trouble.
Yeah.
And with the ring is really problematic. The orb is problematic, and so if you cannot do anything about it, it is very tough.
It's tough, yeah. Very much so. Poor Druid, I have to say. I keep on rooting for the Druids here. Unfortunately, this one didn't go our way, but I have to say, Nick, he really put up a good fight, though. He did some very nice moves as well.
I'm a bit disappointed. Nick?
Yeah, I mean, with a name like that.
Yeah, I mean, we have been supporting each other on the Discord always, like, go Nick, etc. But so in this case, unfortunately, but yeah, and the Druid deck, yeah, it's
I'm missing a Drums of Doom there. I have to say, that might help a bit.
Yeah, but against the Archimego, not really, because it's not
Yeah,
really
true.
about the
That's
minions.
true.
So I don't think here it was a big difference. So, right, thank you guys. We are back. So that was game number 3. So Sophie is setting up to do an interview. So we will get notified once she is ready.
I'm seeing in the live chat now a lot more people joining in. So hi, I think the US is waking up. It seems so. Welcome to the Siege.
Hey everybody.
We are just rounding off the third round of the tournament. We just had our lunch breaks here. So yeah, people are well fed and they are shooting spells with Archimego, so it seems. I see Jeremy Logic. He says, I need that playmat. Well, if you're lucky, we are selling these at the event, and after the event, any playmats that are left over, you can buy via the Akia Gaming web shop, which is akiagaming.be. You'll see the URL in a moment on the screens in between two games. So yeah, I think we have the winner of the previous game, Marco, ready for an interview with Sophie. So we'll head over there.
Community in Florence. I live in Florence.
Okay. Hi guys, we are here with yet another interview from the feature match. So can you just tell us your name and what avatar you were playing and the deck you were playing?
Hi, I'm Marco and I'm going to play the Archimago with a build based on three color, air, three elements, sorry. Air, fire and earth. It's a control deck with a very low minion and a very low number of artifacts. Everything is based on the magic spell and the ability of the Archimago to recast from the cemetery.
So is this a deck that you built specifically for the event, or was it a deck that you were already testing out and playing?
I played Archimago since the 2 weeks after the release of Arthurian Legends, so it's my favorite avatar. So I built in general for me, for my fun, and he performed well against the meta. So against the aggro deck, the Fury Road, and that's it. I think it's a good deck to bring to a tournament.
Cool. So we just got Arthurian Legends, and we got this really cool new avatar. Is there other cards from Arthurian Legends that you've been having a lot of fun playing?
Yeah. First of all, Merlin. Merlin is a very cool card, and is hard to play because when the enemy see Merlin come into play, he try to kill. To avoid me to use the Merlin ability. Morgana as well is a very powerful card, and of course Morrigan. Morrigan is basically broken. Yeah, this is.
So just for a final question here, what kind of set are you looking forward to seeing in the future? Do you also have like some preference, some culture or mythology, anything you would like to see in a future set?
In the future set?
Yeah, if you could decide.
I'd like to play control.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see a few charge minion in the next set because they are very dangerous. And I mean probably some auras. At the moment there are a few auras. It's difficult to design auras because Enchantress gain a lot of value from the auras, of course, but I think it's the kind of spell that is that can be improved in the future.
Cool. And again, thank you so much and best of luck for the rest of the tournament. Guys, we will be back with more feature matches, more covers of features, and also, of course, more interviews with players. Have a nice day, guys.
All right, it's lovely to hear that Italian accent from Marco there. I wish him the best of luck with the rest of the tournament. His gameplay is very skilled with his Archimago, as you saw. So I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of that.
Also, he's now three wins out of the 6 rounds, and we have amazing prizes. So
yeah,
he's here to win it. But Lazo, we have a bit more information about the extra prizes that were not
exactly
mentioned
talking about prizes. 2 of the 3 artists here at the event have brought exclusive prizes, and we've just arrived at noon here. And we actually have they brought their prizes with them, of course, and we have them here to show to you. So maybe we can check them out on your screen there, Nick, to see what the players can expect in the top 2 of the prize pool.
If you can switch, so
Yes,
here it
there we go.
is. And honestly, this is one of my favorite art pieces in the whole of Sorcery. If you come to our Discord, you will see that is actually also the symbol of our Discord. It is the Dome of Osiris.
Osiris,
Yeah. And honestly, if I would be an artwork, I would like to marry this one because I think it is just stunning. So this one will be in the prize pool. It is one of the prints, and so the first player, the winner of this tournament, will be able to choose one of the 2 giveaways of our artists Vincent Pompetti and Severin Pino.
Yeah. So and people who have seen also the Siege at the Core artwork will notice that the dome is also featured on there. So it's one of the many elements that you see also on the official tournament artwork, which you can grab for yourself. It's live. The auction is live now on Collector Art House. So if you go to the Collector Art House Discord, you can actually bid on that piece of work, and then tomorrow the bidding will end. So it's very good.
If you can go back to the
Of course,
prizes.
we have 2 artists here. So the second prize we have here, and this one might excite some people here, because what we're seeing here, you might not recognize it right away, but it's a playmat. It's by Severin Pino, and well, it's the Valued Philosopher's Stone playmat, which was just sold out right away.
I can guarantee
HPL Essen.
Lazo, everybody who is a bit into Sorcery knows that this one exists. I was at Spiel at the booth of Sorcery when Severin took all of those mats. I don't think there were many, 50 I think. And she just put them there, and I was waiting, and then I just went for half an hour. I went to do something else, and when I came back, they were all sold. So they are very exclusive, and so we are, of course, very thankful to have them here. So the winner can choose one of either of those prizes.
Yeah, actually, funny story. I was talking to a guy here earlier who stood in line to buy one of those playmats at Spiel, and the guy right in front of him bought the last one. So he'll be battling for that one today, I think.
If he's here,
sure.
he has his second chance, I would say. And then I still have a visual. They are here all together on the table.
Finally seeing them all together. So we have the core altars. As mentioned, we are sorcerers at the core, so we had to do something with the cores in the game. And the amazing Pietro De Ciro, the altar artist, he's also here participating as an artist. And he created these beautiful altars for us, and look at them. It's just, I love to see them together.
We see the dome. I think we still have something that we can play for you.
Yeah, exactly. So talking about artists, we have one more interview lined up for you, this time with the creator of the Dome of Osiris, and of course the creator of the beautiful Siege at the Core artwork. So just for the next 15 or so minutes, enjoy our interview with Vincent Pompetti. Hello everybody, I am joined here today by Vincent Pompetti, an artist who is a big part of Sorcery Contested Realm with artwork in the Alpha, Beta and Arthurian Legends sets. Vincent, thank you so much for sitting down with me today. This is very kind of you to do so.
Thank you too. You're very welcome.
It's fun to talk to artists as well. Well, there's actually a big connection also with myself and the team at Sorcerers at the Core and you, because I saw that you were born in Belgium as well. You went to school in Belgium as well.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah.
I studied at Liège. It's a long story because I am a part of the Italian community in Belgium, which is in the French part is very, very huge.
Mhm.
500,000 people, I think.
Okay.
Since the World War II. We lived both in Italy, and now I am in France since 70 years.
You really embody the spirit of the event that we're trying to set up, because we're trying to connect Europe a bit, the European sorcery community. And well, here you are, a man who was born in one country and lived
and it's related actually to two other countries as well. So that's very nice. So yeah, obviously players will know you as an artist for Sorcery, but can you tell us a bit more about yourself? So we've already covered where you're from, but what's your background as an artist?
Yeah, I was in a fine art school in Belgium, and it was then I knew I discovered I wanted to become a comic book artist. I felt I had something to tell, so I've also learned to write story. First comic books was published in 2001, 2002. Don't remember well now. And since then, I never stopped. And since maybe almost 10 years, I work also on the role play game with some publisher. Sorcery is the very first card game. But when Eric contacted me in 2018, it sounds a bit familiar for me because I was already doing a lot of role play game books, art book also, very quick. I realized it was something special because I realized that Eric knew me very well. Every time he asked me to do a new illustration, it was something very precise from my art. At the beginning, the project has no name, so it was a bit mysterious.
Yeah.
And step by step, he said the name. I know after that the illustrators, we can select 2 or 3 names. The first name he proposed was Atlas on the Avatar, but obviously Sorcery was the first one. For a while, I really thought that it was a project, a big project, but for maybe 1, 2 years. But now, in the next weeks, I did 3 years ago a graphic novel about the Arthurian legends. The name was Avalon, but in English, it will be published in English. The next weeks, the title will be King Arthur and the Ladies of the Lake.
Yeah, I actually have a copy here. Yeah,
Yes, this is the
I
art book.
got it from you at Spiel Essen. It's
Yeah, great. I remember.
It grabbed my attention.
Yeah.
It's very nice.
The first will be it's very funny because you have 2 illustrations in the book, in the graphic novel, who are 2 cards. I think they are well known, the Wedding Hall and the Viviane.
Yeah.
So I painted this card maybe 12 years ago.
You've been working on role-playing games in the past. Now you're working on the TCG. That's quite a different beast when it comes to games. Is there a difference in the approach you take? Like you mentioned, you had this art already, and it fitted these cards. Does this happen in other projects as well?
Yes, I can compare because right now I am finishing also a very important role-play game. But the difference, I think, the card game is more precise. Because I felt that at the beginning, as I said, because the card must tell precisely to the player the use of it's like a tool. But an illustration, you are more free maybe. But with Eric, I feel free when I've understood the card. And the contrary with the roleplay, I feel free immediately. I have only the story. Sometimes I can also imagine an illustration of my own. It allows more freedom, but it's less precise compared to the card game.
You started playing the game after you initially started creating concept art for it. Has creating more art for the game changed after you started playing it? Like, do you look at it differently now?
Yes, I remember the maybe the 10 or the 15 first card I've done. I did not play the game, so my perception is very different now. Maybe before it was more genuine, because I was maybe more fresh. I did the work Eric said to me. But now, knowing I can foresee the use of the card in the game, so the motivation is different now. I changed my approach. I used to do something very simple for a card. It's better you can do a background, but if it's not the purpose of the card, it's useless. So less is more for a card.
Yeah, it has to be very clear at a glance what this card can actually do, and you have to communicate that very effectively. Yeah. So when you play the game, do you have any favorite cards that you say, maybe not necessarily cards that you worked on yourself, but like some cards that you see, when I draw this in my hand, then that's always a good thing?
But the most impressive card I had in my hand was the shark, the old one.
Yeah, the giant shark that immediately attacks when you
Yeah,
enter
it's
his
incredible.
water. Yeah.
Yeah, you can submerge immediately all the field, and it's very very strong. So you can change. In my cards, maybe it's difficult because at so young Legion I have not played, but maybe the pirate ship, the Woods of Yggdrasil, of course. Yeah. Yes, I remember a French player used the woods against me. In fact, decided to change the game.
Your artistic style is very recognizable, I should say. You like to use bright colors, and you have this watercolor style oil painting. I'm wondering, how did you land on this type of style? When did you know this is what I prefer to do with my art?
Yes, it's a long way, and it's a never-ending story because my very first inspiration was when I was at fine art school, when I discovered Arthur Rackham, a very great English illustrator from the beginning of the 20th century. I have to say, as my roots, I have a lot of influences. As well, the classic, American classic from the 20th century, the so-called golden age in the 60s, 70s, of course, Frazetta, but many others. Gene Colan, Benny Watson, Al Williamson, and also the Italian drawer, I think to Sergio Topi. I like especially the pre-Raphaelitian movement. So you have Edward Burne-Jones, Lawrence Almatadema, which was Dutch, if I remember well, English Dutch. So it's a corner between comic books, classical illustrator, painting, and modern illustrator. I discovered also the watercolor, the inks, which are more powerful than watercolor, and it looks like a bit a painting, which is very interesting because I can be satisfied with a work on paper, and I have something close to a result of acrylic of all painting. One of the first thing the publisher are looking for is the speed you are able to work. So I am very happy to prove that traditional art can be also quick and efficient in the modern world.
Yeah, we were actually quite surprised by that as well, because you did the artwork for the Siege at the core as well. And we were surprised at the speed at which you were able to deliver that. Can you tell us a bit more about that piece? Like, of course, we already had sort of an idea with like a sorcerer, and there's like the siege going on. How did you approach that work specifically?
It's a good experience because very often artists will say that when you are in a hurry, you work better because you have no time to think. And it was also easier maybe because I have an inspiration from the Dome of Osiris. So the background was already done, if I can say. I remember I have some indication from Christophe with a character but I wanted to do a character who can be seen as universal. Everybody could have could feel close to the character. So and playing with the symbols. Let's remember some card of the game, the core. So it fits very well with the title. But the execution of the work was very, very intense. Maybe I work on it a whole day and the day next to achieve the result.
Yeah, as I said, we were really surprised by the speed, especially because there are a lot of details also in the background. And I think those are also references to other cards in there, which was very nice to see.
Yeah, there are some references also from my main characters in my some graphic novels. So the people who know my books will recognize some characters. I will take with me some example of my comic books in Brussels.
If you got to decide on another theme to base an entire sorcery set on, is there a specific theme that pops out to you?
Yes, it's a bit difficult to answer because I am working on the future set, so I cannot reveal the theme. But anyway, I can say I like a lot the mythology. So Atlantis, for example, I did also a book about the Legion of Atlantis. I think there are already some card about this theme. Otherwise, I like all stuff about antique era, medieval. So it's very large. It could be a fantasy or very historical, accurate. Yes, maybe ancient Greeks. I don't know.
Is there something that you want to highlight? Something that you say, if you're into my artwork, look out for this, or maybe check one of your books. What would you like to shout out here?
I am preparing the third book of my personal sci-fi fantasy graphic novels. I prepare a kind of a crowdfunding in the next weeks. So it will be a very important books for me because it could be the last or from this universe, and there will be some crossover with sorcery because it will be this book will. I wanted to do it since a long time because it will be heroic fantasy, much more close to Conan on these themes, and I will. I propose some reward as artist proof from sorcery, but with the comic book characters. And also you will have it will be the last two Playmates Roots of Yggdrasil. The limited edition. I have the two last. So I will communicate about that in the next week.
Well, Vincent, thank you so much for your time. I look forward to seeing you at the Siege in person. And until then, of course, good luck with your other endeavors and all your artwork as well.
And we are back, and we're already halfway through this Swiss part of the tournament. We already had 3 rounds. We're looking forward to 3 more rounds, of course. And Nick, you already have the deck lists open for our next feature match. So I'm very curious, what is the matchup that we have right now?
Yeah, so it is actually Mark versus Julian. Mark is a pressure maker, a sorcerer, and I'm very happy about this. We have the one Spark Mage. I must say, we all know it is a Swiss system. Winners play against winners, and so at this moment we only have 6 players left who won their 3 matches. So now we really start to feel like the top 8 is forming. Like if you're now down 2 games, perhaps there is still a chance, but it's like the atmosphere of the tournament starts to shift a little bit. So let's have a look at that pressure maker of Mark. So we have all the good stuff. So it's a fire water deck. You see the hitters: Vile Imp, Warhorse, the Dragonets, the Cats, the Powries for the haste, and they're always the Sarkhan and Raiders are never far away to just charge into. Also the Lions, same thing. It is just hit the ground as hard as you can and go as fast as possible. We also here see the Ribble Boggart, which is a nice addition. 3 for 3, that's like standard stats, but of course with that random, I had it, I always have bad luck, so for me it always becomes a 6 power billion, and then the laughter goes away. We have also a Sir Agravain, which is of course something very fast movement. It's really strong. And then Boudica, this is always a surprise. The threshold is tough, but if it hits and it can give 3 power to all others, like this will...
You don't want that against you.
Then you have to go see the dentist. Also, Poison Well, one of the new cards, and if you really decide I want to just do damage, this just is ability losing, just taking life from your opponent for free is always a good feeling. So on the other hand, the Sparky, the Spark Mage, I love it because it's my personal avatar. If you know me on the Discord, this is what I chose from the beginning. I think the art is strong, and here at a certain moment you really want to get near with teleport, and you just start to shoot continuous damage. We see that criterion mechanism. It's important because the Spark Mage shoots random damage, so that's one you want to have with in combination with the Poison Dagger. The Spark Mage will be able to kill just anything nearby, and for the rest we have the Cloud Spirits, Band of Thieves, the Headless Hounds, 3 for 4, Merlin. Merlin is one of these cards you really have to get rid of, otherwise he just takes over the game. The Phase Assassin, the Hippogriffs, this is what we all know. Of course, one of the new cards is the Arcane Barrage, which just sinks and takes all the mana you have left and just shoots it in the right direction. And we of course have that Feast for Crows. So yeah, we're very excited. I don't know if you have any prediction about this matchup?
I am very curious to see how this Spark Mage will hold up against such an aggressive deck. Now, of course, if he came this far, he went 3-0. It means he should be pretty strong against Fury Road type decks. So I think this might be an interesting one. Also love to see other older avatars than the Sorcerer in play. But of course, if you see all those Chargers, that's very scary to get against you.
And the players are getting ready, so we can go to the board. But I want to mention, and a big shout out to Kevmo also, from Contested Realm, his podcast. I think we all know it. He was also so kind to support us and share one of the cores. And he is actually, as you said, also a Spark Mage player.
Exactly. Yes, yeah, he's one of the better Spark Mage players. If you listen to his podcast, he also talks about his deck a bit, and yeah, I think indeed that blasting damage, and also his way of moving around with it. I haven't seen him in action, but from what I heard is very smart with his placement as well with his avatar.
Okay, so we will switch to the battlefield. There we are. And to come back on what you're saying, Lazo, I completely agree. Like, Spark Mage is actually not an easy deck to play with. There's a lot of choices. There is this very thin line between winning or losing, and that really has to do where you place your avatar at the right moment. So, as you say, he is 3-0. So he definitely knows what he's doing, because navigating this field of sorcerers or archimagos, which, I mean, this is the biggest chance that you will encounter, and he has won 3 of them. So I also like his sleeves, which is not visible on stream. And the players are getting ready.
We're actually not sure who's going first here. It seems like the Spark Mage is going first with a light tower.
And there we go. So I'm curious. So I played because it's my avatar. I played with the Spark Mage myself a little bit. So I got the basic understanding of the movement and where do you have to get your damage in. Because one thing for sure, that if you start to shoot away all the minions, then you're not dealing enough damage. So, very curious about this one. There is a bridge already, which can be potential already a nuisance for our aggro player.
It can slow down, but he has a sinkhole at ready, so
that's a proper response.
That's a good placement for that. And we have our first charger, which is the Warhorse. And he's gonna pop that sinkhole. After, of course, playing the horse. And the horse will actually take the avatar with him.
Yeah. So he just knows that it's forward aggro. So sinkhole, important cards. Destroying any threats in the site, in the realm, and with Arthur Legends there are many. I think the one that loses your charge ability, the pebbled spots, I think it is called. Let me show it for a moment. So minions atop nearby site lose charge. I think that is one of the most devastating ones for these red aggro decks, because there's so many creatures, minions with charge, and they are really meant to do the damage when they hit the ground.
It's actually interesting that we haven't seen that so far, because we have seen some Earth players here.
I think we saw one, but there it was not.
It wasn't applicable in that game, I think.
Players taking their time, which is
so where
completely understandable.
He places sites. He understands that he needs to keep that charger at bay. But he does play tower, which gives him 3 mana to play around with this turn. And then he'll just bolt.
And there
either
goes
the sorcerer or the horse. And it will take away some of Mark's life.
Which is actually not good.
You want to get those minions off the board as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and so that is so lightning bolt. It is a very strong card, but if this happens, this is really like if you just look at it damage-wise, the horse will attack and it will 2 damage. So you took 3 damage, but the horse deals 2 damage. So that is more or less balanced already. But yeah, it's an extra minion that you still have to need to deal with it. Plus, he will cast extra minions on top of this. So yeah, I think that is not something you want to see.
And I think he'll also kind of regret that side placement now. Because now the sorcerer can develop right up until there's safe space, I'd say.
Yeah, but on the other hand, so now the sorcerer needs to place an extra land in play. His minions have to move there, or he can cast them there. So it does save a bit of life by doing it, but of course there is a risk to get stuck. But of course the Spark Mage doesn't really need a lot of mana to do its thing. I would say 4 or 5 mana, it gets you through most of the things. but not a good start.
Julian having a think there.
Yeah, you will see this more. I think this is a slow matchup because all decisions are really that important. And this doesn't change. Even if you're a very seasoned Spark Mates player, you really have to. It's so easy to just say, "Oh yeah, I'll just do this."
Yeah, but out comes a Merlin. Look at that.
Yep.
That's a good one to play. It's a bit unfortunate with the lighting. We have a bit of a glare, but that for sure is a Merlin.
Yep. So anytime during your turn, Merlin may look at your next spell and may cast it if it is a magic spell. A lot of spells in the Spark Mage deck, of course. And we see then Mark completing and connecting the realm again.
Here we have a Valley of the Light, which is just a gorgeous card, I have to say.
Ah, yeah. I'm so happy that they printed that new
It's
playmat.
my favorite artwork of the new set, I think.
Really? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's so beautiful.
And we see here one of the new charge minions entering. They are the red cap Pauris, I think. Honestly, I was so happy when I hear streams and these amazing US content creators, etc., and they also struggle with these names. So I'm not the only one. The red
It's
cap
the old
Pauris.
English words that are just they're messing up everyone.
Indeed. So so I was like, okay, thanks. And honestly, so I work together with an English copywriter, native English. She's from Canada.
Yeah.
So I went there with all my cards. It was like, what is this, etc. And also she had really issues with determining the right
I
wording.
understand that. Yeah.
I think our friends over at Sorcery called it the whole Archimego discussion, etc. So yeah, it's just all part of Sorcery nowadays.
Actually, Eric himself calls him Archimago.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
interesting.
I noticed.
How would you know?
Well, stay tuned for the stream. You might find out. No, I hope I'm not butchering that. Yeah, so we actually, it wasn't me who did the interview, but it was Christophe. We actually got to sit down with Eric, and we recorded it. So later in the stream, we have an interview coming up.
Eric, the one and only Eric, or
The
which
one and
Eric?
only Eric, you know, the one with Curiosa there.
Ah, the one
That's
who
him.
started it all.
The one who started it all. The one who gave us the ability to put up a sorcery tournament here. It's I mean, he doesn't do a lot of interviews, so it's a privilege to be talking to him.
An
It's
honor. Yeah. So Curiosa, they support us in the best way possible. They have so much work. I cannot imagine like Chase, etc. to
Yeah.
build this whole thing from the ground up. How much they do to keep everybody afloat, and then also, by the way, also make some new sets and cards that we want to play with. Managing all the artists, all the art directions, etc. Can you imagine? So a big thanks to them. But so yeah, stay tuned. We still have that interview scheduled.
Yeah. So it's probably in between one of the next games, depending on how long this game will take. We'll see if it's right after this one, and otherwise it will be up in the next break. We find.
So we saw that lightning bolt taking out the Paris, and an Amethyst core joining, building a little bit of mana.
The horse still is a charging though.
I told you that 50-50 that you miss, like it keeps doing its thing, stays annoying, and it still keeps doing its damage. There we have a poison as well, which also take 2 life, and we are at 50-50 right now. And there we have an answer to Merlin, which is the infiltrate.
As I mentioned earlier in the stream, I had this happen to me once. You do not want that to happen.
Because it gains stealth.
It gains stealth, and now Mark gets to draw some cards.
And so, because you lose stealth once you do something active, but the whole
It's not an active
It's
ability,
not
so
an
you
active
don't
ability.
tap for it or anything. So it's really annoying. And the funny thing is, the one time that happened to me, it was next to an Orb of Balperit.
no,
So,
and that
yeah.
works.
It works. I can't even remember how the game ended. I might have banished that from my memory.
That bad. Huh?
But it took a long while because he didn't have any magic spells to play. It actually was a very aggressive fire deck. So
Yeah, I told you, infiltrate is back. People
Yeah.
has gone so used to it, not being seeing it anymore, or it is just back since the R2 Legends. And yeah, if you have your Merlin stolen away like this, no, that is not pretty.
so we have that Poison Well coming out there as well.
Yeah, it took already the 2 life.
And as Julian, I'd be struggling a bit because he's very low on mana. Of course, he does have that Amethyst Core, which helps.
Yeah, but the sets like the Spark Mage doesn't really need tons and tons of mana because they just want to cast their threshold spells to then start dealing the damage. And he still has some cards in hand.
Still, the game appears to be very evenly matched because there are 13-13 right now.
And the amount of cards are quite similar. Okay.
And now on Chain Lightning, I should say.
Indeed.
So
So
he will hit with the Avatar.
So chain lightning, so that means your lightning bolt missed. You really have to cast an extra spell to get rid of it because you have to. Also, you actually want to use your ability of the Spark Mage, which you can also not do because of the horse was still alive. So, anyway, Julian is doing 100% what he must do. So
And
that
I
do like.
see a Frazetta File Imp. That's the second one we see on the street today.
Yeah.
Such a beautiful card.
So let me give you the other one. That is a better version, not as beautiful, but it does exactly the same thing. It just shoots 2 damage, in this case, in your face. And now we get a Boggart. And there's a lot of text on that Boggart 3-power minion. What is the best actually? So it can become airborne, ranged, lethal, or +3 power. So +3 power, that's definitely out of the question. Ranged can also be quite annoying. Lethal in this case doesn't really matter. And airborne, yeah, airborne is always good, like to have more movement. So in worst case, it is just a 3-power lethal minion, which is not bad. And in best case, it's just a 6-power hitter.
Yeah, it's a very strong card.
Well, I think it's balanced because it's only till the end of your turn. Until the end of the turn, so that means once it's your opponent's turn, it becomes just a 3-power
Sure.
minion. But still, the fact that you do not know what is going to happen.
If you combine that with like an amulet where you get to decide random outcomes, then you're talking.
At second, Chain Lightning is cast, and I'm curious if it will bounce back. Yeah, so
We'll just use the threshold to take out the Boggart.
yeah, so that's 4 damage in total. And I think that Julian still has 2 cards in hand, I think one side. So yeah, we are in that stage of the game that it's still fairly even. Sorcerer will of course at a certain moment start to accelerate, and we see that now.
There's quite some laughter there.
on the table.
Yeah. I'm wondering why. We're not here to have fun. We're here to play sorcery.
I'm having fun.
I certainly hope everyone is having fun out there. And is that the Sir Agravain? Or am I mistaken?
Yeah, that is him, and it's a foil version. So very nice cards. Here it is. So 3/2 stealth movement +1. And then of course he can strike without losing stealth.
We get a little glimpse into Mark's hand as well. I see. I think that's a blaze.
Mm-hmm.
So reading what Sir Agravain does. Many of these cards are still pretty new to the players. We are fortunate enough to have a new set only, what is it, 2 months ago? A little under 2 months ago.
The launch was at 4 October 4th.
Yep. So
at Spiel. Yep.
It's not that much time to get like a nice, well thought out constructed deck.
2
But
months. I mean,
we see a lot of interesting ones already.
yeah, I think like people who play on the global league, they play constructed every day. Of course, after 2 months, you see the Archimaru, the archetypes are known already. But that's the beauty of sorcery. We also saw it in beta. Like it started in the beginning, where the avatar of Earth was very dominant, and then the whole meta starts. You find solutions, and then after, I think it kept on evolving over the 18 months actually. Towards cards that were even not played with in the beginning, etc. So adding a full expansion with Arturo Legends gives so many more extra venues and options. So I would say the discovery is still
yeah,
going
I
on
mean
for sure.
that's the beauty of this game. By the way, we see kind of a repeat of something we saw earlier in the game. We had a Thunderbolt hitting the avatar and not the minion on the side, which takes Mark down to 7 life, but we still have a stealthed Sir Agravain, so yeah. Probably not what Julian was going for.
Yeah, but the game is definitely 100% still going, and that Merlin, of course, still just sitting there quietly. And that is another Sir, and you see Julian bobbing his head. Yes, yes, yes. And he is Sir Mordred, and Sir Mordred has a Genesis and Deathright ability to kill target adjacent enemy minion, getting rid of the hippogriffs. And by the way, he's also a 4-part minion.
Just by the by.
Yeah. So 2 Sirs have taken over the realm.
It's good to see some Sirs on the board, I have to say. They are all very iconic cards.
Yeah. 7 lives for Mark, 8 for Julian. And that's what I mean with that fine line. Like, is there time? Is it really the moment to just dumping everything? Like, it's an all-in decision. But if you teleport, you still need to be able to escape, teleport back, etc. So Yeah, and you see them, you see them thinking, because they just know that. I think that the next two turns are really critical. This
Yeah.
will really decide how it goes. Of course, you need to have the cards in hand, etc. So
For sure, these servers have to go. That's one thing that, as Julian, I'd be worried about now.
well, or not. Like if you know, like I am able to put him on that zero this turn, then it's a no-brainer,
Sure,
of course.
sure.
But perhaps next turn, like the Sir and the Mordred are 7. Julian is at 8, but of course we still have that Merlin. So many things to consider right now. So curious what is coming our way. Aha, and there you see one part of the puzzle, which is a hound. It is a headless hound even, and of course not so reliable because it will blink away, but now potentially it can block, but not really because the minions can move away. So I'm a bit curious why he casted it there. So he decided with the 2 threshold to not go for the avatar, to really kill the Sir. So yeah, but that means that Mordred has free range to start hitting for 4.
He can go ahead now. Yeah, I think what's really hurting Julian here is not having that Kythera mechanism in hand, because he has a lot of these random outcomes. Like just getting to decide where that hound goes is such a critical point.
Of course, that's part of Sorcery Kythera mechanism. It's a unique card.
Yeah.
You only have one. You have one priestess to get it. If you don't see them, then it is what it is. But as you say, it's really vital. I would not say, but here we go. So
There we go, minor explosion.
3 more damage.
And then I think, is he gonna put him on that store?
Don't.
Or does he have anything in hand? I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
there
there
we
we go. Out come the Dragonets to ping that one last damage. And Julian is in a tough spot right now.
I would even. I know I may not say it, but like being a Dead Zero against this
Let's not
kind
call
of
it game
deck.
yet, but
No.
we'll see. We know he has that Blaze in hand, so Mark sure has options.
But yeah, options like if you have the base in hand, and the chance that you will just kill it, because dealing the 2 damage makes it game at even. Then anyway, let's see. I still think actually that the Dragonauts, they look so cute. But I think this was like from the start, like anybody. I think they are even in the 5 precon, the beta precon, right? So everybody plays with them from the beginning, and they're just amazing, right? They're good, they're strong, and they just fire. And you feel what Sorcery is about, right? It's about the concept. You feel like this is so on point. You have this little things that shoot fire.
It plays around with placement. It gives you the threshold stuff. It's a good all-round card. Of course, it's also just a 3-power minion, which never hurts. Well, actually, it does hurt, which is kind of the point. So he's going to trade his assassin.
Yeah, and now he just has to pray,
He has
right?
to
He
make
just has
sure
to.
that the board is cleared.
But there's still that border just do. And the hippogriff, and he actually decided to kill Mordred with the hippogriff and his ability. But and you see him untapping quickly, and he knows what is about to happen. One of the 15 cards that can kill him. It's a Blaze.
There we go.
Oh, well played.
And a little fist bump. And that's game.
Yeah.
Very well played. A bit unfortunate for Julian, maybe. But yeah, that's the way it goes. If you
Honestly,
go with Spark Mage.
No kidding. I think that lightning bolt from the start, from the beginning, that made such a huge difference
It ruined
to
them.
be able to be forced
Yeah.
then to add that extra chain lightning, etc.
Yeah.
So back to us, here we are. I
Right.
truly enjoyed this game. I love because we only have one Spark Mage on the tournament, and we had to be the opportunity to cast him. So thanks for that, Julian. And he's now 3 or 4, but he clearly knew what he was doing. So who knows? Perhaps we'll see him back at the top 8.
I hope so. Yeah, it's a fun avatar to see him play, and yeah, as you said, it's a harder one to play. It doesn't always work out the way you like. You have a lot of these random spells that if you can't determine the outcome, then yeah, it's always a bit of a gamble. But it's part of the game, and it's a lot of fun to watch. I have to say both decks were really fun to watch in action. But it makes sense that they show up on our feature table now. They've been 3 and 3 before, so yeah, there we go.
So actually, I'm glad actually with our feature tables, because every round we have seen something different.
Exactly.
And now we had like more a traditional, I have minions, you have minions, and we all have our, the sorcerer will just draw more cards, the Spark Mage has its own ability. So this is also part of sorcery where you just battle it out, and the stronger one comes on top. So I really liked it. Yeah, from the aggressive parts, that is what it does, right? It's just very straightforward, very clearly. Everything did his damage. Mordred, the bigger minion, did their thing. Dragonets, everything shoots for damage. The poison, well, it all adds up. And even then, it was still quite close, right?
Yeah, it could go either way for a very long time. And at one point, you said like the next 2 rounds are probably going to be deciding, and they turned out to be. And yeah, if you can't keep control, if you have a bit too many minions on the board against you, that's a hard thing to deal with.
And
Good.
I think actually that Julian also knew. I think you saw it a little bit on stream. Also, the moment that when you have to cast your hippogriffs to kill a Mordred, it's not efficient. That is not what you need to do, and then you know that you're falling behind. Anyway, I think Sophie is ready to take us to a short interview. So over to you.
Okay, we are live here with the winner of the last feature match. So can you just tell me your name and also what kind of deck you were playing with what avatar?
So, hello, my name is Mark. I'm playing the Sorcerer deck, but I wanted to try out something new. I don't want to play Earth Fire like Fury Road or so. I wanted to try my own stuff and build an own deck, and I've chosen to play Fire Water. It's something which I think is not so common at the moment. And my best friend and I, we tried a lot at home to play it. He was also my opponent in this time. I do not play so much in tournaments or so, because there are no tournaments or places to play where I'm living. And yeah, I thought this deck is quite powerful and seems to be quite good to have water inside and not earth or air inside of the Sorcerer deck. Yeah.
So can you tell us just a bit more about what strategy you have planned for the deck? So what is like the main components? Do you have any combos? How do you want the deck to be playing ideally?
Yeah, so strategy is pure aggro. I want to create pressure. That's why I call the deck Pressure Maker. And I think this happens quite well. And my main components, I love the new cat, the 3/4 drop from Assyrian Legends, and the only combo there would be to play it on turn 2 with Pond, and then have all the red charge minions in the background to put pressure on the opponent. And later on in the late game, I've chosen to put on some control stuff, like Atlantean Fate and the Sir Mordred, which I've played right now. And it fits quite well. And I don't need more than 6 mana. Then I normally can cast 2 spells a turn. And then the Sorcerer, I think, outcombos a lot of decks, because you can constantly draw 2 spells, and then it's quite easy. So the beginning is challenging for the deck, I would say it like this. But for this I have the charge minions and the cats, for example. But when I reefed 5 or 6 mana, it's quite convenient to play normally. But let's see what the day brings.
Nice. So how have your matches been so far? How many have you lost? How many have you won? And are you excited to keep playing?
So yeah, my standings are 4-0. So I've won 4 matches and 0 losses. Yeah, I was also surprised because I attended the Askaransk event in Aachen, the Sealed event, and also the Sealed event in Essen for Spiel. But I've never played Constructed Sorcery, and I also never played another card game in tournament mode, Constructive. So it's the first time for me, but it works out quite well. And yeah, I'm fingers crossed that everything continues like it is right now.
So for a final question, which has been your favorite matchup between your deck and the other decks that you have been playing against? What has been the most fun?
Most fun. Yeah, my best friend plays Wave Shaper. I haven't seen it here today, but I think this is also an underrated avatar. It's an anti-combo for my deck. I would say it like this. I don't think that it's fun to play against, but it's really challenging, and that's why I think Wave Shaper is quite fun. And 3 matches before, I played against Pathfinder. It was the first time that I played against Pathfinder, and it was hard. It was a really tough game. The other games were not so tough, I think, but the Pathfinder deck was something completely new, and I would try it out at home as well. Yeah.
Thank you so much, and we will have more feature matches up, so stay tuned for the rest of the day. Of course, we have a lot more coming up. Thank you. Thank you for the talk.
Thank you, Sophie, for that interview. Wow, a Wave Shaper. That is something we are missing from today.
No, there is actually a Wave Shaper in the pool.
True.
There is one, and I'm actually hoping that we'll see it the next season today.
Nice.
I'm not sure how it's performing out there, but yeah, looking at all of the avatars in play at the moment, the Wave Shaper is kind of an odd one out. It's one that's not often picked as an avatar, but as our player has said, he's very strong. Actually, it's a very strong avatar, especially if you're going just mono blue. That's a very strong ability that it has.
Everybody was shying away from water in beta, but now with our 2 legends, they have more than compensated that with some very strong cards, I think. And even at the end of beta, there was a shift towards water.
Exactly.
Anyway, what is missing? So we do have a Wave Shaper, but we don't have an avatar of air. That is very
but we have a lot of avatars not in play today.
Indeed.
But I think the big missing one is the avatar of air, which is still one that's very popular if you look at like the online league and stuff like that. It's an avatar that still gets a lot of play, but apparently our European players aren't feeling it.
Indeed. So perhaps we are now over halfway. 4 out of the 6 rounds have been played, and this is the moment in the tournament that people start to think, okay, I'm out of this tournament, or I have a good shot, so the press is on. But there's still this whole middle ground field of players, and we just want to remind everybody that we have actually a lot of very nice prizes. So the people not for the top 8, so the top 8 is quite stacked, the prizes are quite amazing, but for people who do not reach the top 8, we actually have 6 Elvira prints. If we can just quickly switch to the thing. So again, we showed this in the beginning of the stream. But so we have 10 in total. 4 will go to the top 5 and 8. But so Elvira herself was so kind to donate 10 of these artworks, and I just saw them in real life on the table.
Yeah.
They are beautiful. So if you even end up 9th or 10th or 11th, you will have the choice to just go to the table and pick whatever is on the table. So we have 6 of these beauties on the table, so I would definitely pick that one. So that is a very nice prize to have.
Yeah, for sure.
For the rest, perhaps we can talk about sources at the core.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea because, of course, we have set up this beautiful event. I think we're all very proud of what we've seen so far, and we're very excited by this event. But Sorcerers at the Core is a community, and we started with a clear vision. We have 3 pillars: connect, learn, and get to play the game of Sorcery. Nick, you're actually the one who was one of the people who instigated
True.
this idea. So can you maybe explain us a bit what Sorcerers at the Core is?
Yeah, so with the three of us, so the three keywords: play, learn, and connect. So it all starts with the learning. If you don't know a game, if you cannot learn it or have the opportunity to learn it, there is no way in hell that you will be able to play it. It's just common sense. Good card. So we just set out, like in Belgium, the beta was not so easy to get your hands on. So the few minor communities that were somewhere, we really set out, okay, let's try to combine these people just to be able to, even just to trade cards or buy, sell, because importing it from America, it's not that easy. And so that's how it all started. And so also for newer players to just because Sorcery is a complex game, there are other rules to offer a platform. And sometimes it's just easier in your own language to ask these questions than to know and find out about the American Discord, etc. So that's about the learning aspect. Then playing, so we organize every month a tournament, or in this case quite a big event actually.
We don't do this every month.
Because Percy, I don't know, how do you feel? Do you like to play on tabletop online, or do you prefer
well, I mean, it's a tabletop game, so it's always fun to get to play it with friends in real life. There's a lot more interaction, and you're just physically holding these cards in your hands and stuff like that. That's always more fun. I always prefer it. But as we talked about earlier in the stream as well, this ability to quickly hop onto this game online, play with cards that maybe you don't even own, or just go and test a deck that is doing well at an event like this. It's such an added value. So I mean, I'm a big fan for in-person play, but I'm also a big fan for playing online.
Yeah. So that's what we then also did. So organizing this monthly tournament so people can actually connect, interact, and just share the love of an amazing game. Personally, I also have a day job, by the way, and I sit.
How do you do that?
And I sit all day behind the computer, so just be able to disconnect and just grab some decks and just play with other people. That's what it's all about. But on the other hand, I do like once a month. It's not enough. It's not enough to really keep on playing. So that's why we also, of course, offer online play. So we have actually a small league which just runs for a full month, and we actually have both. So one is just the sealed event that we mentioned earlier. If you have tabletop, it's just free. And then the other one is a constructed event. And so, people like it. I think last month we did more than 100 games in the whole stream. So join us if you want to get some games in online. And also every Tuesday we do a online draft, which is a lot of fun. And shout out to the people who built that mod on tabletop, because that drafting mechanism is really amazing.
Yeah, we have to say we tried doing it with alternative tools, and okay, sure, they worked for a bit, but there were always hiccups, always some limitations, and it's just fun to do it all in one place, do it all in Tabletop Simulator. That's a huge improvement, so I'm very happy with that release. Yeah,
indeed. And if you're listening to us, please adjust the opaque transparency of that box so you can actually see through the cards that you're selecting for the but that's the only minor thing. And then the third value is just to connect, and that is what we are doing here today. That is what we are doing with you guys. So thank you for people on stream, etc. Just for your information, this is our first try. We do this, so we think we are having a lot of fun. But I saw in the stream that actually I made a mistake earlier also with the Poison Nova, which was actually a lightning bolt that was cast. We are managing and multitasking so many things here, so thank you, chat, to just give us back that information, because it is sometimes hard to keep up. Anyway, I think we will now switch and go on a little break, and we will be back in about 15 minutes for our fifth. Is that right? Is it already the fifth?
Yes, time is passing fast.
Because we were always said, oh no, we have to cast for 10 hours, but this is going so quickly.
There's still a ways to go, I have to say. We still have a lot of games ahead of us, and also some other extra interesting stuff, like the interview with Eric Olofsson himself, which is at the ready. So stay tuned for that. But we're gonna take a break now. It's gonna be 25 minutes. I just heard in my headphones here. So 25 minutes. We'll put up some more sorcery puzzles. So if you're wondering how you're gonna pass the time, just check out those sorcery puzzles. They're created by Johan from our own community. He's in Germany himself. He couldn't come today, but he created some fun puzzles to add into the stream. And if you want to debate solutions, or if you just want like a higher resolution image of these puzzles, just head over to our Discord. There's a QR code above every image, so you can go directly to that. And also, if you're on Twitch or if you're on YouTube, you can also in our description check out the Discord link, so that will bring you over there as well. But we're gonna take a little break, and we'll see you in a bit.
All right, bye bye.
welcome back to the casting booth. Hi, Nick.
Round 5.
Round 5.
High five.
How are your energy levels?
After this small break, they're up again. I'm
Right.
super stoked. Round 5, because now, Lazo, it is getting serious.
Exactly, because now we actually get a good view on who will be the top 8, who's still making a chance to make that top cut, who not. So maybe we can quickly take a look at the league table right now.
Yeah, if we can switch to the screen. So here we see the leaderboard. So we have Max. We actually, was that the guy with the nice shirt? Sweater?
I think so.
Yeah. So we have Marco. So a lot of these and Julian were already on the stream. So we see that 3 people are 4-0. So they must be feeling good, because top 8 is really, if they win one, they have a very good chance to progress. And then we have a look at all the 9 ones, which are not a crazy amount. And we see our own Christophe is 14th with 9 points, but also Jesse. We haven't talked about Jesse, but he's one of the strongest players in the world, I would say. He won in Germany, Rosk, and he also won in Sorcery in Las Vegas, which is crazy. And his nemesis is Jeffrey, because they played the final at Spiel. That is how good these guys are. And then Jesse's best friend, Ewart, who was 2nd at Rosk, and they are best friends. He is 11th, also with 9 points. Oh, sorry, Ewart.
It's Wout your meaning. But Ewart also, I can attest, is a very good player. He's also part of the Belgian community. He's actually the guy who created the wooden element tokens for our...
Correct.
And he's actually the one who we're going to be seeing in action here on the feature table for next round.
So Ewart versus Jason, number 11, 9. Both have 9 players, and let's stick to the deck. So on the one hand, we have a Death Speaker deck, and this one is a bit of a special one, because we can see here the Sisters of Avalon. You, 2 mana, discard a spell, but what if you would discard, for instance, a Lord of the Void, an Ultimate Horror, Wild Hunt? So these amazing big guys, and how do they come back? Because we have 3 Raised Deaths. Raised Deaths is random, but of course with the Criterion mechanism or with a Lucky Charm, you might see some shenanigans on turn 3, turn 4. And honestly, if you get hit by a Lord of the Void in turn 3 or 4, good luck. Anyway, so that's the Death Speaker on the one hand. On the other hand, we have very straightforward. It is called Fury Road.
No sugarcoating it. This is gonna be straight up Fury Road. So looking forward to it, actually.
And yeah, we've seen this deck before. 2 Bostrels, Vile Imps, the Horses, Dragonets, Morgana, the Kobolds, etc., etc. Hit hard, hit fast. This is the deck to beat. So yeah, I'm honestly looking forward to this matchup also. That Speaker, so it was very dominant at a certain moment during beta. And then it was kind of figured out and solved. So then it started losing its traction, I would say. And now it's back.
Yep.
So when I saw it, my initial response like, oh no, don't play that Speaker, that's not good. But honestly, I do not know. And this version of Ewart, oh man, I really, really want to see something big and ugly hit the battlefield quickly. Which doesn't mean that I want the games to end quickly. That's not what I want. I really want to enjoy this as much as possible. So for the newer players, this Death Speaker deck, there is also a card called Nimbus Djinn, which can discard spells. The idea is that because you can cast cards like Apprentice Wizard, but more so Grandmaster Wizard, drawing 3 cards, and then if you can recast it, draw another 3 cards, so you just over time draw so many spells that you will just outmaneuver your opponent. And then the Nimbus Djinn, he can just ditch, if you would discard 6 or 7 spells, then you will just finish doing 20 damage. Yeah. But this version is actually not really with the combo of doing the instant kill, but they are just good cards on their own. So without further ado, let's
go to the feature table. Let's see how this game turns out. Fury Road against a Death Speaker. So, as you said, you might describe this as popular in the meta now versus popular in the meta a little while back, but let's see how we go.
But that's what's actually meta is all about, right? So you have something dominant, gets counted, figured out, etc. So it's like a circle, and some decks really go around full circle because they do become better again because the meta has shifted. And that's why certain decks have their time to shine in the spotlight, and then like 2 months later they're just outdone. Sometimes the meta can shift really quickly, but that makes also this game so interesting.
Yeah. So we see Ewout has the dead speaker advantage of 21 life. No, okay, he does not. There we go. Wonder why he's winning. No, it's
time.
That's good. Let's see. So they're doing their mulligans right now. I don't think they've decided who goes first yet.
That's so funny, Lasse. I was just looking at the screen and I was like, I forgot I actually have a job to do. So I was like, oh, nice. There is a stream ongoing and I just can watch a game of Sorcery. Guys, we are now at round 5. We've been at it for some time. So if the quality of the stream turns, it's his fault.
If we're not as coherent anymore as we're supposed to, then yeah, that's why I don't look any further. So we see a Onyx score coming out. Turn 1. That's a great start for Ewout.
Yeah, the things of the course is like if you want to have them in your deck, you actually want to draw them as quickly as possible, of course. So having it in your opening hand is just it accelerates your mana quite a lot. And there is what is most feared by the Fury because he can just. Ah no, it's the cops. It's not the pebble pots. Okay.
No.
Yeah. No, I thought it was that time, but so it is the impenetrable cops that shields from projectiles,
which can help against some of the abilities and.
Look, there are firebolts, there are missiles, there's all sort of things that just fly through the air. So.
Ooh, wow! Ooh. And we counter that with a foil cops. So there you go.
Okay. Round 1, I would say, for Jason. So they don't like projectiles, but can you blame him?
Looks like it. Looks like it. Yeah. We actually have the second core in hand for Ewout, and it comes down. This is a great start for him, I'd say.
Yeah, but there's also something like too much is too much, right? So I guess it's still fine, but of course. You don't just want to have only mana. But I would say, well, back in the day, so I don't know now, but for me, Death Speaker, it really resolves around drawing the cards. So you really want to have a Grandmaster Wizard. I think if that Grandmaster Wizard comes quickly, that is such a big advantage for the Death Speaker. So you only have 2 in the deck. Of course, there are others at the wizards, etc. So I'm curious what is in his hand. So he has the acceleration, so that's good because his spells are not cheap. But of course, it really depends what the follow-up is. On the other hand, what do you think about the Fury Road deck?
Well, he's right now. Yeah, I mean, he's just building towards his first hitters, and there is actually the first one, but it won't actually shoot his projectile. He's got the Dragonets out there. Ooh, and there we go. There's the first Apprentice Wizard. So Quadra is coming.
Is this the first one of the game, actually? Of today that we have on stream?
You mean the Wizard?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah. We haven't seen one. And there's a Lady Assault as well. That's a nice one too.
And it's funny that it is already cast.
So basically, whenever the Apprentice Wizard dies, it will be returned to Ewout's hand, meaning that he can trigger the effect again if he plays it again. So,
yeah, for sure. I haven't played a lot with her, so she's in a lot of combo decks and infinity decks, etc. So, but it's a bit curious that he already plays it out. Of course, he has the mana for it, but yeah.
And so it returns to his hand because the Dragonets will ping it.
Yes. So it's funny. He actually wants it also to go to the graveyard so he can cast it back, but even better to take it back to your own hand.
Yeah, you can do it again.
Yeah.
And then he also takes out the Lady Assault. So
Yeah, and that is a
then we have
good.
Brother Knight. So now he gets to look up the other brother in the deck. It's an elite card, meaning that you get to play 2 minions for the price of 1.
Yeah, and
Which is
so
great.
this is one card that I thought was like nuts in the moment that I saw it, because it really comes a lot and fast, and you have 2, so it's like 4 mana for 6 power. What? That is so much. But yeah, that is what I like about sorcery. It feels the card really feels as brothers. Every time I cast it, it's like, oh, yeah, there's the other guy.
You
And
have to
so-
play them together.
Yeah, so I really like it. Don't think it's. I mean, it is a strong card, of course, but it's not completely overpowered because of the 2 power with
Mhm.
fire imps, etc. So yeah, I really like the card, and of course, it's playing it on the side to make it a little bit more safe, so you can just start charging in. The wizard is back.
The witch is gone, but the wizard is back. Look at that.
Yeah, and so that was, of course, a good play with pinging the wizard to be able then to kill the Isolde. And Lady Isolde, she did what she had to do. She returned 1 minion, so that is 1 card advantage, and then he can replay it drawing another card. So it's 1.5, I would say. So that's okay.
I think he just played.
A Land Surveyor.
Yeah, but he got it from the deck, so I think he got it through a common sense.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I'm not seeing the full picture. I see one. We have one camera that's a bit wider, with a bit wider view, and I see a common sense
true.
in his graveyard. So
But so what we see here now, that is like the classical matchup. The dead speaker, it will defend, 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 try to gain cards and slowly overtake the whole thing. So this pressure, like I don't like this. If I'm the dead speaker, like there's so many big minions, you only have these small minions. But that is what the game is, and then you're vulnerable to cards like in this case Blaze, who will just walk around, kill your blockers, both of them. Yes, they go to the graveyard, but still hit for 3, another 3 from the other brother, and then the dragon. So that goes really, really quickly. So the blaze did 2 damage on everything, which means that both smaller units were killed in an unfortunate fire. And now you see Awad starting to think, because he probably has some options.
and there we have the pillar, which
Ouch.
is not the moment you want to be playing that.
No, it's actually very strong, because the pillar will remove all the minions. So that's actually
Right.
quite a hard counter against the dead speaker. So he doesn't care really about the lives, but being able to empty all minions and removing those. No.
And then he also has a Thor's Hammer Trinket, which he will use to do 4 damage with the Dragonets. Ewot is getting
Hammered?
Trinkets?
Trinkets?
By trinkets. Yeah, I mean, this kind of shows the power of Fury Road.
100%. Like, this is Fury Road at its best. This is what it does. And that's why this is the deck to beat. Because if it comes in like this, in this order, yeah, you are in trouble.
Exactly.
But we're not done yet. For sure not. Because that speaker has his own bag of tricks. I'm so sad I didn't see a sister discarding something big. So there's the Fate Changeling to send something back to the hands. A card that I didn't understand for quite a long time. I thought it was just a bad card, but here in Sorcery, especially with these control decks, it's about timing, timing. Just getting more time to draw more stuff, etc. And it's a blocker as well. But still, I would say Ewald is in quite a predicament.
Yeah, there are a lot of minions on the board.
Of course, there are some cards. Let me have a quick look what the solutions are. There is no fire, so there are no massive removal spells. There is earthquake.
There is an assault in play now, though. So we have a death's door.
Bam. That is Boudica.
Boudica, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm mixing up names again.
No. And Boudica is just ridiculous strong.
So other allies have 3 power while successfully attacking sites. Plus 3 power, I should say.
No. So Ewart at death's door. Fury Road hits hard fast, and this is textbook, I would say. This is how it should go. This is what you wish for. And now we see Ewart with a Jin on the defensive, but being at death's door. Yes, he may now cost minions for free from the graveyard, but against the Fury Road, that is not where you want to be, of course.
Yeah, it really shows how Fury Road can just walk over you, because Jason still at 20 life. Not really feeling a lot of pressure.
Ah, not at all. I don't
if
think
any at all. Any will common sense.
Ooh, isn't that just game?
It seems like he's just looking.
Ah, yeah. There
What
it
can I
is.
use?
And that is, I think, a heat ray, if I was not mistaken. And
So
the heat ray was
that's-
searched for and cast, but unfortunately projectiles cannot enter.
Right.
So
Even if it's piercing.
indeed. And so I think Ewart got a lucky break. I still think he's in trouble. But so the heat ray, normally we are so used to it that this is a finisher actually.
Okay, but now we see an infiltrate going
Yeah.
onto the Nimbus Gen.
Which is also a problem because, of course, if it can just fly over whatever and dump a card,
It might delay
but
his death, but
Ewart dodged the bullet. I mean, there are so many things that could have killed him on the spot.
he
so
dodged the heat ray, you could say.
yeah, indeed. So I don't know if Jason does it on purpose to just give us more content. Shout out to him. Thanks for that. But I think you must be very confident to do such a play.
Well, at least the sorcerer is taken a little step closer.
Mhm. But I just want to mention, like, we are under pressure right now. I mean, mistake happen. It goes so fast. Even if you have tons and tons of experience and hours, there is so much going on. And like,
Exactly.
you see, you know that cops is there on the table, but it's covered by other cards, etc. You're just excited for the win. You do the common sense, and it happens to all of us. It's just normal. And yeah, he's still in a very good spot. If by some miracle he would lose of this, then of course that's a different situation. So the Jin went back into Ewart's control.
I'm not really sure what happened with the Jin, but I see the infiltrate in Jason's hand, unless it's. I think in the end he didn't play it.
Okay. Alright, I'm curious. So another good spot to be in. There is the Headless Hound in the beta box stopper version.
I do think Ewout forgot about the heat ray because he just took a side step, and now the sorcerer would be able to just.
Ooh.
Take a step to the left.
No,
shoot
but
the
I
heat ray.
think the heat ray was cast.
I see it still in his hand.
Ah, he took it back.
I think he didn't do it because it didn't work, and
Yeah, okay, but then normally it was cast. I saw Ewa do it the thing like. Okay.
through the glare I can't really see which card is lying there.
Okay, so now the Jin has been infiltrated. I think. I hope. And now he wants to
They're calling
recast.
for a judge.
He wants to recast that Faye, changing to get it back into his own hands.
I see in our YouTube chat,
Yeah.
Lord of Itza saying, "Man, this game should have been over."
Oh yes, it
So
should have, but
I think indeed Jason could have finished it already.
Mhm.
Maybe it's just like a cat does with its
And
prey, toying a bit with Ewat.
So I think now the judges, so Eowat wants to summon the keep changing on to return the Nimmer Jin, and it actually says maybe something inside may return a minion here to its owner's hand. So the question is, a minion, is that a turret minion, or is it just okay and just passes through stealth, so he is able. If I would have to guess a minion, it's not a target minion.
It
but
doesn't specify target.
it's not.
So,
So
yeah.
I think it works, but that's why we have the judge. And also for this, very important to get our U.S. American judges or global judges that support us here. So again, shout out and a big thank you to really support us all the way.
I do see Lord of Itza saying in the YouTube chat that it does return it to hand.
Yeah. Anyway, don't care. The game is still on, and I think it's amazing.
we still have some interesting gameplay moments too.
He should have died like 2 times already, but
I
we're
feel
still going judges and all.
I
That's
feel
what
like
we
this,
want to
this
see.
is indeed just I don't know, probably Jason overlooking things now, or
I don't know, with the whole heat ray stuff, I don't know what happened there. So if he actually has a heat ray in hand, then yeah. So is showing us his cemetery? I don't think I saw it there. Anyway, look at Jason. He's scratching his head like, ooh. He's lost the infiltrates. Although he's still in such a good shape, I don't think there's actually anything to really worry about. But yeah,
We'll
as
see.
long as you're
We'll
still
see.
alive, as long as you have your fighting chance.
so it's returned to Ewat's hand. There
Yep.
you go.
And I think
And he's
you
still
see
in the game.
the smile on Ewat's face, like he knows that it's not the one bullet that he's dodging. But still, the other source is so near.
Yeah, it feels like a matter of time. Although I've learned in the few times that we've casted together now that you can't really call it the game until
Nope. And there is
Until it's
that actually a Grandmaster Wizard, but I hope he will sidestep. It is so dangerous to be that close.
Yeah.
Please sidestep. Just go.
Go back behind that patch.
No.
No.
But I understand. He's just like, okay, I didn't die last time, so you would presume that then hopefully you survive
Yes,
another
I'm
round.
actually still wondering if there's a reason why the heat ray hasn't been cast.
I don't know. Did we miss something? Was something then with the common sense? Perhaps
I have
another
no
card
idea.
was chosen. Yeah, that's a bit. I know. I still see it in his hand. Or honestly, Lazo, when we are in this kind of situation that we as casters think like, why is he not doing this? Most of the time we are wrong.
Usually,
So
when we talk to the players afterwards,
chat,
they have a good
explain
reason.
to us why isn't the game done yet.
Indeed, I'm expecting many of the people who are watching this stream right now to actually understand what's going on better than we do. So, please enlighten us if you do.
Anyway, still don't care. We're still watching.
It's
so
still a fun game to watch.
and poor Ewout being at death's door, it's never a good
Yeah.
feeling, right? And
I
he
can
is
feel the
still
stress.
he's still hanging in there.
And
Okay.
one step closer for the sorcerer. Here it comes, I think.
It should come. I'm not doing anything. Sorry, guys. I'm just watching the stream in stress.
I see Marcellus Wesley now saying he is trying to pull off the Wombo combo.
The Wombo combo. So this is what we think that he has in hand, and if that's the case, he can actually do 2 damage.
So, if I understand correctly, I just want to end in style.
But that is no, or is
That
it?
speaker is not on a cops. I do not think so, Lord Vitsa.
Ah, it was a Dragonaut, so it was changed, so the heat ray is gone. So that was what I was looking at, but it's just a Dragonaut with a full versioning.
Was it?
I think so. That was what I thought. Ah,
No,
what
he
is that
still-
red
he still-
shiny thing?
He still has a heat
Man.
ray. I think he does. But it seems like he's just trying to end in style. Right?
But that is actually dangerous.
Yeah, but I mean, you
No,
only
but
live once.
the Jin is there, right? So he's at 16, so we can have 5 or 6 cards, and like he has drawn a lot, so I think. Yeah, I'm not understanding it, because if the Jin now goes and attacking the sorcerer, and the Dead Speaker can sidestep, but even then, yeah, no.
Here comes the Jin.
There comes the Jin. Ooh, but if, yeah, now it's just discard time, I would say. Well, Ewout has to go for it, right?
I do think.
Okay, how to select
Is the well?
4
I
cards.
see people in the chat saying that the Dead Speaker actually is on a cops, which we might have
Ah.
overlooked.
Okay, that's why. Okay.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yep. Okay, thank you, chat,
Because
for
I
clarifying.
missed the other.
Yeah, but look at all the necklaces and all the the fills
Yeah, I
of
mean,
the 2 cores.
we have quite a few things blocking the view. I do have to say.
Okay, so
But okay, thanks for enlightening that.
so we just take everything back.
Yes.
Everything is fine and normal. Ewout is playing his best
And
game.
here we are. That's store for Jason.
But the one thing is that the avatar, the sorcerer, could have entered it and then shoot it, but now he's at death's door. So basically, he just still needs a blocker. Because he cannot defend with his own avatar, because it's not allowed that both at death's door kill each other, and then he cannot block, and thus he is able to shoot him. So he needs a blocker. The Dragonauts are countered because the Jin will soak up the damage, and still the projectile cannot enter. So voila, there we have the sisters. It is just a blocker. He just needs that blocker.
So he discards 1 card.
Yes, and
Brings out another.
we saw that little shake of the head. And I think he did his job. Like Jason is at that door. You see Jason is screaming in his seat. Like you see him. He's feeling it, right?
This is quite a predicament. Oh, look at that
Wow.
headless hound just beating away.
Honestly, this game is amazing. I thought without any doubt that Ewout was as dead as you could
So
be.
we do have a raise
Ooh.
dead now. Who will we raise?
Doesn't matter.
It's a 4, which means we get a Brother Knight. Under the control of that speaker. Another blocker. Oh, or not. It seems.
Indeed, another blocker. That
And
is
the dead speaker takes a sidestep.
But that is a bit dangerous, actually. Because that is not a cops.
No, but there are 2 copses in front of him.
Yeah, but it will not shield a projectile. Like, if you're on the cops, it will not stop the projectile.
Doesn't it? Let's see.
I'll just put it on screen. So projectiles can't enter this side from the outside. So if you're on the cops, you can actually shoot outside.
Yes, but
so
there is one in front of him. Well, of course not if of course if
Yeah,
the
yeah,
avatar moves.
if he moves
but then
into
he
one of
can
them,
he
huh?
can intercept with the Brother Knight.
Yeah, but so there is only that one naked minion left to defend. So if we can remove it in some way or form, yeah, and you see him now quickly acting. Oh, that was too fast.
But Ewout concedes there.
Okay.
He can
Can
intercept.
Yes, or the brother.
Or am I
is
missing something?
The brother is Ewout, right?
Yeah, it's in risk control. But if he does not do it, then
Or
I guess it's
chat,
game.
are we still missing something here? Anyway, the game has ended. Thank you, Ewout and Jason, for such an amazing match.
So we are not wrong.
We are not wrong,
Ewout
right?
could intercept, but
I think that the stress just got
yeah,
the better of
probably.
both of them. I think. So, congratulations to Jason for winning. He shot that heat ray. That is how I read it, right?
Yeah, he just overlooked that he could
Yeah.
intercept. And as we see now in the chat as well, Lord of Itza says intercept is just so rarely used that people just don't think about it.
Okay, but knowing Ewout, he is really a top player.
Yeah,
in
I'm
Belgium.
surprised. I've played many times against him, and I mean,
Yeah, he doesn't make
usually doesn't overlook this, but
normally
yeah.
he doesn't make this kind of mistake, and he actually really knows that rule quite well. I think it went so fast also, Jason, like he thought he won, and so he just did it as if he actually won.
Yeah.
And yeah, Ewout just accepted, and I think Ewout also realized like, hey, I think Anyway, it happened. It is fair. Both players are responsible for mistakes.
Exactly.
There we
Okay.
are again. So yeah, wow.
What a game.
What a game.
And as I said, I always, or at least we always have the tendency of like calling a game when we think, okay, he's at death's door, this game is over. But look at the way that Ewout actually came back, and he was able, under that protection of that cops, to simply stay alive, shield himself from any projectiles, and then, yeah, I mean, Fury Road can only do so much, of course.
Indeed. But to be all fair to Jason, like that first 5 turns, so I was a bit skeptic in the beginning. Before the Dragonite, not much was happening. But then the brothers, we saw them in actions with that blaze removing. It was like a lot of more than 10 damage in 1 turn. So that is what the deck does. Yeah, honestly, I wanted to see that speaker in action, and we could see it in action. So although completely on the back foot, he was able with that Copses to get back into the game, and like it should not have gone too much longer. Or I think honestly, with the Jin and everything, next turn I think Ewout had
Ewout
it.
had
in the
it
back,
if he could survive one more turn. But yeah,
Indeed.
I mean, it's
part
it is
of
what
it.
it is. He played very well. So did Jason, obviously, and he's the winner. And we're ready now for a short interview by Sophie with Jason.
Yes. Okay, cool. So we are live here after a really exciting feature match. That was a pretty wild match. Do you want to talk just a bit about the match and the deck you were playing?
Yeah, so I was just playing the regular, just a regular Fury Road. So yeah, nothing too exciting. Just like Fire and Earth and just aggro. Just because I think the tournament's like super long. So I just wanted something that hopefully wasn't too, needing to think too much and things like that. But there's still a lot of thinking and decisions, of course. Yeah.
So you had him at 0 like fairly early in the game, and then he sort of just kept coming back at you. What would you like? Do you have any like things that you're thinking? Okay, I should have played this or I should have done that.
Yeah, I think what did I do? I think maybe the common sense or something for the heat ray. I thought I had him, but then I forgot about the impenetrable corpse that I can't shoot it through. So maybe I could have used that maybe infiltrate or do something else instead that turn. But I used the common sense to search it, and then I didn't have enough mana, I think, to play the infiltrate. Yeah, to play infiltrate. Yeah. So yeah.
Cool. So you've played a good deal of matches. Let us know what's the score right now, and what have been the most fun decks you've been up against.
Yeah, so I've actually been up against like a whole range of. I think like I played Druid, and then this guy was on Death Speaker. I played Battle Mage, so it was like another wild match. I think we're both on Death's Door, and then I think he hit he hit the Whirling Blade, and then so that gave him Fierce Strike, and then he had Grapple Shot. So it was like a super fast match, but then there's so many like little decisions I think we had to make, and so it was interesting.
So a bit about like your everyday gameplay. Where are you from, and are you like playing regularly? And what's the scene like in the city you're playing in?
Yeah, sure. So I flew in from London. So it was pretty easy to get here. Just there's a few people that came here from London, and so we meet up maybe about once every few weeks. But I think at the start back in November when beta first came out, it was pretty regular. It's like maybe once every 2 months. So I think because everybody's kind of like middle-aged, and we just, busy, and, some people were playing like a few different TCGs. So we met like maybe every 2 months. But I think now like we've got a community up to maybe about 10 people and stuff. So it's pretty good. I think we had like a big tournament in London like about 2 weeks ago. And so, hopefully we can build it a bit more. Yeah.
So last question. What are you like hoping to like? You're top 8 now. That's like the lay of the land. I'm thinking. What decks do you want to pair into? Hopefully.
Okay, yeah. So it'll be really good to make top 8, but I've got a flight out. Yeah, at about 9 something. So I probably I probably wouldn't be able to play. But yeah, I mean if I wasn't, I guess yeah. I mean, Fury Road, it's got like a lot of good matchups against, say Battle Mage seems like pretty good. Against Druid, it seemed like quite solid. So, but yeah, I haven't played Archimago yet, but yeah.
So a versatile deck, and hopefully a lot of good matchups waiting if you can make it. Yeah. So again, guys, stay tuned. We're going to have the Top Cup playing, and we're going to have some more interviews later on. Bye. Thanks so much.
All right, thanks a lot, Sophie, for yet another great interview. So, looking at all of these matches, I have to say, I really love what I'm seeing. We see a lot of surprises. We had some decks that we expected. We see quite some Fury Road here today, but also some interesting new introductions. And I'm actually happy to see that these are still standing strongly, even against like the current meta. But I mean, I'm really looking forward to seeing after the next round who will proceed to the finals. But until then, until that last round, maybe we should talk a bit more about a little special something that we also have prepared for this event. Well, actually, we didn't prepare it. It was a wonderful artist by the name of Vincent Pompetti, and it's the amazing artwork that was created for the Siege at the Core. So we have the artwork here on screen as well. Nick, you actually were the guy who had the idea for this whole concept, so maybe you can explain a bit what are we looking at?
Yeah, thank you. So with a personal background in creative agencies, I thought like, hey, we really need to have something, a visual that we can use for this amazing tournament. So I started around, and then thanks to actually Cedric, so shout out to Cedric of the French Discord, he was able to connect us with Vincent. And Vincent is super nice. You saw it perhaps already on the stream during the interview. He's so open and friendly to talk to and work together with. Never is anything a problem. And so he said, okay, but what do you want to do? That's what he asked. So I said, okay, we are the sources at the core, because the core, it is Belgium, is the center of Europe. The cores is the elements, the power of the elements. It's so crucial for this game. And then we are all sources in the evening when we can play this amazing game. Sources at the core, that has become its name. So that's what I said. But then I was thinking like, okay, the siege at the core, we will battle it out here. But not only there is an outside siege happening in the realm, but actually for every sorcerer, and this is true also in your daily life, there's a lot of stuff happening within. And a sorcerer, then I see it in my imagination, is like to be able to summon these powers, you have to find the right balance. Everything in life is about balance, and I think if you read a bit of science fiction and magic, balance and energy, these concepts are very important. So there is also this balance within a sorcerer. So sometimes we have these battles that are inside, and that is what I just gave to Vincent, and this is what he came back
Yeah,
to.
and I have to say it's really an amazing piece, and I was surprised also by the speed at which he was able to create this.
Yeah.
So you see on this art piece, of course, the iconic dome of Osiris in the background, which, of course, it's your favorite artwork, I think, in the whole sorcery. Am I correct?
Yeah, definitely in the top 3. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's, of course, a very iconic piece, and then he surrounded that with some familiar elements. You see, of course, the elements floating around the sorcerer at the center. You see in the background maybe some familiar characters as well. And he actually also, if you watch the interview, he actually told us that there are actually also some elements in there that are based on the art books and the other art pieces that he did, and even some stuff that might might find its way into sorcery later on. So it's a very interesting piece. It even sounds a bit like a future-proof piece for a sorcery fan, if I may say so.
Completely. I don't know if we need any other artwork. Perhaps this will be our stable artwork. Who knows?
We'll
But
see.
I just want to share you also this. Nobody has seen this actually already. But so Vincent also sent me this. Like this is actually the outlines of his work, and then you see some shading. And here it's beginning to take shape and take form, and then it ends up this. And actually, this is actually how it looks in real life. And so this is currently being auctioned off by Mike's collector's art house.
Collector art house.
I don't know why I'm an issue with that name, but
falling over the words, but it's still it's still an auction there. Yeah.
And I just checked, and we have now a bid of €900. Honestly, I think this is still very reasonable for a real Pompetti unique artwork. But so I think the auction runs until tomorrow, so people still have plenty of time to get into the action. And yeah, you can just take this home, or it can be sent to you wherever you are.
And I have to say, during lunch break, I was talking with Vincent for a little while. He's the nicest guy, by the way. He's such a lovely person to be talking to. And he said, well, I actually have the original piece here, and he showed it to me. And it looks, I mean, even in this picture, it doesn't seem as vibrant as if you see it in real life. So I have to say, it's totally worth going to the auction and bidding on it. If you of course have the money for it, it's very worthwhile. It's a beautiful piece of art.
All right, we still have an interview with Eric, which will be coming up after the 6th round. So still one more round left. This will be a very exciting round. This is the one that really makes or breaks you.
Yeah.
Not literally, but you know what I mean. Everybody wants to reach the top 8. What else? Do we still have anything else to discuss?
Well, I think at this point in the tournament, as we said right before this round, we're starting to see that top 8 take shape. We will see who will be trying to reach that top 8 in the next round, of course. And it's always interesting to see at this point, okay, we've seen which avatars were signed up for this event, but which ones are actually headed for that final piece. So I'm not sure if we can maybe look at the avatars again, the spread, how many sorcerers there are, how many I don't know if you have it ready on your computer as well, Nick.
Give me a moment to look for it. But of course, I don't know who is currently in the top 8. So for the top 8 decks or the top 16, I don't know, not know yet. Let me have a look.
I do think
so
as we
I
also
have
have
it
a
on
lot of
screen.
viewers from the United States
Sure.
joining us who haven't seen this yet, I think. So this is actually the spread, if you see, compared to the meta in the US, as some are saying here in the chat, it seems pretty similar. But what is very interesting here to see is that there is no Avatar of Air
None.
in this entire tournament. So that was a big surprise. Other than that, Sorcerer still very, very popular. Archimago as well. Yeah, and other than that, there's quite a spread of other avatars. Only one witch. I was actually expecting more witches as well.
Yeah, what I heard, I didn't play with Witch, tested thoroughly myself, but what I heard that after some time, apparently the Sorcerer beats the Witch. That the 2 points of damage, it doesn't really, like, drawing more cards, it does way more damage over a course of a few turns. But yeah, we still have one. Don't know how it is scoring and doing today. Nor the Templar. Oh, I hope he gets top 8.
Yeah.
Only one Pathfinder. That's not a lot. But let us see. So we have casted a Geomancer, we've casted a Druid, we've casted a Death Speaker, a Battle Mage, an Archimago, the Sorcerer, and the Spark Mage. So yeah, I think we already covered quite a lot. So
Yeah, I think we had some of the interesting choices already here. I would love to see this Flame Caller in action as well, since it's only one, and I think also the Templar would be great to see.
Indeed. All right, I think that wraps it up for this round.
Yep.
So we are going on a small break, and for the schedule, I think we will launch back in around 20-ish minutes.
Yeah, so see you guys in 20 minutes, and in the meantime, there will be some more sorcery puzzles for you to have some fun with. See you then. Yes, we are back, and this time for the final round of our Swiss tournament. After this, we go into the finals, which will be the top 8 players that are participating in the Siege at the Core. We have seen some awesome games already today, I have to say. I'm very happy with the gameplay we saw previously, and now we actually have a good look at the players who will be playing for that top 8. So maybe we should take the leaderboards here with us. For a
Sure.
moment.
So if you could have a look at the leaderboard. So here it is. So we have, after 5 rounds, we have only one on top, which is Mark with 15 points, 5-0. Well done, Mark. We saw him on stream earlier. And then if we have a look, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 players with 12.4 and 1. That means after this round, we will have also 4 players with 15 points extra. So that means that 5 slots will already be locked in. So Mark, congratulations, you have made it to the final 8. Then we will have another 4, 5 in total, which means that there will be 3 players with 12 points that will also advance. And of course here we just rely on the sorcery system. It's a complex mechanism that calculates the resistance points of your opponents. This is that number, opponents win percentage, that you see there, and that will just tell us who is there. So people who are 4-2, they still have a shot. Alright, the players are getting ready as we speak. So for the people, because I think that was a question from chat, so Mark is playing the Sorcerer. It is the air water version, but just stay put. After the 6th round we will go on a break, and then before we start the top 8 we will give you a deep dive on the top 8
we'll
decks.
dive into the top 8 decks, see which decks have survived that Swiss tournament.
And for this round we have a special. It is a true Belgian matchup. On the one side we have Wim, which is actually, I think, when did he join us?
I remember him joining us, I think 6 months ago, something like that. He hasn't been playing very long. Actually, he only got into TCGs recently. He's also playing some Lorcana. But it's actually the guy he will be playing right now, Jesse, together with his friend Wout, who sort of convinced him to also give Sorcery a shot. And here he is, competing against Jesse for a spot in the top 8.
And as I mentioned before, Jesse is really what I would consider one of the best in the world at this moment. So Wim, he will have to...
He'll have a big fight on his hands.
Yep.
For sure.
Jesse is amazing. The big and good thing for Wim is that Jesse is actually not 100%. He was under the weather and he had to take a lot of medication to be here. But he literally told me, like, I will bring my whole medical team if I have to, but I will compete in this tournament. And I'm still waiting for that Jesse versus Jeffrey rematch. Okay, let's have a look at the deck. So Wim is playing a Sorcerer, so it's a Sorcerer versus Sorcerer matchup. We see all the stuff, right? Jihad, Redbreast Robin, Vile Imp, Warhorse, Boudica. Is there anything special here? Sir Balin is super hard. So a Bull, quite strong. Hans of Andaros also, a Manticore. And then the 2 Thundering Giants. So quite also very big minions actually as well. And if we look at Jesse's playing Air Earth, which actually is the same concept. So here we see the Sir Bors. That's crazy. That range 2 fire, be able to hit 2 away. Range is strong. We have the Phalanxes, Hippogriffs, Butcher, Bodyguards. 1 Amazon War, Vampires also for the live gain, but I see like guards. So I think that is also what makes Jesse great. Like he tends to have many options, so he can really find the right card at the right moment and really make that difference. So unless also you have something else, I think we can move to the matchup.
I think so, yeah. The players are getting ready. They are shuffling their decks, and we will see them kick off. This is a Sorcerer versus Sorcerer game. 2 of the many Sorcerers in our avatar pool today.
And we see Jesse here in the blue at the bottom of the screen, and we see Wim on top in the red. Yeah, it feels like, because they are from the same shop actually, so they are friends
They
also.
play at the same LGS.
So I would not say apprentice versus master, but perhaps it feels that way.
It has that vibe, I'd say.
But let's be realistic. If we just look at the points, we are 4-1, both of them.
Wim is playing very well, so
that's what I heard. So good luck to both players. You see Jesse not revealing his avatar until the cards have been shuffled, but I think
keeping it a secret.
Honestly, that Wim knows what he's up against. All right, but so I think the dynamic of the fire air versus fire earth will be interesting.
I think fire earth is a very interesting one, especially because like he has Sir Boris the Younger. It has that ranged ability. Also, it has enemies lose stealth, which is also very interesting, I think.
Oh, and sorry, I was mistaken. Of course, Jesse is playing the air earth version, not the fire earth version.
Yeah, indeed.
Okay.
So I think we're ready to go. Do
Cards
our
are
mulligans right now.
shuffled. The dispel goes to the bin. I see that boss troll, that is one definitely to keep. And in Wim's hands, I don't have a good glimpse. These are the parries. Okay. Wow, it's a sorcerer.
Who knew?
I think this could actually be a false game. What do you think?
Well, they're both opting for a rather aggressive playstyle, so it should be one of the faster games we've seen today. Although I have to say, we have seen quite some fast games already.
Yeah, but of course, we never seen a sorcerer versus sorcerer matchup. So here, at a certain moment, they will start both drawing 2 cards. So if evenly matched, we can just continue, right?
Exactly. So I think that's Jesse opting for a Rift Valley to start.
That's correct. So in the beginning, yeah. So of course, Rift Valley is very important against control and to tear apart lands, etc. But he's just casting it because with the sorcerer matchup, it is less relevant, I think.
We also see a Mirror Realm already on Wim's side, which will probably just be mirroring his first side.
Mirror Realm was personally, I think, the first unique that I ever drew out of.
Really?
I think so. It was one of the first. I was
That's one of the better ones to have, I'd say.
yeah, but I didn't even know, but I was so blown away by the art, and I was like, wow, this is amazing. And the first minion hits the battlefield, and it is a special placement.
The boss troll on a rather defensive spot.
Well, there are.
Well, Jesse probably knows there is quite some charge abilities in Wim's deck.
True, and so he perhaps wants to keep it defensive. Also, there are other things like grapple shot if you really want to have your minion there to get ready. And I think I can even see.
Actually, see a bit of his hand here. Okay, he's pulling it back. It's as if he's heard us.
He's always
playing it close to the chest. And now Wim playing the desert, which does nothing.
And that is, of course, the case against fire. There are the deserts, the desert the wild damage, and then with the vile imp, your boss troll is just shot down. So in this regard, it keeps more safe. But yeah, I would imagine that Jesse also wants to do damage. So that tells me, and there we go for the trade. That also tells me that Jesse actually is more confident in his stronger minions. So I think he thinks like, if I can just prolong the game, I think I will just get ahead slowly.
Yeah, and he does have quite some heavy hitters. Looking at it, he has a two butchers. He has a Percival, the Amazon Warriors. So yeah, if he can extend a bit to the later game, he has some big threats to put on the board.
But
There's actually a Pudge Butcher right there.
Ooh.
And he will be able to pull that Sorcerer closer if Wim puts nothing in front of it.
Oh. So there's a Butcher. He is immobile, but that projectile it shoots, it will actually drag that avatar all the way to the other side. And honestly, once you are in the clutches of a Pudge Butcher,
it's hard to get
out.
You'll need a blink or something, teleport maybe.
So I see a chuckle from Jesse, so I think they know each other very well. And yeah, I think that Pudge, it is the perfect opportunity because as you say, there is no land. He cannot just escape unless he blinks, but that's also a bit of a waste. Putting a minion before it, then you just lose a minion. So yeah, that's a strong opening for Jesse.
Another interesting card that Wim plays there is the Vesuvius, which, if need be, he can just pop that, and he will be charging with the Giant Hippogriffs.
I always think, perhaps also with the art, that it's like your red button. Like, if you're just screaming like what to do, just press the red button and boom, everything goes away. It's not really true, because the Butch will survive it, and it's not near it, but...
it's no Roots of Yggdrasil.
No. So, as a counter, there are the Hippogriffs. But Hippogriffs, damage-wise, versus the Butcher, and also just being suddenly on the other side of the realm, not that easy.
I think yes, it is contemplating whether he should draw sides, and he opts for drawing a side.
And there we go.
And the Pudge will
no
pull in that
hesitation.
Sorcerer. Come over here, he says.
Back to Mortal Kombat days. Come over here. But not only that, that is already, but that extra 5 damage, like the clock is on, right?
And then he will play a side. And that's the Kingdom of Agartha he plays there. All minions have burrowing, which is interesting.
It's a beautiful card also. All minions have burrowing.
I'm not quite sure what he played there. Is
I
that a
think
cave-in?
A lightning. Was that
or a lightning bolt? I'm not sure. I can't see it with the glare. Yeah, it's probably a lightning bolt.
No. Yeah, I can see it.
Cave-in would be sort of overpowered there.
Lightning bolt, just dealing 3 damage. It's 100% removal. Yeah. If we said this could go long or short, we're not there yet. But
we
he
don't
has
know.
to find
We don't know.
a solution, and he needs to find it also rather quickly.
I sure hope he has something like a blink for his avatar.
Ah, nice. A disintegrate, which is actually very funny, because funny is still on the other side, etc. But disintegrate, it depends on the range. Let me pull it up. The bench target nearby. Well, it is quite close by. I mean, he dragged you all the way for squares.
Well, yeah.
So he is now out of its clutches, but still, I don't find myself comfortable all the way on the other side. So, but okay, step 1, Pudge has been dealt with. He will play a poison well, taking another life. That poison well is so good. Poisoned well.
I wonder if he could have held on to it a bit longer.
What do you mean?
To deal some more damage.
With the poisoned well?
No.
Yeah, but like it's not that easy to. Then it's 2 damage, so yeah, you cannot just keep back your sights. I think a bodyguard is entering the realm.
Of course, taking the damage for his avatar, as a royal bodyguard should do.
Indeed.
And of course, also just a 4-power minion, which is always nice.
Yeah. Yeah, against any form of aggro, whatever you do now, you really have to first kill that bodyguard. And everything low, like the powers, etc., that deal 3 damage, it's just not enough. So it's just one of the nice mechanics of that, the bodyguards.
I do think I see the Saracen Raiders there, and the Hound of Andaras. So Wim's hand seems quite stacked.
Yes, but you need time to cast these spells, and that is also a big part of a lot of games, of course. Tempo, when are you able to cast these things, and are they on time?
So now he's actually charging the bodyguard with the Raiders.
Indeed.
And... or is he? I think he's considering taking it back.
Okay. Because that would mean that actually he needs to attack.
He'll just attack the site then.
It makes more sense, I guess.
Knowing Jesse, he's probably like, are you sure you want to do that? He's a nice guy to play against. He's very teaching, even if you're playing against him, so.
You're calling Jesse a nice guy? He's always
can be.
fighting and hurting me in all sorts of ways.
No, that's the thing. He's a nice guy. He tells you when you're doing something wrong, but still he comes out on top on the end.
Indeed. It's one of the best. All right.
So of course I'm not sure if we mentioned this before for this game, but Jesse is also the winner of the Sorcery Con official tournament.
Yeah, and the big one in Las Vegas, where we actually won the draft, and then he won the second draft as well. So that's a major accomplishment. And he also had a lot of fun. Okay, so the Raiders are in the bin. The bodyguard is in the bin, and now we have another big minion, which is the phalanx. Five-power minion can only move themselves forward, but of course it will now just start all the way on the other side, because yeah, the avatar is there, so why go for it if you can just hit the avatar and just have that space to still move further. And it's also defensive if a lightning bolt would be cast, and it could also take the damage, etc. So and Wim now decides
to retreat,
to move away. But of course the phalanx will still, and that is I think what Jesse is saying, he will be able to follow it. And so
he'll take a sidestep.
So that is Jesse. So he said, hey, if you just sidestep, then that's 5 damage that you miss. But we must also, yeah, you see it, right? It's like moving with your sorcerer, meaning that you are not drawing a card. So every
you're
move
sacrificing the actual ability of the sorcerer for it.
Yeah. Because, for instance, if you withdraw your own big minion, then but yeah, that's the power of the butch, right? The moment that you're on the other side of the realm, it's really tough. And then if you really have to walk back, so yeah.
Out comes the Hound.
Yep.
Also a crazy minion.
Oh yeah, for sure. So the only thing is that it's only, between brackets, only a 4-powered minion, which now is a bit problematic. But of course, it has everything: airborne, burning, submerge, void whack, and then the other ones loses stealth. But actually, it's countered because all minions have bury.
Oh, and he does cast a grapple shot onto the avatar.
I think it's a blink, actually.
I think it's a grapple shot.
Really?
He's taking a strike. And he will hit him. So that's death's door for him.
Ah, you're right. Wow. So that is 10 damage.
Devastating.
Yep.
Wow.
And then even drawing another blink. In this case, wow. Okay, Lasse, I hope we still have a lot of content for this round because.
Well, we're not calling the game over.
Not at all.
We've learned that.
No way.
I mean, we've had some long, drawn-out games, even at this point. But yeah, it's gonna be a tough one for Wim to go over this.
So I think everybody who's watching now starts to understand, like, if suddenly you see the live turtle go for a swing in one direction, then it's like, okay, something is happening and the end might be near. I truly hope not.
Wim wondering if he can do anything to get out of this predicament. I do see a war horse there, which might help him a bit. We should have. He'll cast it and he'll take the hound with him, I suppose.
And so that's the extra annoying thing by being on the other side. So you cannot even cast your minions nearby you to defend yourself because you're just like, hey, what are you doing there?
I have to get close, but I don't know how.
And so it is not on screen, but I see that ring on Jesse's side.
Yeah. So Jesse now actually has the Ring of Morgan in play, meaning that whenever he casts a spell, he gets to ping 1 damage nearby, and we're all clear on what direction that damage will be going.
Yeah, and the ring is a problem. Any spell does the damage, and then yeah, it's game. Is on that door. There we see the ring. What can you do? I cannot. Can you imagine any cards that can turn this around? Roots of Yggdrasil cannot, because you cannot kill it. Something
well,
to remove.
I guess if you can block this turn and you get a way of removing the ring, that might be an option.
If he would be able to teleport back to his beginning position, then the ring cannot be near him. Although we know that he actually has a blink, so even that is lethal. And there is a handshake.
That's game.
That is game. So
very well played by Jesse.
Yeah. I would say very well played by the Push Butcher.
Yeah, that was. Well, actually, the thing that hurt him the most was not putting a minion in front of his avatar, I guess. But even then, like Jesse probably had some other removal as well.
Mm-hmm. So here we have it. The game is over. Jesse won. He does qualify for our top 8. Jesse in top 8 is scary. We know what the guy can do.
We know he's doing well there. So yeah.
I mean, it's his own right. He really is that strong. So yeah, I'm actually very happy that he takes that place also. So we will have very good players in the top 8, of course. Great, very happy. So the game has ended. So Wim just shook the hand. He knew there was no way. He didn't have any solution. So okay, that was Sorcerer over Sorcerer. I would say it didn't last that long. So we did not enter that phase where both would be drawing 2 cards just because of the Push Butcher. Like if you have that Push Butcher and you have that narrow alley where you cannot escape, you exactly see what we just saw. nothing to do. If then you don't have a blink, and even then he still had to disintegrate to remove it quite quickly. He only took the 5 damage, but the damage was done. The moment that you are on the other side, you are in just so much trouble. And as said, once you start to move and you lose actually spells against your opponent,
yeah,
it
really hurts your ability to come back even more. So that was a big move from Jesse.
I'm a bit sad that it went so fast, but this is what happens with this kind of decks.
They're aggressive, they're fast. Let's see if the other decks in the finals are as fast as this one's. This could be a short final if that's the case.
Well, it really depends on these cards. Like a Butcher unchecked is what it does, and you have a number of cards that are this way. Like if not dealt with adequately, then you're just in a world of hurt.
Yes, exactly. Good.
So, we just got a minor update. So I heard, I don't know, for people who are not familiar with Europe, in Belgium we are known for our amazing weather.
Amazing
outside.
weather, yes.
So actually it is raining quite hard. But they said that the atmosphere and the ambience in the players
it's all
is
sunshine
amazing.
and happiness at the
So
siege at the core.
just for the information for the players outside, so after this round we still have some interviews planned, so stay tuned here right now. But here round 6 is over, which means the Swiss is over.
Yeah, so at the end of this round we will know who will advance to the top 8 of the tournament. And maybe we can already shed a bit of light on how we will approach this. So normally what we do is every round we pick 2 players that will go to the feature table, and then we'll take a look at their decks. For this finals, we will actually look at all 8 decks before the final start, and then we have the games a bit closer to each other, so with shorter breaks in between, which for the viewers at home also probably is a bit nicer, because you don't have to wait that long until there's another piece of content to watch. So we actually have some content ready for a break before the finals. So in a minute we will see Sophie and Jesse for a short interview, and after that we actually have another interview coming up for you, which is the interview of Christoph with Erik Olofsson, of course the Erik who is of course the creator of the game himself.
So that means top 8, they will be super happy and excited. But of course that means the end of the tournament for the other players. But we do have some prizes for them. So as mentioned before, we have the 6 Elvira prints for starting from place 9. They will be able to choose their prize. So we have the 6 Elvira prints. We do have there's still a bottle of wine. There are some alpha playmats that they can choose out. There are some wooden elements, and they still have a chance to win an alpha booster.
Yep.
So without further ado, I think Jesse and Sophie are ready for a very short interview. Take it away.
Good, and we are here with yet another winner of a feature match, and this one was a really cool one to watch. So can you explain just a bit about what avatar and what deck you're playing?
Thanks. I was playing the Sorcerer avatar, and most people play it with the Earth-Fire combination, and I went with the Earth-Air combination. Especially because you get like the towers that give you the mana boost, so you can cast like these big minions. And like also in this game, turn 3, I could play a Butcher, which put up a lot of pressure, making him to decide: do I try to play a minion in front of it? Do I try to get out of the way, which was already too late because he did not have sights on the side of his avatar. So. That's actually the whole plan of the deck. Come as fast as possible, but with bigger creatures than the Earth-Fire. Yeah.
So I just saw the Punch Butcher. It really came in clutch for you. It just landed at the right moment, added a lot of pressure. Did the deck perform the same in all your matches, or how have your matchups been?
in most of my matches it does kind of the same, not always with the Pudge Butcher, but I also play the Amazon Warriors, the Delcium Phalanx, Dapperel Vampires, a lot of stuff with 4 or 5 power that can do crazy things when they hit the board early. Except my first match, so it's not always that the deck does what it has to do. My first match just gave me a Root Spider and I kept digging for bigger creatures and I had one in turn 5, which was a bit too late, so yeah.
So Jesse, I know that you have been playing a lot of tournaments, so this is not your first rodeo here. Would you mention just a few of the tournaments that you played in, and can you say something about what has like the common vibe been and atmosphere been like at sorcery tournaments?
This is my 4th tournament, I think. I played 1 month ago was SorceryCon in Las Vegas. Yeah, came out first, but nothing constructed. It was sealed and draft, so that's a whole different play style. So before that, 1 month earlier, before SorceryCon, we had in Spiel, Essen, you were also there, played that, came in 2nd. That was also sealed. And before that, it was in June that I played Askenrask, the first Askenrask. And came in 1st, so and that was also sealed, I guess. So yeah, I'm doing pretty good in sealed and draft. Now with constructed, just trying to get through. I did not meet any Archimagos as avatar. That's my worst avatar to play against, I guess. And the vibe of all the tournaments from start of Askenrask till this one, it's all the same. And people keep mentioning it, but that's because it's true. People in sorcery are pretty friendly to other people. There's the gameplay is how do you say this? It's okay if someone makes a mistake. People just say it's fine, just take it back, and it's a good atmosphere, definitely. And now also in this nice, great building. It's yeah, that adds in another level, just the scenery and stuff around you. It's yeah, in my opinion, a lot better than other TCGs. So switch to sorcery.
Good one. So a final question for you. What have you been enjoying most about playing Arthurian Legends? Do you have like a favorite card or a favorite mechanic? There's a lot more focus on stealth. We got the new lands. Is that something you've been enjoying?
I think I have to say that it is the Lance token. It also brought me the most victories because it adds in another level of, let's say, shenanigans that you can bring to the game. And it also gives you an extra unit on the field. It's not like you have to cast a spell to boost or do something with a minion. You can cast a minion that can drop a lance and give it to someone in the same zone that then has first strike and 1 extra power. So I think that is the ability for me that is the most fun in Arthurian Legends. Yeah.
Thank you so much for the interview. And guys, stay tuned. It's about to get really exciting with our top cut and a lot of really good players playing some fun decks. See you.
Thank you, Sophie. Great interview. So this is Jesse, super fun guy. So an amazing track record, I would say.
For sure. Yeah.
All right. So let us. We still have one interview left. It's the one with Eric from Eric's Curiosa. So Percy, I had the pleasure to meet Eric. So first from a distance when both of us we were at Spiel. So as you might know, they launched Arthurian Legends, and they had that amazing launch event where everybody could do a sealed. But the sealed was do not open 6 boosters, but just open a whole box.
Which was just a crazy experience, I have to say.
It's not. I remember actually, like, I opened my old box and I stored everything, and I was like, okay, I can finally build a deck. And then they announced like 10 minutes left, so I was like, "Ugh." Anyway, it was great fun, and there we saw Eric already also because he participated. You could be paired against him, and actually Christophe, our third party in crowd,
He was
able
also
to
done pretty soon. like
Yeah.
when he was building his deck, it was like, okay, done. Just waiting until everyone else was finished. It was crazy.
Yeah, because the funny thing is, because for us it was all new, but they told us that actually the print files were sent
He had been
to
playing it for a
1
year.
year
Yeah.
before. So
Yeah.
actually they are already fine-tuning complete other cards that we
Yep.
have no knowledge about,
Yep.
or a little bit perhaps.
Exactly.
And on the day after, so on the Thursday, they announced that it was able. No, on the Friday, it was announced that you were able to do some drafts at the sorcery booth. So of course we were there first, and then surprisingly Eric was also there. So I was in a 8-player draft together with Eric. And while we were drafting, I had a bad booster, so I took the foil cards, and it was like a ley line hinge, the card that is beautiful, but the more you have with them, you can draw cards. And our Eric, he just drafted 8 of these things, and I had to play him in the 3rd round, and he beat my ass extremely hard. And then he made some comment like, "Oh yes, but with new players who do not really know the mechanics, it can be really overpowered." And I was like, "Dude, this is really the second day that this game and expansion has launched. How can I know?" And so yeah, he was really fun to play against. But also it was an opportunity for me to have a chat with him. I talked about art, and you could see the passion for art and for the game and the mechanics, and so I really like him a lot. But Lasso, you have interviewed him, so how did that go?
Yeah, so I didn't personally interview him,
sorry,
but I
no.
was present at the interview. If you can call being present in the same chat environment present. But yeah, actually, recently, and over the past week, had a conversation with him as well, and yeah, he's just a very nice guy. He seems like a very calm, timid person, but when he starts talking about sorcery, he gets very fired up and he's very passionate. So that's lovely to see, and that's actually what we want to share with you as well. Of course, it was our own Christophe van Hamme, who is now still playing, I think, in the tournament, but he actually got the chance of having a chat with Eric on camera, and this is what it looks like.
Hello everyone, I'm Chris from Sorcerers at the Core. We are honored to have Erik Olofsson with us today at the Siege of the Core for a glimpse of his thoughts on the game. Hi Erik, thanks for being with us today.
Hello everyone, it's good to be here.
Erik, so we know you as the owner of Erik's Curiosa, but maybe ask, what is your role in the company now? How does your typical day look like?
So when it comes to my role, I guess I sign my emails as creative director, which means handling all of the. It's handling the artistic side, but also the sort of experience side, I guess, of the game, you could say. And lately, the typical day have been game design on the next set. That's quite a lot of it. But that happens kind of when I'm at my computer looking at art, and then I sort of hear the game designers talk in the background, and then I sort of jump in now and then to discuss certain cards or certain design philosophies. But otherwise, right now at least I'm doing a lot of sort of the final organizing and sort of processing of art to get it to the set and to sort of find what the missing pieces are and to start artists on the last few pieces.
Well, you talked about it, the art. So sorcery is known for its hand-painted and old-school type art, beautiful art. It does seem like an expensive process, a slow process, and well, can you explain why you chose to go down this route?
Well, I just really enjoy it myself, and you can. Well, there's several reasons. So, for example, you get the nostalgia element of hand-painted art. You also get the thing where if you have hand-painted art in kind of very personal styles and in different types of media between the different artists, then it becomes much easier to sort of remember cards. Like cards become more iconic. It's not sort of exact. Like all the light is not handled exactly the same when you're doing watercolor painting compared to an oil painting, for example. And also, if artists are chosen because of them having quite unique styles themselves too, then you get more variation and just kind of more memorable and iconic cards, basically. But yes, it does take quite a lot more time to create it, and it's probably three or four times as expensive, maybe, compared to digital art. But on the other hand, you get a project that it's very hard for anyone else to copy what you're doing if you're doing it this way as well. So it has some positives like that too.
It's something we love about the game, so that's a great way. Another gameplay question. So recently the minima for deck lists have gone up. So it was 40 spells and 20 sides to 50 spells and 30 sides now. So we feel this brings an extra random factor to the games. What do you want to achieve with this change?
Well, so you have this sort of tug of war between a game, like game systems, like unique cards being one of in the deck, and elite cards only being two. Like they are sort of hard to get, and it's meant to create a very varied experience when you're playing the game. But then you have players, including myself, by the way, when I do deck building. Like I try to build as consistent deck as possible that can always find answers for everything and don't give me any negative surprises. So when the card pool increases, you will inevitably have more cards that sort of work towards the same goal and more cards that are similar. So then it only makes sense to increase the deck size as well, because you will still end up with a deck that's probably more tuned than before. And then obviously this has practical limits. After a while after you have 10 sets, then like you can't really increase the deck size to like 500 cards or something. So, but that's far into the future. That's when you start to split the format into different formats. So you have sort of a more limited card pool to get more variation instead of finding all the sort of same types of card every game in a sort of deterministic manner almost.
So you talked about the future. Do you have a theme for a future set in mind that you really look forward to releasing?
Oh, I have several. I do. Well, the next set is the one I'm thinking of now, of course. That has, well, it has an awesome theme, and especially, well, you can really tell too that the playtesters have, like it resonates really well with the playtesters, especially the pre-con decks that comes with that set. So it's a bit of a larger set that comes with pre-cons, and it seems like people will really enjoy those if what we're seeing so far is sort of representative for the wider pool of players later.
Okay, you're making us very curious now. It's another question. Do you think that along the line there will be a fifth element somewhere that can be introduced?
So no, and that's because of when you're designing cards and you have 4 elements, then you tend to kind of fill all the niches, or like you use all the themes. You take cards with all the types of themes that you can have, and then you find places in the 4 elements. So you sort of fill up all the slots, or like, so after a while there isn't a 5th element that you can take to, like you already used all the void related things in air, and do you see what I mean? Like
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
you sort of paint yourself into a corner, I guess, if you want to add another element, but then I think it's completely fine to have 4 elements.
Okay. yourself, which format do you like to play the most? And can you tell us why also?
So I always saw myself as a draft player, pretty much, or that's what I played the most when I played MTG, kind of when I tried to be good at the game. Nowadays I play old school MTG just because I don't have time to keep up with things. But draft, like I really like the deck building part of it, and also you need a wider variety of skills, I guess, because you need to be able to handle a lot of different types of decks and situations. And also deck building is really enjoyable, and it's sort of a challenge in itself what to do with the card pool every time.
Yes.
So yeah, and of course with Arthurian Legends, we made quite a push to actually test it properly in limited. So with alpha and beta, it worked okay, just because the game was designed with principles, like it was kind of in the back of our heads to do it, to make it a draftable game. Like it had all the rules and everything, but we didn't play test. Like we didn't make sure there was that much of a balance between the elements, for example, in draft, which you guys might have seen. There's a certain in alpha and beta, you really want to be in fire, and like yeah, there's certain things you avoid, I guess. But in Arthurian Legends, it's a lot more free depending on what you can do. Not that it has to be a perfect balance between the elements, but that's just one of those things that you sort of make sure it's in the right ballpark, and
course.
also the way that you make sure that there's sort of interesting play with a lot of ordinary cards. So all the squires and the lances and so on is something I'm really happy with, because it creates a sort of a high skill ceiling, even though the cards are kind of simple.
That brings us to the way sorcery is played now. Is that what you had envisioned from the start, or is it very different?
It's quite similar. I think the kind of overall goals worked correctly when it comes to the rarity system and creating a game that has quite a lot of variety in it and so on. We couldn't really predict exactly what deck types that would sort of become the best, and also when we design cards, like you can't predict all the types of interactions and cool things that happen. So it's always kind of a pleasure to see what smart things people are doing. And then of course there's, I don't know, some cards that are a little bit too good and so on. That just happens because some cards has to be kind of the best, I suppose. So, but yeah, it works surprisingly well, I think, and part of that is also like there's probably some luck involved in actually making the game work, and having it not just get one deck that is the best, and then that's kind of what happens. Now it seems like the meta game is still shifting and so on. So, well, hopefully that keeps happening. I'm not sure if that's true anymore after Arthurian Legends, but we will see, I guess. Siege at the core will give us some more data, I suppose.
I guess. Well, this brings us to my next question. Well, for our Siege at the core, which avatars or which type of deck do you think will make it to the finals, and which one will be victorious?
Well, that's hard to say, because almost all tournaments seem to have a new avatar being the winner. But I can make a slightly educated guess because of me overhearing the balance guys here in the office being kind of worried about the Argimago being powerful. So maybe that one has a good chance. There seems to be many powerful and interesting decks there. Yeah, otherwise, personally, But Druid as well seems to have some. I was trying to build a Druid deck that did some quite powerful things. I was kind of. It didn't quite work because I couldn't quite get the threshold stuff to work. So I had some work to do there then. But I guess I'll have a look at Curiosa next time before I play with that. So
Okay.
maybe people have done really good Druid
So
decks.
so you would play the druid then if you would come to the event.
Yes, exactly. I would play the next iteration of my Druid deck would be what I would want to try out there. Yes.
Well, then thanks a lot for your time, Eric, and many thanks also for the prize support for our Siege at the Core event. It is much appreciated.
Well, I hope everyone has an awesome time at the event, and I hope maybe I hope to visit more European events as well in the
Okay,
future.
well.
They are very far away, but
Yes, I know.
Maybe.
Maybe. We hope so. Thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you so much for Eric and of course the entire Curiosa team actually for just supporting us with this event, because they also sent us over some prize support for this event as well. So
yeah, and
it's
also
really
just
nice.
to be able to fit us in their schedule. There's 12-hour difference. Also, we had to find that moment. So thanks again to Eric. All right, we still have a story to share here, because actually it's one of my very good friends, Steve, who is here doing the catering also at the event. And we have Sophie ready, because Sophie, how do you know Sophie actually?
So Sophie, for me, she is Miss Curio actually. To say, if anyone pulls a curio, you just have to let her know, and she has a full list of all the curios that have been pulled in the game so far. And yeah, she's just your go-to person.
The thing is,
for
like
questions.
Steve, a good friend of mine, he also joined our community more or less at the same time as you.
Yeah, exactly.
And Steve has become a good player, but also he did some amazing things. But let's give it to Sophie for a quick interview.
Yes, and we are live here, and we're just going to talk a bit because they have something really cool happen. So I'm going to introduce you to someone who happened to open something really fun. So can you just like say your name, what you're doing at the event today, and what you happen to open?
I'm Steven, and to be honest, I'm not playing. I'm just preparing the food and the drinks. And during the break, I said to my girlfriend, just let's open a box for fun. And this guy came out, so pretty exciting.
Just for anyone who can't like see it, is it okay if I just hold it up here? So this is like a foil Sumerian card, one of these gilded cards in Arthurian Legends. And I was actually just passing you and your girlfriend. You had opened the boxes, and then you pulled this. So how has your experience opening boxes been?
Yeah, quite nice already. Like last time, my girlfriend, she opened a foil aquamarine core and a ruby core in one box.
Wow, I think all of us want to have your girlfriend picking out some of our boxes for sure. So you're saying that you're here to help out a bit. Why come to one of these events if you're just helping out? Why is the mood? Is it the atmosphere?
Yeah, it's just nice to hang out. I like the game. Nick is one of my best friends, and yeah, like that. So just nice to be here.
Sorry, could you move 2 seconds? Just say what the last end of the part of the sentence into the microphone. I don't think they heard it.
It's just a nice place to be.
So you have been playing with Arthurian Legends also, or mainly opening it a bit?
Mainly beta. I only played once Arthurian Legends yet. Because yeah, I played with Nick, as I was telling you, but he was preparing this event. So yeah, it's next week we start again playing together. So.
And what has been like your favorite card to pull so far? Do you have like a favorite art piece, or just like a really cool card you enjoyed seeing?
I pulled the Philosopher's Stone also, non-foil. Quite amazing to open also.
I would imagine. So, just a final question. What are you hoping to see from Sorcery in the future? What are you hoping to see?
I hope more people start playing because it's really it's a fun game. It's to me it has like the magic vibes from the 90s. So it's like I'm it's like the 90s again. And I hope more people start playing, start discovering Sorcery because it's really a nice game.
Good final words to end the interview on. It's a fun game. There's lots of beautiful cards, and if you're as lucky as you have been, you might even open some of these really cool, really rare chase cards. So stay tuned. We're about to go into the top cut. Bye, guys.
My God, some people they just have golden hands, don't they?
But Lazo, that is not the end of the story, because as said, I know Theo quite well. So he actually pulled 3 full cores out of beta those boxes, but he also pulled in total 3 curios. This is his 3rd today. And then you might say, oh yeah, but I know these guys, they open hundreds of boxes. So, but no, Steve is just a regular guy. He just buys some boxes. And honestly, I opened like 5-6 beta boxes. I pulled 1 regular core, and the guy, he just has golden hands. So
actually, I remember one of the drafts that we do every month here with Sorcerers at the Core here in Brussels as well. He actually managed to win it once, and he got a booster there, and I think it was a core in there as well.
So he won 4 boosters, and 1 booster had a full amethyst core, and the other one had the Guile Siren's Curio in it.
Right.
4 boosters. And that is a good payday, I would say, to pull
yeah,
those 2
yeah.
cards.
It's actually funny because we have another player here who actually was on the stream earlier, who is Christopher Rietvelde. He also is known as being a guy with the golden hands, and every time when we do a draft, we ask him to pick out some of the boosters because he always manages to pull some uniques to the point where in Arthurian Legends he actually needs more elites and other cards than he actually needs uniques. So it's actually it's crazy how some people can be this. Well, is it luck? I'm not sure.
I don't know. I'll leave it in the middle with the criteria mechanisms, perhaps hidden in his pocket. Who knows? Anyway, I just want to take a moment to quickly switch back to the screen because I think there is still 1 game left to be played. But so if we look at the top players, so I saw that our Mark with 15 points actually lost his round, but we have now 5 players who have 15 points, so they are guaranteed into the top 8. Max, Jason, Mark, Jeffrey, and Jesse, congratulations. A big shout out to them. And I'm not sure, I think that 1 match still has to be completed. But at this moment, there are 3 players with 12 points who will advance in those top 8. So this is Wim, which we saw on stream. So actually, I think he gets a second chance. And then we have Marco and Julian, which I think we both also saw on the stream. So I think as it stands now, this is our top 8, but we still need that 1 match confirmed. But so in any case, whoever it is, a big shout out to reach the top 8. And I think we saw most of these players already. It will be a fierce battle for that first place.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly, and I see here in the chat there is quite some surprise here that no one went 6-0 playing this tournament. So I think that's a testament to the skill level of the players here that no one actually managed to win everything so far. As you've seen on the stream, the level of gameplay is pretty high, I'd have to say. So it's nice to see that these players all had their highs and their lows in this tournament, and it's been a pretty balanced affair, I'd say.
I want to perhaps share 1 last comment, which is actually, so as you, Jesse talked about this already, there was the finals between Jesse and Jeffrey, 4th and 5th ranked here, so both of them top players, they both qualify here for the top 8. And very recently we had one of our nicest members of the community, Jaharo, who's also here competing today, and actually she's quite skillful. And so we were joking around, and I said, hey, what I really want is to have a Jesse versus Jeffrey rematch. and she was so nice to actually draw this sketch about it. So I was joking about aggro versus control. So I think this is actually Joffrey, and here we have Jesse, and so that is actually now on the table. Literally, top 8, both of them
Let's
are here,
see.
and
Yeah.
I'm super excited. If they could do a rematch, number 1 finals, that would be epic.
We'll see.
Okay, I think that's it for us, guys. So there will be now a longer break because the 6 rounds are done. We will hand out the prizes to the other non-top 8 players. So we will take a break, half an hour ish.
Yeah,
something.
so in 30 minutes we'll go back live, and then we will go through the top 8 decks of the finalist players here.
All right, see you soon. Yes, start.
All right, and we are back. We are ready for the finals. Woohoo! So, actually, a part that we didn't show on the stream was we already had a little prize ceremony for the people who didn't make it to the top 8 cut, which I think is a very fun thing to do. People were clapping because people were pulling alpha boosters. The excitement was there in the room. I think it looked like everyone had a good time. What do you think?
Yeah. The everybody was there. The ambiance, we had a prize for everybody. There was a very big and high chance that you would pull even an alpha booster.
And
or
the whoops and the cheers with every alpha booster that came out, it was amazing.
Indeed, even somebody got the lucky draw and got a alpha pledge pack also.
Yeah.
Nice stuff, right?
Yeah. So we know who the top 8 is of this event. So, Nick, I think without further ado, let's just go jump to your screen and see who will be participating in these final brackets.
Yes, so if we just have a look at top 8, which means we have Max. Actually, most of them we have seen on the screen. So we have Max coming up first, Jason, Mark, Jeffrey, who won in Essen. Jesse, who also did the interview. These are my 2 favorites. Then we have Wim, who gets a second chance. He was beaten by Jesse. And then we have Marco and Julian. So let's take a moment and also go over the decks. We can perhaps switch to the brackets system. And so here we see that very first round. So Maximilian will be playing against Julian, which will be on the feature table. We will have then Jeffrey versus Jesse. It is happening. It will unfortunately
we
not
have
be
our
on
rematch.
Then we have Jason against Marco, and the last 2, I don't know why I cannot see them. I think it's a small bug, but nothing I can do for now. I could calculate who it is, but actually I just want to go into the decks. So if I just go back to the pairings, so Max came out on top with a battle mage. We saw it already in action, this one. So it is the version with water, the one that we saw. He was the guy against Christophe with the big minions, and that worked really well. It was a short game. That is what the battle mage is and does. I think in shorts, out of the top 8, how many players are sorcerers?
I think at least 6.
I think we have four.
Or four? Four?
Yeah. We
Only
have
four?
four sorcerers. That's 50% of our top 8. We have one battle mage. We have one spark mage, and we have 2 archimagos.
Right, right.
So 4
exactly.
sorcerers, half, and all the rest. So first one, battle mage. We went through that one again, and we will do so also a little bit more in depth once we start. Second is that Fury Road. So this one is played by Jason. A standard Fury Road, so there is bound to be one, right, who gets through it.
What's actually interesting about this one is that he actually told us, told Sophie during the interview that he hasn't been playing with it that often, so it's a quite new experience for him. So
nice.
Ending up second in the Swiss tournament, I think it's a nice accomplishment there.
Definitely. But yeah, when there were new players who would like to join the constructed tournament, and if they don't have a lot of room to play, this is also one of the decks that I would
For
just
sure.
recommend.
Yes.
Because yeah, you have to learn every deck, but this one is really straightforward. You just hit hard, as we have been mentioning. So yeah, congrats to him then to reaching this far and be amongst all these strong players. Then third one, so third place is Mark, and he is playing also a sorcerer pressure maker. So this is the variation, also fire water with the cats and the boggarts, etc., which we also saw. So it definitely puts on some pressure. Then in fourth place we have Joffrey, which is the first Archimago 50/30 version, Archimago safe. I don't know exactly what that means.
It's a very safe bet, I guess.
Or he's just trying to up on defense. So we haven't had Jeffrey on stream, so that would definitely, I hope we can still see him. I know Jesse and Jeffrey will have that match. But so here we have all the good stuff for Archimago. I'm looking if there's something different. There are some scavenging fiends, which is a variation to get some things back that because now we know that everybody's playing with dispels, so perhaps now you actually want to bring something back. Scavenging fiend, I don't think I ever has seen it played, so that's really
not today,
nice. Then 2 arcane barrages, a lot of healing, blinks, common sense, so it's really 3 poison novas, so I think that is what means why safe.
Someone's scared of minions.
2 chaos twisted, 2 earthquake, 3 poison novas, and then even 2 craterizes. So yeah,
this one hits hard, I think.
Then we go to Jesse, which we still saw. It's fresh in our memory, the air earth. So it was here the butcher that actually pulled literally the game apart.
Yeah.
So I hope we can see him also. Then on 6th we have Wim. That was the matchup that we just saw. So the fire earth match. Then we go to 7th to Marco, which is then the other Archimago. I don't see safe next to him, so perhaps this one.
This one is a bit more risky.
Nah. They all more or less do the same thing. 3 divine healings, but have a look. Also 3 pointers, but 1 lava flow, 2 earthquakes, 1 major explosion, 1 craterize. Perhaps that's a bit of defense against the feast for crows.
Could be.
So that is the second Archimago, and then the last, but certainly not least, we have still Sparky. We have our Spark.
We have a Spark Mage in the finals, which is good news for the Spark Mage players, in that case.
Yeah, definitely, because it's not the easiest choice to play, and we saw it actually lose, so you can see it really going downhill also. But so he actually then won the other matches. So props and kudos to him for being here. So the players, I think, will start in a couple of minutes. The final and feature match is being set up as we speak.
We can see them
so I wish them all the best of luck.
Yeah. So I see there actually the Spark Mage card, which I didn't notice earlier, is a foil card, which is just, I think, probably one of the more beautiful foil cards in the game.
Yeah, so people at home, you cannot see the table yet, but it is a beautiful card, but it was already on stream. I think perhaps it's getting used to being there, like feature table on that beautiful River of Flame mat, sponsored and powered by IKEA Gaming. Again, if you are interested in this amazing playmat, will you
which you will see in a moment. It will become available as of next week. You will be able to buy it on akiagaming.be.
Yeah, exactly. So, of course, they are part of a prize pool. We have them on sale here, but we don't want to leave anyone out of this opportunity to buy this beautiful playmat. So, yeah, that's great news.
Tell me how these 8 or 3 rounds will go. Top 8?
Yeah, so top 8 for these finals, we are going with a best of 1 format for this round and the next round, which means that they will go by relatively quickly, and then when we come to the finals themselves, we will do a best of 3. So all of the players here, they have a sideboard, or at least they were allowed to provide a sideboard of 10 cards, which of course might come in handy if we're doing a best of 3 here in the finals. So that's quite a lot of sorcery ahead of us, I'd say. We have some more interesting matchups to watch. These are the top players of today, so we have a lot of fun and interesting games ahead of us, I'd say.
And also to realize, I mean, these guys, they made it, right? You are in the top 8. I've been in that similar situation in the past, but now it is no more Swiss, right? This is single elimination. If you get eliminated, it's done. And also, I think I would have it on my mind, like if you win just one, you get this amazing altered core, because there are 4 of them. We also have the 4 playmats, so there's a lot of stakes here to really get this one extra step in.
Yeah, and I have to say, now that I know, because when we announced the prizes, we told that Severin Pinot would bring an art print, and now it actually turns out to be one of those gorgeous Philosopher's Stone playmats as well. So, I mean, I'd be very stoked to see if I can actually get to the end of this.
Lasse,
this
I would
trip.
be so devastated, because if you are first place, you have to choose between that playmat or the Vincent the Dome print.
Yeah. Well, it's your favorite print, so I think it's a no-brainer for you, right?
Yeah, but on the other hand, like the Philosopher's Stone playmat is also a limited edition. So
right.
Anyway, big shout out and thanks to our 2 artists. I think they're getting ready.
Yep. So we get the heads up that in a few seconds we're going live, and there we are. We see some shuffling still happening there by Max, and then we get into the game.
Indeed. So as a quick recap, Max is, we have seen him, he's playing Battle Mage, which we will
We like
see
to call
in
him Christmas Sweater Max.
Yeah, the shirt, man, I think the sweater, it really
It helps.
had its effect. Yeah.
You can tell.
Yep. Also, just having a 3-part dude hitting your face also helps.
That might help a bit, you know.
Indeed. But honestly, like this water variant with shrinks minions into frogs or tokens or whatever, and then you draw cards of it, it feels a bit dirty, right?
You know, all in the day's work.
Well, I actually looked at, of course, to the SorceryCon stream. There you could also see that deck doing very well. When pulling some of the cards, it goes really fast. And then we have the Spark Mage. What was the Spark Mage up against last time? Do we remember? It was just a sorcerer, right?
I think it was an aggro deck, yeah.
So okay, so here it will be different, so we will see how this now plays out against a Battle Mage. A Battle Mage should normally be up close and personal. It's actually something that the Spark Mage also wants. So we'll see how that plays out here. You have a favorite? Who do you want to see?
To be honest, not at all. Well, if I have to pick purely on the surface level, and if you look at the art, I'm a very big fan of the Battle Mage artwork. I really like it. So maybe just simply because of that, I'd be rooting for Battle Mage. It's also, I like these in-your-face type gameplay. I'm far too conservative to play them myself. I'm very scared as a player to venture forth with my avatar. But I'm amazed by the players who like to go
But of course,
Hardcore.
the people who know you as at the social media of our sources at the core, you can always follow us on Instagram and Facebook. But you have to be a bit of a in-your-face personality to do that job, right?
I try to counter that with a very, very, yeah, not as aggressive play style, I'd say.
Indeed. Luckily, there is still a screen in between.
Exactly.
All right, so the players have shook hands. The die roll, I don't know who is starting, but I think we are looking
We
at
do
the
get a
cards.
nice look at Julian's starting hand. He has 2 chain lightnings. And he's contemplating throwing away a beacon. And he will also take out one of these. Actually, 2 of these lightnings. Which is interesting, I think.
Yeah, but against a battle mage, yeah, it's truly interesting.
Although, yeah, as a battle mage, you might not suspect that many minions to take out.
But there are some minions, of course, that you have to deal with. But perhaps then chain lightning is not the best to deal with. Let me just quickly look again. What are the actual minions? So we have falconers who go and search on bats. So there actually the chain lightning is quite okay. But of course chain lightning you want to have 4. You want just not to cost 1. And of course there's also the Lugbog cat, which is summoned quickly than your chain lightning. Although it can also deal 2 of the chain lightning, and then your spark mage will be able to do the other 2. So we'll see. There are also face assassin hippogriffs, but yeah, they all have more power than the 2.
Exactly.
All right, the game has started.
Actually, I'm wondering, as this first match in the finals is unfolding, for everyone watching the live stream, what avatars would you pick to come to an event like this? It's one of the bigger sorcery tournaments here in Europe. Are you going safe, or are you picking an avatar that you think will be just a lot of fun?
Good question. Although I love fun, if I go to an event of this size where it's all really about the competition, I just go for what my gut says is the strongest deck. That's just me. So Watchtower, the loose delta. So this is really the card against Infiltrate, and the players have 1 of each, so to see. But in this matchup there is no Infiltrate, so that doesn't really matter that much. A tower is played, gaining that extra 1 very important mana.
And out comes a Headless Haunt. A bit random to start off with.
Yeah, but it's funny because this card was actually discovered later in the whole evolution, because everybody said like 3 mana, the random stuff, like if it doesn't do anything, if you miss. But actually people start to realize that the surface area is so big that the chance that you miss becomes really small. And it is also something that, like now, it could block if you would want to, even if it's only for 1 turn. And of course, if it hits hard. So you cannot also not ignore it.
Exactly.
So and of course, with the Spark Mates, they play with the Criterion Mechanism or Lucky Charm, which then makes
It just lets you choose where it goes whenever.
Indeed.
You do see, is that a floodplain? I think it's a floodplain.
So I just checked, but there is no Lucky Charm in Julian's deck, so he really only has a Criterion Mechanism to change his luck. And I do recall that Lightning Bolt from earlier.
Yeah, that hurt him his previous matchup.
Indeed.
Because if I'm not mistaken, he lost that game, right?
Yeah, that's
That's
it
the
was
one game he lost.
only 1 time on the
Yeah.
stream, and that's the only game he lost today. So I hope for him that is not a habit.
Yeah, let's see how this turns out. We do see a mix coming into the game.
And that is the Aqua version. Beautiful cards.
So we're going on an adventure with the Headless Haunt. Unfortunately, it's far away, deep into the void, which is what happens, especially if not that many sites are in play yet.
Of course, now you could say there are only 6 sites that he could hit, so 6 out of 20, so there it's a bit more normal. But having him really already cast into the corner, perhaps he feels a bit not ready for this much yet.
He's a bit shy.
Not too long though, I would imagine.
He'll work up his appetite for some damage.
So we are seeing that mix, and then if you think like all the things that you would like to do with it, and I think that is what the Battle Mage does to really, of course not with the Aquamarine, but with Phase Assassins, or in this case the Longbow Cats. I think the idea is to really, if possible, turn 1 to cast them, and there's also a Questing Beast in the deck, which can come up, and of course gaining that extra mana just does so much. And if you can then start abusing it with the strings and then redraw your cards, it probably makes up for that loss of a card. You gain tempo, but yeah, Battle Mage, it's all about putting on the pressure. But talking about pressure,
already some charging minions.
that is what the towers do, and that Hippogriff has landed. Hippogriff, from, I would guess, somewhere at the start, it was very clear that charge is so powerful. If you then even combine it with Airborne, it is super flexible. It's a good counter against 2-powered minions, and in this case, most time they will just start dealing a lot of damage very quickly. We see, I think, is that which knight is that? The blue knight?
That's probably the blue knight. Yes, it is. So that's a good blocker, I guess.
Yeah, it's an excellent blocker, and that is of course the benefit to not have much realm or surface, because now that blue knight defends all of it, so the Hippogriff doesn't really have a place to go, and sacrificing itself doesn't seem a good option, of course. So there, it's been being delayed a little bit. And as Jesse was also talking about this, so that is the power of the lance, right? That even one time, but just that first strike damage, be able to block, or in this case, locking your opponent from attacking, is not something that feels good.
Yeah.
But let's see if he has a solution.
You do have a lookout, so we're gonna have a look into the hand of Max. Let's see, what do we have here? Another Hippogriffs. We have a Shrink, and I'm not sure what the middle card there is.
That is the Frazetta Alpha version of the Ruler. The Ruler of Tull, which is actually a very strong card. So I can show you the beta version of this one. 4 mana, 2 threshold. It's a 3 minion also charge, but then the allies can move from bottom to top or the other way around, and they will also gain that 1 extra damage. So this is really a very aggressive card, and that alpha version is really
yeah. I have to say, I've pulled it up on my screen here. It's a gorgeous card as well. But yeah, I mean, it's a Frazetta card. What do you expect?
Indeed. So, Lazo, what do you think about these new lands from Arthur Legends? There are a lot of ordinary lands like a Lookout. So we lost actually the deserts, etc. in Limited, and we gained these ones.
Well, to be honest, I love them. It's they're a lot of fun to play around with. You know, whether it's having a look at your opponent's hand, which of course you can combine with something like the Hydra Sprites. Another thing could be a site that creates a lance token, stuff like that. It really makes, I'd say, the Limited experience especially a lot more interesting, because Now, when you play draft, the sites are not the first thing, or not the last thing that's drafted anymore.
So, in the meantime, we see Julian had to find a solution for the Blue Knight, so he opted to move with the Hippogrids aside to then be able to cast the barrage and actually kill it. The lance is dropped on the floor, so that will probably be picked up again by the Battle Mage.
Which is also a scary thing. A Battle Mage with a lance in its hand.
Yeah, although it's one turn, but again, it has that ability. Now, the Battle Mage, I don't think he will just stay passively where
No.
he's just to be able to block. I don't think that can ever be a good play. And of course, he's still putting and expanding his realm also.
We have a Gothic tower there, and now out comes. He's not sure yet.
And is that a foil Gothic tower? Because man, those cards are ridiculously expensive. Like for some reason, this one is really like 3-4 times as expensive as the other one. Probably because the artwork is, of course, amazing.
I'm not sure if it's foil though. It seems a bit like the difference between summer print and first print when looking at the two
it could
towers.
be.
But it's quite hard to see in this camera view. Out comes the Ruler of Thul though.
Indeed. And so the mix, so here we see that power of the mix, right? With the sacrifice and mix, the ruler is cast, and then with the rest of his mana, with the tower, he was able to play that hippogriffs, but the ruler gives +1 to the minions on the board, so actually his hippogriff was able to kill off the other one's minion because it's a 4 power. So Ruler of Thun, yeah, wow, what a great play to spend 8 mana with that mix and that tower. That's really an extra 4 mana that you gain by these cards. And we see finally the Headless Hound reaching a destination where he can do something.
But he does have to look out for that Ruler of Thul, because I think that one has the Lance token now.
Yeah. So sadly, it cannot even attack. For
No,
now.
that it
for now.
can smell damage.
Yeah,
but
Gansu, he's ready. But we see dueling in the tank because that ruler, I mean there are 2 minions, but he has his own minion, but that ruler really makes his life at this moment very difficult. And we see he's shaking his head a little bit. And these games are fast-paced. You know that if you stumble even a little bit, it will cost you, and it will cost you a lot.
Yeah, exactly. I see a poisonous dagger.
Interesting.
In Julian's hand, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so the Rule of Thul only goes one way, so it's really only, as you see, for your allies, because otherwise the Spark Mace could have shot the other way around, so he is not near. And starting to advancing, it is an option, but we are still 1 turn away. The ruler can jump the other way, so it will get its damage in, etc.
Julian unsure what to do. There's another minion in the void now.
Yeah.
The Phase Assassin.
Great cards, for sure, especially because if it enters the void, it gets stealth. But I see 4-powered minions on the other side, and I see a 4-powered minions on Julian's side, which cannot even attack, and I see another 3-powered minion. So, yeah, the power balance is currently uneven.
Yeah. Then he will tap for sight.
Okay. Yeah, I see just 8 damage ringing in. And then you still have that battle mage on the ready, which now is also an ally, which can also go to the other side. So that's even more damage. And I don't see any way that he can block. So he's now just going through all the options. How can I just get the most damage out of this? And we will see that life starts swinging, and I think even quite hard this turn. And it's not that easy. You could say, okay, just go all in. That is what you take that for 12 damage, I would say. But if, for instance, he has a poisonous dagger, then he can really start removing the ruler of Tull. But on the other hand, that also takes time and it costs mana. So, yeah. Voila. So I think, if I'm correct, that is 8, and he just says, "Let's go."
That has to hurt.
That has to hurt for 12 damage without casting a spell. So,
crazy.
Yeah, and I think, ladies and gentlemen, these top 8 decks, we have the 2 Archimago decks. They will probably go a bit slower, but I think all the other ones.
We have some quite fast hitting decks. Yeah.
And of course, it's Julian who takes that 12 damage, going all the way to 8.
The Headless Haunt once again taking a stroll in
Wow.
the void.
Yeah, honestly, seeing Julian on stream, he just doesn't have the best style of luck.
It's not his luck.
That
It's
Headless
very
Haunt
unfortunate.
was there from turn 2, I think, and it hasn't done anything.
Yeah.
And that is, of course, playing with Spark Mage and going for random effects. That is what can happen.
Yeah.
But hey, the game is not over. 8 lives, still plenty of to do. With that Poisonous Dagger, we know that he has in hand. I think the Ruler of Tull has to go in one way or form for sure. But the Battle Mage has also traversed the void, like the realm, right?
Yeah.
So it is where he now wants to be. He just wants to swing in and now does it damage as hard and quick as he can.
And by the way, Julian is thinking, I'm not sure if he sees a clear way out of this right away. But as we noticed, taking this time to process everything that's happening on the board sometimes really can turn around the game.
Yeah, I said it before in the other match also, but like for me, the Spark Mage, it's really such a delicate line to find. So
Exactly,
and that's I don't think he's out by all means. So I think if he's just thinking, he's really processing all that information, all these different options, weighing all the pros and cons. So yeah, we have plenty of time. There is no way that this match will ever go the full 50 minutes. Will not happen, so why do not just take the time? And I think also for newer players, because it can be a bit impressive coming to an event and
For sure.
play constructed, but it's okay. Here we go. So step number 1. The missiles.
Still unsure.
So the magic missiles, like the fireballs, just shoot 3 projectiles, killing
In fact,
the ruler.
the original magic missiles, the original firebolts were actually magic missiles.
Yeah, indeed, indeed.
So,
where did you find that information?
That's a good question. Maybe from you?
No, because I read it somewhere, but I don't remember. So it's true, and so this time they said with our 2 legends, let's correct that one. And honestly, it feels actually, it makes sense, fireballs in fire, but magic missiles in air, it makes complete sense.
Yeah. It takes a lot of the randomness of the removal out of air, so that's good.
So the Spark Mage is tapped, and he will do a random damage, and I think they pointed to the card and discussing. So I don't think you have to explain how Julian how the cards work. So there they go, and okay.
see a comment here in the chat that says firebolts look like Mark Hamill from Star Wars throwing magic missiles. Which I never thought of it that way, but maybe we should pull up that card to see if it's true. Oof, the randomness once again not going in the way Julian would like because he hits. Or did he?
No, it was okay.
Oh,
The
I thought I
hippogriffs
saw
were
some
killed.
life going down.
No. That's Max, right? So the phase assassin just attacked for 3. Max dropped from 15 to 12
Right.
for the 3 damage. No. So he was able to clean up the hippogriffs and the rulers. So that's step number 1. But like you really have to calculate. Like, can I really get him faster to that door? Because then that is the line that you have to play. But in this discrepancy with 8 lives left, he opted to not do it, but of course that battle mage cannot be removed in any way or form.
No,
So
exactly.
he will start doing that 3, and if you're then at 8 lives, you know that in 3 turns you are at that door.
That's
so
the scary thing about battle mages, yeah.
yeah, but so that is all into consideration, because that means if you cannot get him to death's door in those 3 turns, you just have to do everything that you can to optimize your chances to do the same. But then you might go even down faster, so that's such a complex calculation to make. And honestly, that Headless Hound, if I were him and he loses this match, I would just rip it apart and throw it away, because that one has not been very, very friendly. He's not a team player, or he has a bad day. I don't know.
He's just avoiding combat.
Nice.
I'm a dad and I'm tired. Hi.
Yeah, this is round 7, you guys. We are still here, but I mean, I just having the same amount of fun as the first round.
Exactly.
Whoa!
There we go.
What's just happened?
Headless Hunt enters the chat.
Indeed. A Cloud Spirit has emerged as well. So yeah, way more minions.
Will the tables turn?
Well, yeah, the battle mage basically just hit for 3.
It's a bit of a scary position now for Max.
I agree.
So going for a lot of damage in that one turn might bite him in the ass.
But I'm a bit surprised that there was no follow-up, like he's now on the other side. So the idea is that you are so aggressive and that you finish up, but like now it does. Okay, so perhaps he heard us. He doesn't want to be ripped apart, so he said, "Okay, let's do our thing."
No, I want to play more
and
games.
Actually, now if you look at the life total,
there we go. He's at
suddenly
3.
5 against 3, and
now we will.
You don't want this against a Spark Mage. So just. We have talked about stumbling, so not having no follow-up with the battle mage. Yeah, and there's another Cloud Spirit. So, wow, it's incredibly how quickly this has shifted. And unfortunately, he only has a 2 threshold, so Max has some little bit of breathing room, being on 1 life.
So let's see what he has in hand. How can he come back from this? He still holds that shrink, but that's too little too late if he wants to shrink down.
Yeah, and I think that's
Any
perhaps
minion.
the issue. He perhaps just drawn this powerful card, but in this situation you just want to kill, you just want to get the damage in. So yeah, you can shrink it, you can draw a card, but he just wanted to finish it. But yeah, everything is still possible if now Julian is only at 5 lives. But now it would be a small miracle, because the Spark Mage can normally shoot 1 damage. So if it goes back to Julian, you can expect to just be on death's door. So, as you say, he has to do something.
So he's shrinking the spirits.
There is a shrink. Set the base power of target nearby unit to 0 until end of turn.
It can still block though.
Sure. Ooh, I'm a bit impressed how how quickly the table have turned.
Yeah, it's it
Going
was a very
from-
smart move of Julian.
Yeah, going from 12 to 8 in one big swing, and then he cleaned up those minions, and then it halted a little bit. Okay.
So
Another 3 damage. 2 life versus 1. If he can put Julian to death's door right now, which he can, with that grapple shots.
that puts him in the driver's seat once again.
Yep. The almighty grapple shot. So Julian at death's door, I would presume Max goes to death's door. The hounds. Is he happy again? Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
he came around.
But steering clear of the essential part of the board at the moment.
But now being at death's door, that's a given, right? So now the question is, I think he still has to untap his avatar, but now the question is like, how can he stay alive? Can he stay alive? Because we all know that the battle mage still needs to hit the spark mage, and if he's also at death's door, he cannot do it himself, so he needs help. But of course, there are cards, and a lot of cards actually, that can get it home. So for damage by the hound, so actually he puts technically
He made up his his time in the void.
Yeah.
Yeah. But now,
like teleports is probably one of the best things. Blink, okay,
Blink,
that's
that's
already
okay.
a start.
and it's untapped, so he can even take one step further.
But that battle mage can move in, but then that both actually of the cloud spirits, the one cloud spirit can intercept it. So yeah, he really wants to get as far away as possible now. But let's quickly have a look at Max's deck. We see, actually, I see 2 magic missiles, a tactical move, 4 grapple shots, and 1 whirling blade. So
I
it's
think that
less than I
whirling blade
thought.
even sealed the deal earlier. Oh, there's another teleport.
Okay. And I hope he really teleports to the other side, because then whirling blades
I
doesn't even
shouldn't
do
say
anything.
another. There goes the first teleport. He's moving to that. It's site number 7, I think.
Okay, here it goes. So I think 3 grapple shots left, a whirling blade, and a magic missile. So this is so scary. Or he has it in hand and it will go very fast, but we see him. Yeah, so he's counting it out. What does he have? And the fact that, did he draw his card already?
Sorry?
Did he draw his card already?
I'm not sure.
Because I think if he has it, right? But even the grapple shots, like how will he grapple shots? If he moves 1 step, the cloud spirit will intercept and kill him.
Exactly.
So that's not possible. So grapple shots, you can grapple shot 1, but then the second one is also available if you would have multiples. If you have a missile, I also don't see it. So I think honestly, only the whirling blades is what can bring it home right now. Perhaps strange things. Okay.
Okay, so
He knows.
he concedes. There we go. The gentleman's handshake.
But
And
didn't he have that whirling blades, or he doesn't have the mana for it? That's the thing. So he actually has the whirling blades in hand, but he's not able to cast it. Oh, wow! And he feels, oh wow, that's it's painful. I think that one step, not casting anything. Yeah, you see, they're explaining it and putting the cards on the board. And actually, I mean, by all means, super well played by Julian,
Yeah.
having those cloud spades at the right untapped, because you cannot move. They really have to be present, right? They need to be blocking all avenues more or less. So voila.
Yeah, this was a very fun game. I really thought it was going Max's way, but then Julian, with some clever removal, just cleared the board, and then it's Max on the back foot, and he didn't recover from that.
That's a
So I should say this is an excellent game, just as Jeff Rosado says here in the chat. This is an excellent game. I have to say, I really, if this is the level that we get to see this entire finals, then I'm a very happy man. Yeah.
Yeah. Shout out to America. This is Europe. We're here. We are doing. This is how we play. This is our level, and I think we can be proud of what we're seeing here today.
Yeah, for
honestly,
sure.
what a game! That was so back and forth.
Yeah, yeah. I said I didn't expect this comeback, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I know that as long as there's lives, and especially with the battle mage, like it's a bit of a strange thing because you're trading your own lives to doing damage, etc. But yeah, the certain moment you have that ruler of tool together with the hippogriff. I mean, the moment that ruler of tool together for 8 mana with that hippogriff, killing that other hippogriff for free, basically. I was like, oh wow, that is too much.
Yeah.
And then there was no clear response from Julian. You saw he just had to play that phase assassin and say go. That
he was biding his time, I think.
No, but no, I don't think he was happy at that time.
Interview.
Yeah. So
I guess they're setting up. Maybe while they're doing that, let's go over the structure of the finals once again. So, contrary to the Swiss part of the tournament, we will take shorter breaks in between the games. So if all the games have been played, we will take a 10-minute break and then we go into the next game. We will not do deck tags before every game anymore.
No, we will. At least we will quickly introduce
take a quick
them.
look.
Of course,
we won't go very much into detail there. And then, so this round was best of one. Next round is best of one. And after that, we have a best of 3 final. So looking forward to that.
Yep. So we have been informed that one table is still playing. So yeah, this is getting super excited. Let me see. Wow. So Julian. So perhaps we can show the game. So Julian has won his match, which we just saw, and Jeffrey versus Jesse is still ongoing. It doesn't surprise me because they have a long and deep back of experience to draw upon.
They have some stuff to work through.
Indeed. Then we had Marco, who also won versus Jason, and then Mark. I guess Mark or Marco is a good name to have today. And so congratulations to Julian, Marco, and Mark to advancing to that top 4. Jesse versus Jeffrey. I know Jesse well. I like Jeffrey a lot, so I'm very happy. Unfortunately, I would like to invite them to the feature table, but let's do not break their concentration.
Hey, why don't you pick up all the cards
Yep.
and just move over?
Or we can ask our
Well,
tech
I
crew
just wanted to say, like, it's a pity they aren't on the feature table, but then again, the game that we just saw was amazing as well. So I mean,
Indeed.
there's no regret there. So yeah, I have to say once again, congratulations to Julian and also to Marco.
Sophie,
and
maakt
Mark.
zich klaar voor het
But that's the thing, like the top 8, these are all very good players. They earned their spot. I mean, it's no easy thing to go 5-1 on a day like this. So yeah, great matches, great games, and I'm looking forward to Jesse versus Jeffrey. But yeah, it is an Archimago. You remember in the interview, Jesse saying that Archimago was actually the match that he feared the most, and then in the hands of somebody like Jeffrey, that's not easy. So I think we have Sophie getting ready for a very small talk with Julian. We don't want to stress them out too much because there's still 2 more rounds to go.
Exactly.
Wij gaan over naar Sophie en muten jullie.
We are ready to go. Hi there, Livestream. We just had another cool feature match, and I'm here with Julian, and we're just going to talk briefly about the match. So can you tell me about, like, what was the strategy that you were going with, and a bit about how you constructed the deck.
That's a good question. Well, I chose the Spark Mage deck because I started playing with the precons, the beta precons, and Spark Mage was the one I enjoyed playing the most, like blinking around the board and zapping stuff. I just thought it was a fun mechanic. Yeah, I love the mechanic, and I brought it, and I was like, oh, see how it goes, and it worked out pretty well, actually. Yeah.
So what are your favorite cards in your deck right now?
I like all the 3 threshold cards, like Browse and the Arcane Barrage, the new card from Arthurian Legends, which in itself is a removal spell, and then because of Spark Mage, it's like 2 removal spells in one, so it's yeah. You get 2 cards for 1, which is basically what Sorcerer does a little bit, or yeah, Sorcerer, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So you have had a lot of matchup. We've been playing for quite some time now. What have been like most epic games you've had, or has anybody pulled like a really fun or cool combo that you can think about, or maybe you even played something yourself that you really enjoyed?
Oh, wow, that's a tough question. I'm sorry.
Or the closest match?
The closest match. Let's see. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not really sure.
Yeah. No problem. So we just had Arthurian Legends come out. Have you had the time to sort of explore the set, and do you have like a favorite card from Arthurian Legends?
Yesterday I was at the draft event, and that's where I got to play draft for the first time, and I really enjoyed it. And it's fun playing with the knights, and I really like the lance mechanic, like dropping lances and passing it to other minions, and then using the lance to get beneficial traits in characters, in minions. Yeah, and I really like the Arcane Barrage card from Arthurian Legends in the Spark Mage deck. It feels like a really big upgrade, and yeah, that's about it. Yeah.
Yeah, so where are you playing? Do you have like a local playing community? And what made you decide to come to this event? Because you say you're a fairly new player, so it would be interesting to like, how did you get the idea, and what made you come today?
So I live in the Netherlands, near Rotterdam. Unfortunately, there's not that many places to play yet. I hope there will be more players coming, but I'm trying. But it's been tough, unfortunately. So I'm mostly playing with my cousin, actually. We bought the beta decks in the summer, last summer, and we started playing together, and also on TTS a little bit to practice. And yeah, I'm hopeful there will be more players in the Netherlands coming. I've met a few today, of course, so we're making plans to maybe get something started, and yeah. That's about it.
Very cool. But it's also cool to hear that like tournaments like this is actually also bringing people together. Yeah. You get to meet other local players, and you're going to play. Yeah, so.
I really want to play in person, because I only could play in person with my cousin, because I haven't met any other players nearby to play with. And then I saw on Discord, I saw that there was this event, a little bit nearby for me, like a 2.5 hours drive. So I was like, let's go, and my cousin was also on board. So we finally got to play in person, in person with other players. So that's really cool. That's really got me motivated to come here. Yeah. Being allowed to play with other people and have fun.
Yeah. Okay, guys, we're going to wish you best of luck, because you're going onwards in the matches next round, and we will be back with another interview a bit later on. So please enjoy the stream. Bye, guys.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Sophie, for yet another great post-match interview with Julian, the Spark Mage. I have to say, I'm excited to see more of him.
Yeah, but there is something that he said that really caught my attention. So Julian seems to be a newer player. He did his first draft yesterday, which is amazing. I mean, I don't know how many drafts you did in the meantime over that year, but more than 5, I would say.
Quite some, yeah.
So I would say Julian is a newer player, and he refers to actually the beta pre-constructed decks, where the Spark Mates is like the deck that you learn with how to play. He said this was the one that I liked. But honestly, Lasse, I've been playing these pre-con decks so many times because I've explained the game to a lot of people, and for me, that Spark Mage is really the weakest of the 4 decks in those pre-cons. It is really difficult to play to get that advantage because the Earth has like the big minions, the fire, they just shoot hard. So the fact that he just says like, hey, that was my favorite, I like it jumping around, means that he already had success in the pre-con decks, that he was actually, and so the point that I was trying to make is like we have in America, we have Salem with his Enchantress deck. He is the one who makes it perform like crazy. It's difficult to do, and so some people really have a preference for certain avatars, or even you could say that I could not do the same thing that Zelen does with Enchantress because there is some kind of deeper connection or an insight that these people have. And this is what I recognize with Julian. He just said from the start, this is the avatar that I resonate with.
Yeah.
And we see it here. I mean, the guy is new to the game, and he is in the top 4 of one of the most toughest competition in Europe that we have currently today.
Yeah, exactly. I think that also speaks, as you say, for those avatars in the pre-con decks, because actually almost none of those avatars are very popular in the meta. You have the Geomancer, which has been quite popular, and the Flamecaller now is kind of making its name, but actually all of those avatars are a bit less popular than, say, a standard Sorcerer, an Archimago, stuff like that.
Yeah, but I think you tell it true. Like the Flame Caller now with the Burn variant has become actually. Well, it's also strange that we didn't have one today, because also straightforward, and the Geomancer has now really earned his place. So that's already 2 of those 4. Because when when Beta came out and the pre-com decks, I think everybody was not feeling it like, okay, but we had this avatar of air and earth and these staples of the game. But now actually we see that those beta avatars are really pulling in. So if we look at the games, Jeffrey Jesse is still ongoing.
Still duking it out.
Which is normal. They still have plenty of time, and with the Archimago, it can of course take some time.
Yeah, maybe just while we're waiting, I just wanted also to kind of zoom in on one thing that Julian also mentioned, that in the Netherlands the sorcery community isn't that big. I think you've been in touch with a lot of Dutch players as well. We have quite some Dutch players on our Discord at the moment. Yeah, it's pretty hard to get a local community going if you don't have people living very close to you.
True.
Maybe speaking from the Belgian community point of view, what really helped for us was just connecting online, and then maybe once you know some people and you know for sure, okay, these people we can play together with, you might be able to set up some stuff more effectively, even just through TTS, but also, yeah, we have a few of LGSs here in Belgium. For me, coming here is always an hour, 1 hour drive, but I know I'll be playing with some players that I really like to play sorcery with. So yeah, just getting in touch with these people is always a good idea, and that's why joining a Discord like Sorcerers at the Core is a great idea, I think.
But so we are just informed that they are still high life total, so it will still
as expected,
continue.
I'd say.
Where without seeing the board state, I would then start to favor Archimage, because the longer it goes, the stronger it becomes. But
Could be.
we don't know. But just going back to your point, it's I think I've been active on a lot of the European Discords, and Italy. So if we zoom back 1 year, Italy and Germany and France were the biggest one, of course. But I have seen so many communities pop up Also, the other communities have become stronger. They slowly, as did our sources at the core Discord, grow over time. And we started out last year, we're now around 250 players. So I think if you want to get into sorcery, there are now so many ways that you can actually find information, and through that information you will find the places in Europe also. Of course, the bigger the country, the more difficult it is to connect in real life. But that is not so. For instance, in Germany, in Belgium, everything is very dense. People, you say an hour drive, but for other people, it is way further or longer
exactly.
to do that effort. So we are kind of happy in Belgium that we have currently 4 stores that connect together, and players are willing to do the travel to just connect. So if you stumble in the stream, you don't know really what source is, whatever, just start Googling, asking around, and you will find an entrance to any of your local communities.
And actually, to plug our own YouTube channel as well, I have made a video about how to build a local sorcery community, so definitely check that out. We are being informed that the game between Jesse and Joffrey is still taking a while, so maybe it's better if we just cut to a break screen for a moment so that we can take a breather. And we'll put up a timer when we know that when the next round will start. So we'll add in some extra sorcery puzzles for you to solve in the meantime, and then we'll see you for the next round of this finals.
Tegen Mark.
All right, we're back for the semifinals of the Siege at the Core. We finally know the top 4 players who will duke it out to claim the title of champion at the core. Let's quickly take a look at the standings after the quarterfinals.
Yes. So here we see it. We saw Julian winning his game, so advancing. Then the Jeffrey versus Jesse has ended, but it was actually overtime, and they really went into the 5 turns. And unfortunately, Jesse, I think he just ended up with a lower life count. So congratulations, Jeffrey, for advancing to the semi-final, and he will be matched up against Julian. Then on the other side, Marco won his match, and the other side was Mark who came through. So yeah, again, Marco, good name to have this day. So those are the other semi-finals. A big congratulations to the other 5th till 8th. Amazing, well done to get here and reach that far. So the players are getting ready for our semi-final, and we have Mark versus Marco. So as just a recap, Mark is playing the Sorcerer, Jihad Atlantean Fates, so the fire water version with the cats, just the heavy hitters, the fast hitters with the raiders, all the charged minions. And then on the other hand we have Marco, who is the other Archimager. So we see actually that 2 Archimagers have progressed, and also the Spark Mages have progressed. That means that we have lost 3 sources. So without further ado, let's just switch to the feature
jump
table.
into the game. Yeah.
Let's do it.
There we go. So everyone has already shuffled their decks.
Honestly, Lazo, I'm a bit impressed. So we had 4 sources, but of course, like, yeah, how much was it? 41% of the playing field was the sorcerer.
Yeah.
But now we actually lost 3 out of the 8. It's quite a lot.
Yeah, I have to say it's something that we've seen a lot of times now with larger tournaments. There are always a lot of sorcerers, but at the end of the day, they just don't seem to get over that final threshold to actually win the entire thing. So I'm actually very curious to see how this sorcerer does this.
So Archimago, so we're in for a treat. And
we have a Ruby core on turn 1.
That
That's a
is
good
what you
start
want to
for
see.
Marco. Apologies in advance, by the way, if we mess up Mark and Marco. These are very confusing names to have head-to-head. Now, I remember the interview with Marco. He's an Italian guy with a very fun Italian accent. I'm not sure. Have we seen Mark in play?
We definitely saw. I don't think we saw Marco yet, but I think Mark was already on stream. So Ruby core, turn 1. So all of them final 4. They will win a altered core. So he could choose a second one.
And out comes a root spider onto that gnome hollows.
I think if you talk to people, the root spider out of beta is one of the most played cards because sorcery it is about area control, and the root that is the root spider's main function to block off certain pathways. And yeah, that is not something you like to see if you are a more aggressive deck with a lot of charge minions, because root spider will do that. It is also in combination with the gnome hollow, which also prevents the bigger minions as of 3 power to enter. So that is what control does, right?
Yeah. So first blood already has been drawn in this semi-final. The Dragonets shoot a projectile hitting the Archimago, dealing 1 damage, and out. Well, actually not out, but on the wall could go the spiders.
But so the funny thing with Archimago is that it can actually take some damage. I mean, he runs these 3 divine healings, which heal for 7 lives. So there are situations that it is in hand and you just wait because you just are at 14 or 15. So why lose that life? And then with an Archimago, the chance that it comes back, healing you another 7 lives, that is what makes it very strong.
Yeah. There's a poisoned well. So another 1 life going down for Marco.
And this is for the finals.
And we have the brother knight, as always, joined by his trusty brother knight, who was hidden pretty well in the deck, it seems.
Which brother would you be? The one with the cap on or without?
Well, the one without is balding, so we don't know what the situation is with the guy with the cap.
The 2 brothers hit the battlefield. But of course, that spider, annoying as ever, will start to control a big part of the boards.
There's a fun new site coming.
That is already painful, I think.
So that's Fields of Camelon, meaning each player chooses 1 of their minions and they get to kill the rest. So I think the root spider will survive this one.
Sure.
And which one would you leave on the board?
It's very simple, right? You have a 3/2 or a 3/3 that can shoot. Which one would you pick?
I think that's the right call. Even though it's disabled at the moment.
Yes, very powerful sides, because sides who have an impact on the game. I mean, this one is different than gaining mana. It gives you the advantage, but this one outright kills another minion. In this case, even 2 minions. You could consider it's 1 minion. It's only 1 card played, but even then, it's for free. You just kill a minion, and so there is that advantage is being gained. I think we see a blink on the table and a deck being shuffled. That is often only 1 card that does that, which is common sense. And this is something I wonder about, because common sense can common sense for other common senses. Hey, I'm still awake. right? That was correct.
What a tongue twister, yeah.
So you could opt because Akimaru, he wants to cast every 3 spells. So every spell that you play is actually 1/3 of another spell by choice. So if with your common sense you go and get another common sense and put it in the graveyard, then you are able to just cast other stuff faster. But here he opts not to do it. But yeah, it keeps you options open because if you then draw another common sense, you can still do it, and then perhaps you will search for something that is more relevant at this moment.
So we have the Pauris going on the attack, dealing 3 damage to Marco.
I don't know, I still sense a bit of hesitation when say Pauris. Like, is that what we land upon the right
How
wording?
would you say it?
Well, I butchered the name probably already a couple of times. Red Cap Pauris, that's what I'm going for. It is what it is. It does its 3 damage.
I'm not sure what's happening.
I see a...
Oh, there's a Poison Nova cost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the 3 in the deck, if I remember correctly. And yep, 3 Poison Novas, 1 Lava Flow, 2 Earthquakes, 1 Infiltrate, 1 Major Explosion, and 1 Craterize. It's not a good time to be a minion, but yeah, what can you do? And this is also what Archimago makes so strong, right? 2 are still in it to win it. So there's actually a chance that we will have an Archimago versus Archimago matchup.
Yeah.
We must now I think like the finals are best out of 3, including sideboard. So if we have 2 Archimagos against each other without time limits, then perhaps it's time to call home to give them a message that potentially it will take some time.
I do have to say, one of the more controversial cards in the game right now is a Feast for Crows. We saw it one time, and I think it was in Marco's hand when we saw it earlier. But we haven't seen it played yet. Now, I remember a lot of people being hesitant about the deck lists being shared before the launch of the event, especially because of this card. But on the feature table, we have never seen this as an issue.
No. Of course, we don't hear them shouting, cursing, yelling, so we just presume everything is okay. So the Sarkhan Raider was also entered the battlefield, shipping away the damage. So now,
So
2012
Marco is taking quite some punches at the moment. Of course, the Raiders, they can be cast to an enemy site if there is no one occupying that site.
But it could also be if with 1 Divine Healing he will move back to 19.
Could be.
But without it, then we have definitely a good matchup with the current given board state. And that's of course a nice thing of the Sarkhan Raiders. Like before with the spiders, super annoying to deal with. Now the Sarkhan Raider can just evade it and still do the damage that it's meant to be. So here the spider is just looking around what his function is. Yeah, it takes too long to just go to the Sarkhan Raiders. And here we see a lightning bolt.
So Marco
coming from the deck.
Using that common sense.
Indeed.
Which means that this particular common sense is, of course, banished from the game.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if you remember correctly, but the first time that we saw Marco play, he actually didn't get to keep a lot of spells in his graveyard. There were a couple of beacons.
The pyre.
Pyres, I mean, in the opposing player's deck. This does not seem to be an issue this time. So I'm curious if this will help him come back on top.
True. So here we see that Pyre, which is actually strong against Archimago, removing 3 cards, but it's not the end of it. So like Archimago, they just
It
cost
slows him
some
down a bit.
Indeed.
Looking at the hand of Mark. Let's pull it closely now. And I think that's the Caerleon upon Usk.
Nice, well done.
Another site with a wonderful name.
But
So
also beautiful.
it's a very beautiful site. I think it's foil. It seems very foily. And the special thing about this site is that it only provides its threshold and mana if it's on the back row. But it does offer earth, fire, and water threshold. So
I just saw that infiltrate hitting the boards, but I don't know what happened to it. Did he want to cast it on the spider? Which is on the ground.
it could be.
Okay, the game is slowing down a little bit, but Sorcerer is what we now see here. Go the 2 cards a
Yeah,
turn.
you get to that point where you can just draw a extra card every turn. It's a Morgana Le Fay.
Ooh.
Which I do not like to see if I'm playing against Mark.
Not at all.
Giving him, of course, that extra 3 spells to choose from. And Morgana is the caster of those spells.
Indeed. So that is a whole new hand. These are 3 extra cards. The 1 card drawn from the sources, 4 extra cards. Yeah, this is really, I think, what he needed, because I felt like the Archimago stuff doing its thing, like gaining that control. But then a card like Morgana can, of course, turn the tides again. But he or she is vulnerable. There are earthquakes in the deck, so it is stealthed. But yeah, if
Out comes a Valley of the Light.
okay, and a Vile Imp was also casted.
So there is a Crater Ice.
Wow, already.
Without the orb nearby, so only once. But of course, a great way for Marco to stabilize the game.
Yeah, but you say only once, but with an Archimago, that's not really true.
Yeah, it's
right?
true, yeah.
Because it doesn't take long that, hey, I have some kind of deja vu. Didn't I see that big giant rock hitting my face hard not so long ago? So yeah, this one went fast. Of course, he has to discard a site, but it is resolving. Of course, it just blows up everything, including his spider, and I think that is how confident Mark is actually. Marco, sorry.
Maybe we should say it with an Italian accent. Marco.
Wow, you're a good one.
I try.
So
every Italian hates me now.
honestly, if I would be hit at this stage in the game by Crater Ice, and you go from 20 to 10, you feel it, right?
Oh yeah.
So this means that another one is along its way, and it will probably not take that long.
Another Crater Ice is imminent.
And yes, Marco is at 12 life, but of course the Crater Ice blew up everything on the board as well.
Including the Morgana, which means that the 3
Indeed.
cards that she held are also out.
Indeed. So potentially that is why he cast it so early, yeah, because you really have to get rid of that Morgana.
Yeah.
But it will come back.
And I'm guessing sooner rather than later.
Of course, he still needs to discard a land, but he still has enough cards in hand.
Another red cap Paris.
Yep.
Bringing Marco down to.
And that is what you can expect, right? Like you feel that you're under pressure, so no time to waste anymore. Just starting to cast those fireballs and just praying for the best. Marco is at 6. No divine healing was found for now.
There is a berry played.
Berry, one of also the standard removal spells in the game.
I see in our Twitch chat we have some Marco fans.
All right.
Sorry, Mark. No one's cheering for you yet. I'm sure there are some people cheering for him now.
Hey, this is our last sorcerer. I mean, if we go Archimago versus Archimago, we are here for another 5 hours. So I'm rooting for Mark.
I'm gonna order in some food.
Go, Mark. Chinese, anyone? Come on, Mark, you can do this. He's at 6 life. Mark at 10. So based on the game board and the amount of cards in hand, we would give the advantage to Mark. So let's see. Honestly, that divine healing, that gaining of 7 or 14 lives, it is really crucial. So if that is not drawn, and it hasn't been drawn because otherwise it would have been costed already by now. So it is still, it's still very, very close. Because the sorcerer, it goes very quickly, as you see, drawing the 2 cards with spells, fireballs, whatever. So yeah. And
out comes the cat.
Yes.
And that's Sir Agravain.
Wow. Yeah. 2 cards a turn and 2 minions a turn.
So Sir Agravain has stealth and movement +1. He's also he hits for 3.
And then basically, if allies attack an enemy, he will strike it, and then he will not lose the stealth. An enemy adjacent to Sir Agravain. All right, so 2 minions. I feel like Marco is also getting a little bit of tension on his face, and there we go.
Did I just see him discard the Crate Rise? Or was he just holding it when looking through his cemetery?
It went a little bit too quickly, but since both minions were just thrown into the bin, I guess.
It's quite some explaining from his side.
So it went a little bit too quick. And they're also discussing it or explaining it.
Mark seems fine with it though.
They're nodding. And there you go.
I guess that was another Crate Rise in the game.
The same one, Deja Vu. That is how they do it. 1 Crate Rise, 2 Crate Rise, and if you have no healing, you are just at death's door. So
right now it looks like Marco is headed for the finals if he can finish this.
No. But he really has then to finish it next turn because he's also still at 6 life.
Exactly.
So we are not there yet, as we have seen
Mark
in the
will
past.
be able to play some more minions probably.
No. And I think there is nothing really in his graveyard. Everything is removed now, so it is really, if he has it, he has it. But yeah, the Archimago doesn't really have a lot. There are the arcane barrages, so that is a reason to move out of the way, although the Archimago can actually do the same, but now there's a blocker in between, but an arcane barrage would do it, I guess. What else do we have? We have lightning bolts, magic missiles, mine explosion, lava flow, which would not help here, major explosion. So yeah, we'll see. Here
there
we
are
go.
some options. Oh, I think I see the finisher there.
And that is a common sense for a lightning bolt, I think. And he shows it's good game.
Good game. Well played, Marco.
The game has ended rather quickly, so the Archimago, if he just can go uncontested, build up that 8 mana, have the Great Rise in hand, because it's only the one, can be anywhere in the deck, but if he has it, and with such a nice opportunity to then also kill that Morgana, and just hitting it in the face, because sometimes the Great Rise has to go somewhere else, right? And then you miss that 10 damage. So there's still a little bit of breathing room, but in this case it just went 2 times straight to the face, and then the common sense got the lightning bolt. And perhaps there I have my answer, like how many common senses do you want to sacrifice to fill that graveyard? Because in this case he actually just went to search.
Yeah, he didn't really need it.
No.
It seems like he's throwing his head in the ring though, even though he won the game. So well played, Marco. I'd say he's a good Archimago player, because I've heard from a lot of people who went against Fury Road with an or a Fury Road like deck, I should say, with Archimago, actually found it quite hard to fight against it. So I have to say, well played.
Definitely, good game. So we are getting ready to do a little mini interview, but yeah, I wouldn't call this deck like with the Fury Road deck with the cats, etc. It's really different. But yeah, as from the start, the Spider was there, the Gnome Hollows were there. The stalling was there enough. He didn't even need to have 1 divine healing.
No.
Also.
It looked like it for a moment, though. I was getting worried that he was losing life a bit too quickly.
No. Yeah, but
he held his own and he knew what he had to do, and he just executed perfectly.
Indeed. But that is a bit of the luck of the draw, because the Great Rise was the best card he could, of course, have. Because with the major explosion or the other ones, it just takes longer time. So yeah, it just came perfectly together. So let's see how we are doing, and if Sophie is getting up, and they will have an interview in a moment. Let me have a look what the other final table is doing, and we will do our best to perhaps also try to get that into that. We perhaps can already have a look at that game from Jeffrey versus Julian. I think, let me quickly have a look. So they are still playing. So after that short interview, if Jeffrey and Julian are still playing, we will potentially have something on screen to show and share with all of you.
Yeah.
Which is also that Archimago versus Spark Mage matchup.
Yeah, actually, again, no sorcerers in the finals.
No, we lost the last one.
That's, I mean, that kind of confirms what I said earlier, that even though a sorcerer is quite strong and you can get quite far with it, it's sort of like something to make it to the final cut.
It's very strange. And the other thing is also true, like we only had 6 Archimagos, but now we see 2 of them are actually in the top 3 already. One still needs to finish. So percentage-wise, that is an amazing track record. But on the other hand, it has been said the power of Archimago is real. It's one of the very strong new additions to Sorcery. It's not easy to compete with it.
Exactly. And even if the team at Eric's Curiosa is getting a bit worried about how powerful this avatar is, then, I mean, it's no surprise that we see 3 in the top 3 of the event.
Okay, I think we are ready for the interview. So, Sophie, take it away.
Let's go.
I misplay.
Yes. Cool. So we are back with the winner from our last feature match, and you might recognize Marco. He has been in the seat before. Marco, how did the last game go, and did it go as you wanted it?
Yeah, this last game went well. I played against a sorcerer, an aggro deck, another aggro deck, and mm, it was under control. So I was happy and confident for this kind of deck. It went well.
So you are about to enter the final. How are you like feeling? Are you getting tired by now? Because of course it's a lot of fun, but it's also a lot of hours playing and playing and playing. So how do you feel at this point?
The other two guys play Archimago and Spark Mage, are two avatars that I haven't tested against before with my current deck, so it's challenging because I mean it's the first time, so it's exciting.
Cool. So last question. You have had a chance to look at our pricing over there. Is there anything cool that you've spotted that you think you would like to take home there?
For sure, the Amethyst score designed by Pietro.
I think that's an amazing choice. It's a really beautiful card. Again, Marco, thank you so much, and maybe I'll see you once again for the winners interview, but best of luck.
Thank you.
We're back. So it's really funny. Like Marco, I love the accent. I heard Pietro. But honestly, if you hear him talk, I had everything under control. It feels like it's another day at the office.
It
and
seems
just
like he wasn't worried for 1 second.
No, indeed.
Yeah.
He was like, I was in control. I knew what I was doing. This is how it should go, even. And although he ended up at 6 live.
Yeah, he's very comfortable with the deck that he's
apparently.
playing. But it's very interesting to hear him say that he hasn't tested it against another Archimago or against a Spark Mage. So we might be surprised what comes out of it in the finals.
Also, for the final round, we'll have a look also at the sideboards. Because the finals will be with sideboard included, not the first match, but the second and potentially the third one. So yeah, it's all about those cards and how they interact or counter-interact. So really curious what the deck tech there is. I think our tech crew are looking for a way if we can have something on stream for the third match. Of course, if it's an Akimaru deck, it might be a long time. So we'll see. There's still plenty of time in the rounds. But at this point, it's really just about getting those games in and having good games. Although the timer of 50 minutes is still running, which will be different in the finals. We will drop the time limit to just play that. So there is only one match left, which is Jeffrey versus Julian. Jeffrey, I heard, is at 0 right now, and Julian is at 0, which is the Spark Mage. If it would have been the other way around, then I would be more scared for Jeffrey, because the Spark Mage, the damage is the other way around. So that means that an Archimago is not on death's door. So we are getting closer. Okay, it was confirmed that we don't have the time because they are near the end to put it on the stream, which is fine. I think we will just know in a moment, and looking forward to that final round. What about you, Lazo? How are you feeling after 8 rounds of sorcery?
Well, actually, I'm looking at the counter here of how long we have been streaming, and it's almost 11 hours.
Wow.
And we have some more ahead of us if we have an Archimago against Archimago setup, it seems. But yeah, looking forward to it. This is why we do it. This is the big event. This is why we set out to do this big European event. And we certainly hope that we've also reached, over these 12 hours, a lot of players in Europe, or maybe even internationally outside of the European Union, to maybe come for our next siege if we ever put up one. So yeah, it's I'm excited. I'm getting a bit tired, I have to say, but yeah, we're
and to come back to your point, like, we are 11 hours in, but if they would ask me now without to prove anything, I could go for another 11 hours because I love this game. I love the competition. We also get that last confirmation, which is that Jeffrey has won his match against Julian. So we lose a Spark Mage and we have a confirmed finals, which is Jeffrey Archimago versus Mario Archimago. And I'm really excited to see those one battling it out. Mark and Julian, congratulations, third and fourth place. But of course, since it's very important now who can pick the third and the fourth prize or core, they will also play their matches to determine who is third and fourth. So we are going out for just a little break. We will be back in 10 to 15 minutes latest to get ready for the final match. So stay
Looking
tuned.
forward to it. Stay tuned. See you soon.
Muted. Dus die spelen nog een kleine finale ook, of wat? Juist. op rood, Geoffrey op blauw. En ik ga jullie terug unmuten, maar jullie gaan over 20 seconden pas terug live.
All right, we are back for the finals. This is it.
This is it.
The last 3 games of today. We have a nice matchup. Archimego versus Archimego. And I'm actually pretty curious. This is the first time that we see 2 Archimedos going up against each other on the feature table. I'm interested to see what the nuances are. Maybe we should pull up the decks once more.
Sure, why not? So the nuances. So I think if we quickly compare, as just looking at the elements, you see here we have the 2 Scavenging Fiend for fire and 3 Poison Novas. And if you then look at Marco's version, he relies more heavily on that fire, which means that he has a Morgana Le Fay, which I heard from some Archimagos that they stepped away from it because if you cannot cast a Morgana, then it potentially can lose you the game if you have these clunky cards in your hand. Of course, against another slower deck, the Morgana will probably come out and it will do its thing. And by then, if you have more mana, that means if you cast it for 3, you have still mana to at least cast one of the cards that you draw.
Yeah.
Of course, there is a little risk that if you would draw one of your more expensive cards that you need to actually kill your opponent, like the Craterize, and your opponent has that option to remove Morgana, that could actually be something that might become relevant. But in this regard, I would say that and Merlin and Morgana are so strong. And then one major explosion for a Craterize. So I think if we look at Jeffrey's deck, there is 2 Craterizes in it. And then what about our Feast for Crows? Because honestly, here it is
I think we
on
finally
the
get
one
to see
side.
a good use for it.
And of course, it's also on the other side. So if I'm in Marcus' shoes, if I target Craterize, I will pull out those 2 Craterizes from Jeffrey's deck. So honestly, this Feast for Crows can be really game defining. And honestly, if you had the whole thing about the open deck list or not here, it really doesn't make a difference because I think Craterize is something you would mention
probably the big
a
one.
lot indeed.
Yes.
I would say that Jeffrey, so I think that 2 Craterizes is a bit of a weakness, and it feels like he has a little bit more anti-minions, although he does have the Sisters of Avalon and the Scavenging Fiends. So yeah, I don't know, whichever way it will go. I think
do get to see also these sideboards this time.
yeah, but let's leave them for when they start actually sideboarding.
Okay, sure.
I think the players are finding their seats. So again, it is not only the finals; it is also 3rd place and 4th place that are being played. Those players, they have had a long day of sorcery. Wow. It is actually round number 9, but of course the adrenaline is real.
And I have to say, I went upstairs for a short spell. There are some drafts going on, and I have to say the vibe upstairs is amazing. And these people, they aren't thinking of stopping to play anytime soon. So really loving it, and that energy, it just I'm vibing. You know, I'm going strong.
Good
Let's
vibes. Let's go. That's how we do it. Anyway, probably we will be drafting some few hours, and perhaps we can commentate them. No, let's not go
sure
there.
If my voice will hold that long.
Indeed. So, just for everybody, this will be a long one. The finals are 3 games, so there is no time limit. They can really duke it out. If the cards fall right, it can go quickly. If not, we are in for a long game. It is what it is, and I'm completely open to it. We're going live. Let's do this.
Yeah, let's go. Let's see how this first game of the best of 3 works out.
Marco versus Jeffrey. So Jeffrey is in the blue at the bottom of the screen. Marco in red on top. Is that foil Archimago versus regular Archimago? Or are those both foils? Couldn't see it.
Putting it to the side in the glare of the light, that's not helping.
Indeed. All right, here we go. The finals. This is what we have been working for since I think it's June. The idea of a big tournament arose, and now this is it, right?
Yes,
congratulations, Jeffrey, Marco. It's a really feat to get that far, and now it's really time to reach deep and get that final focus.
They
out.
surpassed some of the greatest players we know here in Europe. To get here. So yeah, it's well deserved to see these guys here.
Yeah, and so Jeffrey, it's now he also beat Jesse second time now. Very strong player. Marco, I haven't. Yeah, he's from Italy, so he's not on the Discord, so I haven't met him yet.
Actually,
but
the funny thing is, we mentioned on Spiel Essen there was a draft on the booth where you did your draft with Eric, right? Well, a friend of mine and myself, we were a bit too late, so we had to enter into another draft, and I think Marco was in that one. So I drafted against him, and I think I won because I won everything that day.
Wow. So you
not
say
to
you got
brag, but
lucky?
I might be one of the guys who once beat
Wow, lucky them that
champion.
we are here in the booth because oh my god, not a chance.
He's lucky I haven't entered. No.
Yeah.
but seeing his gameplay here, I mean, judging by that, I think I would have wouldn't have stood a chance.
Indeed. No, but it's true. Like feeling how that game was played, you feel the skill. It is not a coincidence that those two players are here. And voila, decks are shuffled, dice are being rolled, and there they go. Can be important that who starts.
If you're playing Archimago, do you want to go first?
Ha, that's a tough question. I think overall you always want to start. But here, because you can expect it to go slower.
Seems like they're still verifying if they can actually start, so yeah, go ahead. We're ready for you.
By all means. All right. Mulligan. Also, Mulligan is actually very important, and it sometimes is more difficult to really because you don't know how the game will evolve. So yeah, looking forward to those choices.
I have to say, as a newer player to the TCG genre, if you can call it a genre, I have to say this is the hardest part for me still. Just knowing what to hold on to and what you want to put away.
If we look at the deck list and the minions, I can say that Marco plays 8 minions, which is a Highland Princess, 3 Root Spiders and 2 Grandmaster Wizards. Those are not your damage dealers. And then of course a 1 Morgana Le Fay and a Merlin, which are also not really there to deal damage by being a minion. And on the other hand, we have 12 minions. But basically it is more or less the same thing, except he also has the Sisters of Avalon. We just has that card draw and then those 2 Scavenging Fiends.
Yeah, so basically all these minions, they're there to kind of support Archimago and drawing spells and like just slowing down the game a bit so that you can do what you want to do.
Indeed. So here we are. There's still a Sir Eggervain on the table, but that's not something we will see here. And there we go. Ooh.
Actually have a River of Flame on the River of Flame there.
Well, that is the bonus prize. Whoever could do the River of Flame on the River of Flame. Now, just kidding.
That's free play, that, no.
I don't think a River of Flame has felt this good on a playing mat.
Feels right at home.
Yes, indeed.
No, actually, I should say, you might just miss it.
Yeah, forget about it. Yeah. Yeah, this is literally underground, like fires everywhere.
It's an undercover River of Flame.
So it's so funny now. We see like these gnome hollows, etc., but they just have no function.
Yeah, these are just to support
Yeah.
avatars to shoot some spells.
Indeed.
Well, actually, that might be an interesting question. Is it a good idea to put that River of Flame on the middle row?
Sorry.
He put the River of Flame on the middle row,
Mhm.
which you're already there now with your avatar.
Sure.
Is it not a better idea to put it a bit more to the side?
Oh, it depends on what he has, but like giving it a central location always give the benefit. Like if you have to move later on, you still have that central lane. So I don't really know, and I would guess it is also not that important because you have the creatorizers, etc. But we'll see. Perhaps, like every detail can become important at a certain time during the match, but it's too hard to predict. And sometimes you're just waiting off. You need the fire, for instance. So just put it on the board. I don't think there is an issue with just playing it at its location.
I do see quite some support for Marco in the chat here.
Mm-hmm.
Although Joffrey isn't standing alone here, he also has some people backing him up. So seems like these two players have been making a name for themselves in the sorcery community already.
So if I'm not mistaken, Jeffrey has a Angelic's egg in play. I don't know if that can be confirmed by the
Angel's
judge.
egg. It's not placed on a site, so I'm not sure, but it's there right underneath the playmat, so underneath what we can see on stream.
Mm-hmm. I mean, for this time being 2020, and this is how it will go, right? They're just expanding their realm, and building up mana, and just looking for those key cards, and that is what we can expect. Wow, a very strong card has been played called the Tides, which just searches for 3 extra sites. Of course, as always with these cards, it's the threshold that makes it difficult, but here, threshold, I don't think it's really a matter of time. This will never go fast, so it just can play it, drawing actually 3 cards. You need to have sides, so it's just filling your hand and be very thankful that that Tide got it right.
Funny enough, there is a root spider on the board, or I should say under.
Yeah, but that root spider will just, I don't think it will become very active nor relevant. I don't think there's a beatdown with to a turn, especially if
I
the
don't
other
think
one
so.
is really built also to remove minions. So, like then he will actually be happy to be able to kill that spider with one of the 5 combinations he has probably. So yeah, here we go. Wow.
There is the Grandmaster Wizard.
And overall, against more aggressive decks, the Grandmaster Wizard can sometimes be too late, right? Like you want to get it in there, but it is 6 mana. And it's a turn that, yes, in best scenario, you can block once with the Grandmaster Wizard and you have your 3 cards. But in a slower match like here, the one who actually draws that Grandmaster Wizard first really gets an edge of that 3 cards. Saying this, also then that Merlin? No.
That is a Merlin. Yes.
That is a Merlin.
Which we quite missed because it was on that bottom row with the glare on the cards.
Yeah, that glare is a bit annoying. I don't know if our tech crew can do something about this, but I mean, we've been casting with this for some time now. but we just saw that Merlin just looking at the top cards, and that blink just went away. I think now we will have a spell being cast.
Marco moving up the spider. It wasn't tapped, now it is.
Yep.
It is still underground, I think.
I think it just moved up to hit for 2, or not.
I'm not sure. I think it moved.
Ah, okay.
From 7 to 12.
Okay, yeah. Wow, so many cards in hand by both players.
Both biding their time, and then he blinked the spider, I see. Okay.
There is a mirror realm.
And then he attacked, so we do not have the correct life totals on stream.
Okay. The funny thing is, it probably doesn't matter, but still, it should be correct. Okay. The River of Flame, I don't know, but I would presume it's another River of Flame.
Yeah, the glare in this situation is pretty annoying. We're seeing if
Mm.
we can actually do something about that.
Yep, I don't know if we can ask them to do something about it. So we see another blink being cast. Actually,
I think it was done so by the Archimego itself, and it stayed in its place.
we'll also see if we can zoom out a little bit, perhaps that we can also see those cards in the graveyard. But of course, it's a bit tricky to do that on a live stream. So we'll see if we can make it a bit more optimal. But here they go. So a spider is cast. Disabling and thus also removing the stealth. So great play, actually. And you see how complex this already becomes, right? You have
Yeah.
the Merlin in play, spiders duking it out, Grandmaster Wizard drawing on tons of cards, cemeteries getting full of spells, decisions, do you cast them now, do you wait, etc. So, but you see, if you look at them both, they know exactly what they're doing, and they are also following each step of the way with ease, or so it seems.
So 3 spells are being discarded to play another blink.
And so what happened is that the spider was
Is now
cast.
disabling a spider.
And the spider actually removed that stealth, which was the Merlin was infiltrated. So he got his own Merlin back, and then again started doing his Merlin thing. So yeah, it's going back and forth. Lots of cards on both sides. So I think Steve, who is one of our tech guys, is trying to adjust that light a little bit, so we have a better view of, and that helps already
A little bit. Only the far right
Yeah.
is not very legible.
Yeah, so the
Some
reflection
glare,
is
yes.
a little bit disturbing, but
So we'll see if turning off that one light will actually help. It might make the game board a bit darker, so we'll see if that actually does something.
I think with the shadows, I think we need a little bit of light. So I think for now we're good. Shall we try?
We might see if it works, I guess.
Okay, we can try to turn the light off. Okay. Okay, so we just get information that actually are the lamps just of the room. It is dark, so we need the light. So at this moment, not much more we can do, but it's already a little bit better. Anyway, back to the game. They're checking live totals, making a fuss out of a lot because we see that it's 19-20. And I think honestly, this is how we will go. There, a lot of is happening. Does not mean that this is easy whatsoever. They are making tough choices at all time. But as you see, it is not really about the small damage. It's really about those major things falling from the sky. And yeah, let's see who draws them. So I would say the person that draws more cards will get the advantage. But if the other one draws his Greater Eyes or also that Feast for Crows, that really might have its impact.
Yeah.
Players taking their time to find that correct line. And Lazo, we have at least 2 of these games in. So we're just enjoying the view as you are. We're really just wondering what is about to happen, same as you are at home. So glad that you're here. Shout out to the people on Twitch and on YouTube. We're so glad that you're here together with us. I hope you're having a blast as we do. And don't hesitate to give some comments for us to share as well. Ooh! What do we see here, Lazo?
Actually missed it. Oh, there it is, the Spire. So we get to banish some cards out of the cemetery.
Indeed.
Of Marco.
So the Pyre was played by Jeffrey, removing 3 spell. That's always a good thing.
And then I think that's a Valley of the Light there in the corner.
Mm-hmm. Also funny that there is a good option that actually all 20 areas are covered by sites, that is just 10 and 10 mana. Actually, I've never seen it. Have you ever seen this in a game?
I came close to it once in a game. There was one guy that just kept developing. But in the end, it didn't really matter that much because as it goes usually... Oh, the Angel's Egg is removed with a Dispel.
Indeed.
I have to say, at some point, like, you can only draw so many cards, of course.
Oh, I don't know. You can draw a lot of cards. The more the merrier, I would say. So this spell, very important. And the Angel's Egg was removed. Bless you.
Thanks.
Of course, Jeffrey, he has those Scavenging Fiends in his deck. So I really wonder how that will affect the board. I see one player going down to 10.
So, is there a Great Rise casted? I can't see it
No.
anymore.
No, I think it's just...
You cannot see it on the stream, but this playmat also has live counters on it on the sides.
Mhm.
We see the players adjusting actually some dice also on there to actually track the lives there. It's nice to see this map being used the way it's supposed to be used.
Yeah.
There's a Scavenging Fiend that will bring back a broken artifact. So
Indeed.
in comes the Angel's Egg, I suppose.
Again. And then I guess a Divine Healing was played, going back to 18.
There's gonna be some back and forth here. I
Oh,
do
yes.
see a Philosopher's Stone now. in Marco's hand.
So yeah, you have one big spells on one hand that do a lot of damage, but then you have 3 divine healings on the other side, which just heals you back up. So honestly, I hope we don't have to go through the whole deck, because there is always the potential that it happens. And then, funnily enough, something like a Grandmaster Wizard can actually cost you the game. If you go that far to
At
go
this
through
rate,
the deck,
yes.
the more your cards you draw, the weaker your chances are. But so this is very difficult to already project into the future whether you have to cost this. But these are like 10 things I start to think of. Like, but it's dangerous because of course you need to have the right cards to battle the opponent. Once you start getting too far behind, you are in trouble. But yeah. Looking back at the scores, we are at 14
There's the Island
versus 20.
Princess. We get to draw another card.
Yep. Which one is getting?
I have to say the stack of cards in his hand is quite crazy. For
Yeah,
Morgan,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
already quite
But
stacked. But now he's pulling, of course, the Ring of Morgan, which
Mm.
will allow him to ping some damage.
Indeed, but the other thing is also too. If you just looked at that deck he was shuffling, it is getting thinner.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see.
It would be a shame, though, to see finals game go that way.
It
Just
is what it
like,
is. I mean, that's part
very-
of the game. Thank you so much, Ortega. That was actually quite good. So they're just doing their best. I hope the players are okay with it, and it's not too annoying for them. But of course, it will help us out and the people watching at home. We kind of know what is there. And life is now being gained by that egg, slowly creeping back to 2020, which means that all damage before have been negated and those damage spells were for nothing.
We see Mike from Collector Art House, by the way, putting into the chat here that the auction for the Vincent Pompetti painting, the Siege at the Core painting, has reached 1K, and the auction is extended 10 minutes, so there are 8 minutes left to bid. So if you are interested in picking up an exclusive art piece created especially for this event by Vincent Pompetti, now is your chance. These are the last 8 minutes to bid and maybe come home with a very exclusive piece that also has a lot of interesting sorcery imagery on it.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
There's an Arcane Barrage,
Mhm.
and he has a lot of mana to spend. So Marco is down to 11. Joffrey goes up 1.
Yeah.
So this will be a back and forth match, as we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, but again, so with the live gain, so you see him also putting that Avalon one before, so because he really doesn't want to lose that optional extra 1 mana, because with the Arcane Barrage it can really make that difference. But so the fact that Arcane Barrage is cost for 9 damage means to me that there is more to come. Because otherwise, why would you just cast a Arcane Barrage?
You're going into your
indeed
end phase, so to speak. The ring is cost, though.
Yeah, and the ring will start gaining life again, going back the other direction. But yeah, I'm now getting into it. Now we see all the complexities
And
of this deck.
Philistone.
Killing the Grandmaster Wizard just to gain that 1 life. And who knows, now it's perhaps the Arcane Masters now wants to be near each other so the ring can do its thing.
And there we have an
An earthquake, very
So let's
interesting.
rearrange these sites a bit.
But
and bury everything
indeed
on top of it.
So earthquake has been around from the very first, actually from the very first precon even, and thus it says you may rearrange the sites, which they are currently doing, but also carrying along everything of normal size, then burying all minions, fine, but then also all the artifacts and those sites. So here we also
comes
see.
Feast for Crows.
Ooh.
Oh, what spell will he name?
Feast for Crows, one of the
There
more
is
feared.
a Great Rise in Joffrey's hand. It's very possible that one's going out. Yeah, there you go. He takes it out. And he's looking for.
Yeah. If you have the time, scan the deck. Here we see all the deck, but yeah, losing 2 Great Rises.
There we are. There's the other one.
Yeah.
And of course, getting to see what's in your opponent's deck. Of course, we share the deck lists, but I mean, at this point, you just want to have it top of mind. You just want to show which are the cards that I still need to watch out for. It's just different than just looking at the deck. But let me have a quick look at Jeffrey's deck. So one Arcane Barrage was played already. He lost the 2 Great Rises. So if I look at just damage spells, so he has Magic Missiles and Lightning Bolts, but that will not finish the game whatsoever. And then actually he only has those 2 Arcane Barrages. One is played and in the bin, I think. So that means he still has 1 in the deck and 1 in the cemetery. But that does not feel so unless he can. It's not as a sure thing as Great Rise would be.
Yeah, but also like as long as the ring is in play, it will go fast. They have a lot of spells. I think I saw that Arcane Barrage sitting in Jeffrey's hand. So if he has 1 in hand and 1 in the cemetery, and then the other one is also in the cemetery, and he's able to cast all 3 of them in the coming turns, that seems to me like 30-ish damage. That might be sufficient.
Maybe.
Yeah, but like with Divine Healing, if you can cast 2, it is plus 14 life, so then you're already there. And then with that ring, who does also gains, then you are already over those 30 damage. So that's why it will not be easy for Jeffrey to actually win just by brute power. And thus, what I was saying earlier, the actually decking your opponent, just surviving as long as possible, becomes a real option.
There's actually a good question here in chat from Arbogast. Was Great Rise named before the hand was shown? I do not think so, because the hand was shown onto the table, and then the Great Rise was taken out.
No, so normally he has to name Great Rise first, and then after that the hand is shown. So that is how I think
I'm not
it
sure.
occurred.
Yeah, we can't hear what's going on at the feature table,
But
so
honestly, if you are Marco and you can target Jeffrey deck, I mean, it is you cast it and you just name Great Rise. That's the only thing you will be naming, I would presume, or Arcane Barrage. But since there wasn't any Great Rise, it's a no-brainer. So I think that's why it was cast, named directly, and it just revealed his hand very quickly. Okay, we see Jeffrey going into his cemetery.
Arcane Barrage in hand, so he's looking to cast that.
No, I think he just left his Arcane Barrage and he just cast a Common Sense to search something, which is actually a missile. So I think he has decided. I think if he has the one other Arcane Barrage in hand, he just wants to go full at it for now. 14 is the life total. We might say it is even, but it is far from it because Jeffrey lost a lot of his tools.
He lost the cornerstone of his deck, I'd say.
but then I'm considering because like Jeffrey is a seasoned player, so he knows that if he puts 2 Creator Rises in his deck, he is more sensitive or sensible for the Feast for Crows. So yeah, he did it consciously. He knows what he's doing. So now he's paying a little price for it. So very curious what they actually have in the sideboard and what makes it different. So as it is right now, I would so say advantage to Marco. Unless they really both stall out the game, then I think actually Marco is has drawn more cards than does. If it's really the decking strategy, which I don't think will happen, but then I would give a side advantage to Jeffrey.
So there was a blink, so the avatars are next to each other right now.
As is the ring. And now it is fireworks, people. This will just be flying sparks.
Sparks will fly all over the place now.
Yeah, without being the spark mage, that's on the other table. They
At
are
least we
now
get to
just
see some
dipping out.
sparks.
Indeed. Feast for Crows, what an amazing cards. The one who invented these cards. Wow, that's gutsy to
Should
bring
get a
that
raise.
to. It's a very specific card. Like it's really for control and to annoy your opponent.
It can seem a bit broken though, especially in the tournament context where you know the deck lists.
And see here we see a second Feast for Crows being cast from the graveyard, and this time Divine Healing is targeted, removing the life gain from Jeffrey. So yeah, Jeffrey, wow, that is tough, because now of course without that healing he is
He can start firing.
yeah, he now sits at 11 lives. He only has the ring, I think, to get some lives back, but he hasn't drawn it yet. So as it stands now, he's feeling vulnerable, I think. And also Marco has that ring. I'm not mistaken, right? It's Marco who has the ring?
Yeah, indeed.
So, and he will always be near, so now time is really ticking. So we will not go and run through the whole deck. But for people who can actually see the shuffling, also that deck is quite thinned out.
These guys are happy. The decks are now 50 spells.
Yeah, and I think so. What he showed was that amulet, the amulet of how do you say this? Ninain?
I'm not
I'm not
gonna
going
butcher
to
it,
try.
yeah.
No, you have the best excuse. 9 rounds casting. We're not doing it anymore. Bear can be the target or damaged by magic, which is in this matchup quite important. I still see 2 spells in the graveyard for Marcus, so he is really ready to get the damage in. Of course, there is still an egg, so Jeffrey slowly, he will still gain his 2 lives a turn. But I have a small feeling it is not sufficient, but yeah. Going down, going back up, going down, up. That is the name of the game.
It's the Archimago way.
Yeah,
you might
indeed.
say.
But so here, the Feast for Crows. Ooh.
Another ring comes out. This one without the signature, and then he plays the amulet.
But really, this is what Jeffrey was looking for.
Now he's gonna deal some damage.
And now they're just having a party, Archimago and Archimago, with the ring and with the amulets. Wow, good stuff, good stuff. You see Jeffrey, arms in the air. It's like, this is it, this is what I have to bring and offer.
I don't know. I can read some stress on his face.
yeah, for sure.
I see here, hit him with that wand. Like that scene in Lord of the Rings with Gandalf just whacking hobbits on the head.
Indeed. But so coming back to Marco's deck. So he has one disenchant in his deck. Of course, he also has the earthquakes to bury other artifacts, etc. So I think he already cast his disenchant on that devil's egg, angel's egg, which then came back. So I think it's also removed. So I don't think there is a disenchant anymore, which is then something good for Jeffrey, of course. And potentially, this is something Jeffrey also thought about. Like, okay, this is not the time to actually cast the ring and the amulet, hopefully to not get it removed by something else. What about you, Lazo? I'm sorry to feel it, all these arts of casting, but
it's quite a hard one to keep track of, especially because we don't hear what's going on at the feature table. We only have the visuals. So it's one you have to stay awake for.
Indeed.
There we go. Here comes the damage.
3 projectiles to the face. Is this the first time we went under 10 lives?
Yeah, I think so.
There we are at 10 again, because the angel's egg
We should have
gave
said
one.
that, you know.
Huh?
Going under 10? No.
Nope, not doing it.
We don't do that. That's not our way.
Definitely also with the ring. Up, 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 down, down, down. But yeah, the one with the ring. It's not for nothing that we have it on screen. And I think I'm not 100% sure, but I think this is the card of Arthur Legend, this ring. It was spotted very early on how important it is. It's also one of the few cards that make sure that a lot of life is gained also. And talking about the ring, there was another one. Another scavenging fiend casting another ring. What can we say?
There's a lot going on that little
yes.
part of the map.
Yeah, and it's not because the reflection is bad or whatever.
No.
It's just it is so stacked.
You have to keep your head in the game.
Yep. So that fiend showing its effect, right?
Yeah.
And also, like, I think the only weakness with Marco is the anti, artifacts, relics, etc. And
that's a Craterize.
That is a Craterize. And so that
Marco
will deal a lot of
3,
damage.
and Joffrey is on that stone now.
And
So it's done with the healing.
Indeed. That makes it easier for us.
Now let's see if Joffrey has an answer to that.
Indeed. It is closed though, but Joffrey is at death's door. There is a Craterize in the cemetery, and you see Jeffrey picking that card from the top, like, I really need to draw something here. And I actually don't know if there is anything that he can actually find. So there's a handshake.
That's game 1.
Game 1.
Look at that. There's a Chaos Twister there, which isn't going to help in
No.
a game like this.
All right. Well done, Marco. Of course, also well done, Jeffrey.
Definitely.
Is this like he who draws the Feast for Crows first wins the game?
This might be it, yeah. I'm actually curious to see how the sideboards come into it now. Because I noticed the Amulet isn't in the standard deck for Marco, if I'm not mistaken. So that's probably going to come in. That Chaos Twister is probably going to leave the deck right away there. So, I'm very curious to see what the changed deck list will look like.
Okay. So the camera can come back to us. So our Marco and Jeffrey will take a bit of time to look at the deck list and to decide on which cards they want to add from the sideboard. So you can bring it back to us, the casters, because we actually want to have a look at this. Here we are. Wow, game number 1 of the finals here at Sorcerers
What a
Siege
roller
at the core
coaster.
in Brussels, Belgium, Europe. We are getting there, right? So perhaps give me a moment if we can have a look at our screen. First off, this is a Marco, and let's just click it open. Sideboard. Ooh, it starts strong because we have 2 funeral pyres, which is of course there for the Archimago. The cops projectiles can't enter this side. It can be relevant
It
actually.
can help here, yeah, for sure.
Against the arcane barrages, but on the other hand, you see also that these Archimagos, they start moving at a certain moment. So I don't know.
Well, if you have multiple in play, this might be an interesting dynamic. But yeah, I'm not sure.
Anyway, he plays with Earth, so I don't think the Wormless Thump really. Well, although, yeah, opponents can affect cards in your cemetery. It's very important, actually. So, pardon my French. But then perhaps a Pillar of Osiris. But it's also a bit of life gain. So, anyway, we'll see if it gets into the deck. There is the Amulet of Ninian. I did it. I tried it. Can't blame you. We're here and we're going hard and fast. 1 lightning bolt. Why not? Extra damage. Just throw something out against the minions. Infiltrate. Sure. Not happening. Ball lightning. It is damage. I would say put it in and another lava flow. So this is what I would suggest. That we see the more damage that they can do, the better. Because again, these are spells that will come back. Now let's switch to Jeffrey's side. And I'm so curious. You can take this one away, Lazo.
Yeah, so we have 2 crossroads here. Look at your next 4 sites. I don't think that's very relevant in this situation.
I don't think so, unless of course he has those 3 funeral pyres in his deck. So if he can search for them,
sure,
like in a 30 cards site Atlas deck, they are really very important against the Archimago. So I don't know, very interested if they go into the deck, and honestly I think they actually will. Yes, it doesn't provide threshold, but as we see, we go a long way. So yeah, if he finds room, for instance, like the pebble pots, there is no real charge, so
no, this is
something that can be
we need to be looking at. Now we have the Wormelo Thump here, which I think if your opponent will be playing those funeral pyres, is one you have to include. Another lightning bolt.
I'm trying to fix the screen. A lightning bolt for sure.
Then we have the missiles, which will probably also make it into the deck now. Mortality, I don't see many uses for it.
No.
The teleport might be interesting if we get to start moving around. If we see some of those copses, for example, maybe teleporting around it. Might
anyway, it's better than a Poison Nova, I think. Border Militia, sure. We have an Antagal terrain, not happening. And then, wow, we have a guards.
Guards.
So 1 guards, 1 border militia, and actually here, the small foot soldiers, a lot of them, because there's a lot of sites, they might not be that easy to get rid of, except of course if you draw that craters or whatever.
Well, they can get in the way of a lot of projectiles. Then again, they get in your own way as well.
Sure.
So, do you want that?
I would say anything that can bring me damage or damage to my opponent is good for me. So you have to time it right, but sure, give me just those minions, especially also because now it's something that in Magic back in the day was really a very strong tactic. Like if you have a very strong control deck, you know that while sideboard the other will remove all his anti-minions, and then you just put 2 big heavy hitters in it, and they don't have any response because they removed it all from the deck. So in
Right.
that regards, just having a lot of minions on the board can actually do a lot of damage. And as you have seen here also, it really goes back and forth in damage. So suddenly if 7 minions appear on the board and you can deal with 3 or 4 of them, you still have 3 that just start dealing some damage. So
for sure.
1-0. Marco is up, and so the players are getting ready, so we can start going back to our feature table. This is it, right? Jeffrey has now to prove himself that his deck can do it. They have time. I just had an interesting idea in my head. It doesn't happen that often, but I just had it. And the question that I ask myself is like, in this mirror, if you draw your Feast for Crows first, would it actually make sense to target the other Feast for Crow? Because if it hits your bin, you can recast it. Of
Right.
course, both of them now have actually 3 pyres, so it is very scary to have it laying around. But I just like, for instance, with Jeffrey, like I think he gets impacted more with his 2 Creatorizers being removed. He has less solutions, I think. So yeah, is that something to consider, or do you just go for the removal of the deck? I don't know. It's something hopefully we'll see perhaps happening here in our final match.
So the second game is kicking off right now. We are in the mulligan stage, or aren't we? Yes, we are. We are actually playing already. I didn't really catch what side that was. On
I
this
think
one.
it's a Quagmire. Let us quickly check if that is, but I think that is what it is.
So I feel like the chat here is being invaded by Italians, by the way.
Really?
See a little
They are
bit
all here?
Italian going on.
Hey, it's a big community. Welcome,
Of
guys.
course, yeah. I mean, it's great to see actually an Italian in the finals.
All right, and we just had some information that the 3rd and 4th place has already been decided, and apparently it was Mark who won it. If you remember, Julian was playing the Spark Mage and Mark was playing with the Sorcerer. The fact that it's already over means probably they went 2-0.
So yeah, the aggro deck won out in a big way probably then.
Yeah, I think it was the pressure maker
The pressure
that put
maker,
on the
indeed.
pressure, and here he just apparently got it.
So at least the top 3 for Sorcerer, which makes sense with so many Sorcerers in the
Indeed.
pool of avatars today.
So voilà, we still just have 1 or 2 games left, then it is done. I wish we could do more, but unfortunately everything has limits, as do we do also, Lazo. So happy to be here with you, by the way. It has been a journey this year. And for the people out here, Sources at the Core is now nearly 1 year, so we are going out this year with a bang. And we are currently in the finals. For all those Italians streaming in our stream, welcome. Marco is up 1-0 for Jeffrey, and it is getting underway. Do I see there 2 cores already?
Yeah, he's putting it off to the side. Oh, okay, he remembers he has to
Yep.
put him on the avatar. As annoying as that can be, I understand the impulse of putting it on the side because it tends to get in the way during the game.
Sure.
Out comes another tower. So Joffrey opting for a very aggressive side placement here.
I think if he is able to force his way and try to gain a bit of extra space and being able to steal a bit of sides from Marco, that's always a big plus
That mana
in this.
that could be big, yeah.
But there is a real danger actually by going sideways. So yeah, because if Marco doesn't decide to cast a side on 4, then that can be cut off. and then he will probably be able to close it. So Marco doesn't have his 10 mana. Or can you imagine to to limit it to 7 mana? Of course, there are the cores. There's a Philosopher's Stone, so he still will find his way to.
I mean, he already has 2. So.
Indeed, but of course, yeah, with the dispels happening, etc., they can be
which
removed.
We know are,
of course,
in the game.
Yeah. Let me quickly check for you. So Jeffrey is actually also 1 disenchant, but 1 dispel. So he has actually 2 in the deck, none in the sideboard. So 2 for him, and of course many ways with the common senses to get them. And of course 2 can become 4 if he really wants to. So yeah, looking how they will, how many artifacts will be removed.
So Geoffrey going for a blink.
Yeah, so unfortunately you don't see it on stream.
There's a Mirror Realm, which is mirroring a tower, I think. You're not really seeing it on the screen here, by the way, but Marco is taking notes in a notepad, which he actually also got at the event here. It's actually one of the extra gifts that we have provided for all the participants here. Just a little life tracker notebook with the Aquamarine Corps artwork of Pietro De Ciro on it. And I'm pleased to see that a lot of people are using it actively.
Yeah, in competitive scene, it's important to not only track your life but also the opponent's life. I hope that they are using the life counter because, of course, we need to be able to follow it as well.
So there's a dispel. Where's the disenchant? Going to remove one of those cores. So there are no cores anymore in Marco's hands.
So I'm just checking if they are actually using the app, because otherwise we are not able to follow their life total. So I hope that they are using it. But on the other hand, not that much is happening.